So back to Sancheriv. So Sancheriv went ahead and traveled 10 journeys over the course of, or should it made 10 stops over the course of that day. Shnei Amar, because now the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Yeshaya. Bo al ayas avar b'michmash yafkir kelov avru. Avru ma'abra geva malo manu charda harama giba shol nasa sali kolich bas kalim akshiri laisha ania anasos. So also, see, the Gemara understands over here. And there's one more. Nadra madrima yoshi hagavim heizu. Oda yom benov lamod yet lamod yinofit yodo harabayis givas Yerushalayim. We're going to define each part of this pasuk. But the idea the Gemara takes from here is ultimately there are 10 stops that Sancheriv made on this day. Which Gemara says, we need 10 stops. Hani tuva hadya. There is more than 10 stops mentioned in this pasuk. To which the Gemara says, Sali kolich bas galim navi hu dika'amar le b'knesses Yisrael. So we'll say that last statement ultimately again, Sali kolich bas galim, literally raise your voice. Bat galim, the daughter of the waves, is a message that the Navi is saying to Klal Yisrael. Sali kolich bat galim, bito shel Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, she'asu mitzvos kegali hayam. This is actually quite beautiful. That the Navi was saying, listen, you bat galim, daughter of the waves, is a reference to Klal Yisrael. Why is Klal Yisrael called bat galim, the daughter of the waves? So daughter of the ones who did mitzvos in voluminous amount, like waves. They did waves and waves of mitzvos. Avram Yitzchak and Yaakov, who did waves, abundant amount of mitzvos. Hakshi, so the Gemara says, Hakshiva. Laisha, nehailo tistafi, ela istafi, minevuchanetza harasha, the mislik, the muscle ka'arye. So, and the Navi tells Klal Yisrael, do not be afraid of Sancheriv, who is like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of Nebuchadnezzar, who is like the roaring lion. Shnei Amar, Allah Aryeh Misocha. We'll say top of Tzadik Hamad Aleph, my Aniya Anasos. What does it mean? Literally, Aniya Anasos, let answer Anasos. So the Gemara says, Asid Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, Asid Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, Umisnavi Allah me Anasos. So we'll say Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, who's the Navi Yirmiyah, is ultimately going to come along and prophesize from the city of Anatot. You can go to Anatot today. Anatot is right outside of Yerushalayim, right past Piskat Zev. It's actually there's a beautiful place called Ein Prat, which is a beautiful natural spring in there. So right in the city of Anatot, that is where it's Moshav of Anatot. No, that's where the Navi Yirmiyahu prophesies. So Yirmiyahu prophesies from Anatot. Divrei Yirmiyahu ben Chilkiah me'akohanim Hashem Anasos be'eretz Binyamin. So the Gemara says, "Midami Hasam Ari Hacha Lion." How can you compare it? The one pasuk it says lion, and the other pasuk it says lion cub. Amar Rabbi Yochanan Shisha Shemos Teishlari. A lion is known by 6 different names. Elohim, these are the names: Ari, Kfir, Lavi, Lai, Shachal, Shachatz. Iachi, Basru. If that's the case again, then ultimately again we're still are more than 10 locations mentioned in the pasuk. So there are more than 10 locations ultimately mentioned by the stops of Sancheriv, to which the Gemara says, Avru ma'abra tartininu. Excuse me, there are less than 10, Avru ma'abra tartininu. To which the Gemara says, Avru ma'abra are actually 2 different places. Okay. My Od Hayom Benov Lamo. So we'll say, what does the pasuk mean when it says, Od Hayom Benov Lamo? It is still day to stand in Nov, or it is still the day in which Nov stands. What does that refer to? Amar Afunam, Osayom, we'll say that day when Sancheriv marched on Yerushalayim, Nishtayer me'avona shal Nov. We'll say the sin of Nov was still in existence. Now, what's the sin of Nov? Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is coronated as king. Shaul has effectively deposed as monarch, but he refuses to relinquish the throne and admit his mistake with Amalek. So what happens? He pursues David. David chooses to run away. He is not going to fight. He's not going to fight his father-in-law. He's not going to fight fellow members of Klal Yisrael. So he runs. But he can't tell anyone about what is happening. So what does he goes to the city of Nov, which was known as an Ir Kohanim, a city of Kohanim. The Mishkan was there. And what happens? He sets down on a secret mission from the king. I need food and I need weapons. They give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and shield of Goliath, that David had kept in the Mishkan. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening? And we'll discuss all this. A man by the name of Doeg Hadomi, who was one of the trusted servants of Shaul. And he comes back and he tells Shaul that the city of Nov has sided with the rebellion of David. The Kohanim of Nov have absolutely no idea that there's any rebellion. They think that they're helping the king's son-in-law on a secret mission. So what happens, to make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of his soldiers to Nov. They wipe out the city of Nov. There is one survivor from the city of Nov, as we'll discuss. They wipe out the city. This was a huge stain, we'll see, on Klal Yisrael, on Shaul, and on Dov, for reasons we'll discuss. So the Gemara says over here that on that day, look at Rashi for just a moment. O sayom nishtayim me'avona shalov. We'll say it's 4 lines down the short lines of Rashi. O nishtayim me'avona shalov. T'mitnei avon shayalem l'Yisrael al shenergo kohanei Nov. Because Klal Yisrael killed out the Kohanim of Nov. Kavah Kadosh Baruch Hu ha'onesh ad osa hayom. V'osa yom bilbad nishtayim mizman ha'onesh v'ilo hayom milcham yishnayim osa yom hayakosha. Also, this is amazing. So Yibon Shalom has a particular window in which he was going to exact retribution for Klal Yisrael for the massacre in Nov. The last day of that window was the day that Sancheriv had marched on Yerushalayim. And had Sancheriv attacked on that day, he would have been successful against Yerushalayim. So says the Gemara. So we'll say, the day that he marched was the last day in which God was willing to exact retribution for Klal Yisrael for the Nov massacre. And therefore, had Sancheriv attacked that day, he would have been victorious, as he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment in Klal Yisrael for the city of Nov. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says, Amar Puna Osim Nishayim Me'avon Shel Nov. Amrilei Kaldoi. So interestingly enough, so on the day that Sancheriv shows up in Yerushalayim, he's outside of the walls. He's outside the walls of the city. His astrologers tell him, King, if we march now, we will be successsul. So what happens? Ve'ilo lo yachlasla. But ultimately, again, if we wait till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So Sancheriv responds, Orcha de boy the saguye ba'asari yoma. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Ve'ilo lo yachlasla. Furthermore, when coming to Yerushalayim, Sancheriv had what we call kfitzas haderech. The journey was shortened. The journey that would normally take 10 days took 1 day. Kimat Yerushalayim. So also the idea over here is that there's the perfect storm. The recipe is perfect for Sancheriv to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And number 2, this is the last day of Nov retribution. Kimat Yerushalayim. When he came to Yerushalayim, Shadule bistarki ad the salak v'yasiv meilu yeshura ad the chazio l'kolei Yerushalayim. So we'll say what happens. So Sancheriv shows up in Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps piling rugs, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim. Get ready for this. He looks over the walls. Kichazye istra be'enei. Essentially, when he goes there and he sees the city, he says it looks tiny in his eyes. Amar halo do. He carried to Yerushalayim. He says, "Is this it? Is this it? Is this the mighty Jerusalem? Is this Yerushalayim? The Allah argishes kol mesharsi. That for this I went ahead and I moved my whole army. The Allah kavshes kol medinta. And for this I went ahead and I conquered all of the countries until now. Halo hizi'ira v'chalosha mikol karchi amamaya. The kavshes pitakov yodi." So he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I've conquered. So he says, Allah become umani bereshe, mobil umay sibiyade al tur beis hamikdash keditzion va'alazat Yerushalayim. So what happens? He waves his hand dismissively across Yerushalayim Harabayis. So Sancheriv is exceptionally unimpressed. Exceptionally unimpressed. I will say, now you have to understand something. It's just an aside. I have no time for this. But I'll tell you it anyway. So Rav Kook's excited the bracha tried very hard to attract wealthy businessmen from Europe to relocate their businesses to Eretz Yisrael. So it's a story that's told that one time there was a particular gvir from Poland who had come to Eretz Yisrael to check it out, to see the land. And so he goes on his whole tour. He's about to leave. He meets with Rav Kook. Rav Kook says, says, Sanu, what did you think about Eretz Yisrael? So the man says, can I be honest with the Rav? So, whenever somebody says, can I be honest with the Rav, you know it's coming. Can I be honest with the Rav? So he says, of course. He says, the truth is, it's not so beautiful. It's not so beautiful. It's garbage on the streets. There's that. It's not so beautiful. So Cook says, you have to understand something. The ability to see beauty in Eretz Yisrael is directly proportional to the amount of personal spiritual beauty you possess. If you possess much spiritual beauty, you'll see the beauty in the land. If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you'll see garbage in the streets. And that is actually the nature of Eretz Yisrael. You have to see Eretz Yisrael with Kedushatic eyes. If you don't see Eretz Yisrael with Kedushatic eyes, is it the most beautiful land? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But when you see Eretz Yisrael with not your eyes but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent than it in the entire universe. So Nebuchadnezzar sees it. Excuse me, I keep saying Nebuchadnezzar. Sancheriv sees it, but he sees it, excuse me, with Gentile eyes. He sees it with Gentile eyes. So Gentile eyes see it, and Gentile eyes say, that's it. And the guy, he's waging this whole campaign. His soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. And this is it. It's like one shawarma store. This is the whole thing. So he says there's a huge. By the way, couple this with the fact that he was also a ridiculous Balgaiva. He was ridiculously arrogant. So he says this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. So he goes on, he says the following. Amri, Mishtei Beyada Ha'ibna. So Moshe says, you have to understand something. So everyone knows if there's Klal Gadol in life, where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Sancheriv is saying, this is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? Piece of cake. So the soldiers say, king, let's go now. We're ready. Let's go today. Amr Lahum, tell me soon. So you know what? I'm a bit tired. I'm a bit tired today. We'll go tomorrow. I see li kochad b'chaminechu gumod. Gumod carried me. Tomorrow, each of you will bring me a piece of the wall. So incredible guy. And I also understand, here's the downfall. Right? What's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his window. That day was his window. That day was the last day for the retribution for the city of Nov. That day was his window. Had he marched, he would have been the conqueror of Yerushalayim. But as most things in life, Gaiva gets in the way. Miyad, so let's remember again. So what happens? He says, you know what? Let's rest tonight. We'll relax tonight. Tomorrow. What happens that night? We already learned yesterday. That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000 sleeping soldiers. Miyad. That night they're all sleeping comfortably, confident of their victory the next day. The Malach comes out and kills Mea Ushmona V'chamisha Aleph. They wake up in the morning when there were a few survivors, as we'll discuss, and they find 185,000 corpses. Papa says, this gives us a very important lesson. Bastina Bataldina, which I will say literally means towards the end of the short line. Bastina Bataldina, Kevan Shaman Dina Batalari. Sometimes when you don't pass judgment, the fight goes away.
You go back
to
sleep.
You
need your beauty rest.
I will say, when you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. When you procrastinate, you lose your window of opportunity. Opportunity waits for no man, even for Sancheriv. He missed his opportunity today. Again, we're not crying over that, but at the end of the day, it's dramatic how the Rebbe Shalom gives him Kvitzas Hadera, the Rebbe Shalom gives him the opportunity to come to Yerushalayim, and he squanders it. Because again, but really it's because of Gaiva. But the message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The Yishvi Beno, who wants to get ready for this? This is an amazing Maisa. The Yishvi Beno, Asher Bilidi Harpa, who shall say now, the Novi over here, this is in Shmuel Beis, speaks about a man of Yishvi Benov, who was of the descendants of Arpa. Harpa is Arpa. We're going to see in just a moment the sister of Rus. Mishka Kino Shlosh Meos, Mishka Mechoshes, Vu Chagar Chadasha, Vayamar Lahako says David. So it says we're going to see Yishbi was the brother of Goliath, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishbi has, what do they call it, like a blood feud. Right? Blood feud with David. He's a big man himself, knew his armor, stark spear, everything. And he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, "My Yishbi Benov." What does that mean? Yishbi Benov. So the Gemara says, "Amar Yehuda Amar Rav Ish Sheba Al Iski Nov." We'll say, "Get ready for this Gemara." Ravashi said he was a man who came to David HaMelech because of the episode in Nov. Now, what does David HaMelech have to do with Nov? Get ready for this. Amar Yehuda Baruch Hu David. Ad Mosai Yiyeh Inyan Zeh Tamun B'Yadecha. He says, David says, David, how long are you going to hide this sin of Nov? Al Yodcha Nerga Nov Ira Kohan. Wow. Through you, the city of Nov was wiped out. Va'al Yodcha, and because of you, Nitrat Doeg HaAdomi. Doeg HaAdomi died. Now remember again, Doeg HaAdomi ultimately dies because he massacred the city of Nov. Va'al Yodcha Nergu Shaul Shlosh Banav. And because of you, Shaul and his 3 sons died. Remember again, how do Shaul and his 3 sons die? They die in the war against the Plishtim. Like they're fighting against Plishtim, they die in the war against Plishtim. So Hashmal is responsible for all of this stuff. So I say, so what does this mean? So the Ben Yoda says something amazing. He says, a tzaddik is responsible for negative things that happen as a result of his actions, even if his actions were not ill-intended. So at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain reaction of events that result in the massacre at Nov. Now, David HaMelech was trying to do his best, ultimately, to shield the people of Nov. He was doing his best to try to operate under there, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So we'll say this is a dramatic idea because the Ben Yoda says that you have to understand something. Sometimes in life, we go ahead and I do something, and as there's a negative repercussion. Now, that wasn't my intention. And again, I acted in good faith, I did. But understand that if as a result of my action, someone else encounters pain, someone else suffers, even though, again, that was not my intention, and I acted in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct of my action. If someone else is being suffering, there's a schedus for that. There's responsibility for that. Now, obviously, by tzaddik, that's amplified tenfold. So the Rebbe Shalom says, David, your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately results in the massacre of Nov, the death of Doeg, and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember again, the Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Plishtim. But Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Plishtim. Why? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? Remember from your extensive Navi studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Plishtim? Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursuing David, because he was reckless and irresponsible with his military resources. They're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Plishtim have invaded. He thinks twice: should I continue to pursue David or should I go after Plishtim? That's how so messed up everything is. So is that David HaMelech's fault? I know it's not David HaMelech's fault, but the tzaddik has responsibility for even the unintended repercussions of his actions. So it's a dramatic idea. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, so guys, David, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice. David, here's the choice. Listen to this. Listen to this choice. I can either wipe out all of your descendants, or you could suffer. Which one is it? Your children going to suffer, or ultimately again, are you going to suffer? Which one is it? So the Gemara says, Mutav emsor biyad oyev v'lo yikala zari. So David HaMelech says, I would rather suffer than chas v'shalom have my descendants wiped out. Let's get ready for this. Yom echad, one day, nafak l'skar bazori. So one day David HaMelech went out hunting. Let's say again. So he went. Rashi says, Sachar bizoi loshon parsi krita kaf v'safai. He went out to hunt, and again hunting for food, not hunting for sport. Asa Satan v'itmi leketavia. So what happened? So the Satan came along and appeared to David HaMelech as a deer. Pasak begira, v'lo. So what happens? David HaMelech shot an arrow, but he missed the deer. So the Gemara says, v'lo mati mashchei had the amtia le'eretz plishtim. So what happens? David HaMelech goes running after the deer, and without realizing it, he wanders into Philistine territory. So David HaMelech wanders into Philistine territory all by himself, without an army, and Bipashtas not really armed enough. So, and who does he happen to run into? So what happens? Yishbi Binov. Oh, who does he run into? Yishbi. Goliath's brother, is the first guy he happens to run into in Philistine territory. Amar, so Yishbi sees him, and he says, Hainu hai bekatle Goliath achi. This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? Kafse, he grabs David, ties him up. Oh, it's interesting thing that he did. He ties David up, and he puts him in between the two stones of an olive press. Now, what does he plan to do? He's going to sit on him. So Yishbi's a big guy. He's going to sit on the olive press, and essentially he's going to crush David HaMelech. It's Avidle Nisa, Makale Aramituse. So a miracle occurred, and what happened? The ground underneath the bottom stone of the press became soft. So when Yishbi sat, the press sunk instead of crushing David HaMelech. So the Gemara says, Hainu Tichsid, Tarichiv Sadi Tachtoim, Velamadu Karsular. Hahu Yama. So also said David HaMelech. So either way, so Yishbi says, okay, he leaves him for later. He's tied up in between the grass. Hahu Yama. Atani Demalish Shasaba. So it's like that day was Erev Shabbat. Avishai ben Sruya, Havakam Reishai B'Dalet Gad. So we'll say David HaMelech's generals, a man by the name of Avishai ben Sruya, so was going ahead and washing his hair. So Skaratelli, the Gemara says he used Dalet Gad B'Demaya, 4 barrels of water. Okay? Chazinu Kasme Dama. He saw drops of blood in the water. And he understood that was meaning he saw it wasn't, so something's going on. Others say that a dove landed in front of him and started like flapping its wings in a violent manner. Amar Knesset Israel Leona Shneimar Kanfe Yonech Yasef Shmaming al David Malko Yisov Tzara Shari. So once he saw what happens, he sees the blood, he sees the dove flapping around. He realizes Klal Yisrael is compared to a dove. It must mean Klal Yisrael is in trouble. Now, Klal Yisrael is just fine. So who must it refer to? It must refer to the king. The king is in trouble. Also, listen to this. Also, they say, well, Ashker goes to the palace. The king's house. King's not home, and it's Erev Shabbos already. So Amar Tinan in Rochtan al Suso, then Yoshua Kiso, then Mishtamshin Bisharbito. The halacha is you cannot use the king's horse, you cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot use the king's scepter. So part of the covenant of Malchus is you can't use the king's stuff. What about when the king is in danger? If the king is in danger, so what Abishai ben Shriya is, the king had the fastest horse, which is the fastest mule. So can I ride the king's horse or not? That was the Shaila. So I'll say what happens. Asa Shalbim in Drashim. He goes to ask the Shaila on the base medrash. Amrulay, Bishas Sakana Shapir Dami. Ultimately, again, in time of Sakana, yes, you can go. You can use it. So we'll say, first of all, it's an amazing idea. A Jew always has to know what the halacha is. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the shayla. Aisha sakana this. Of course, there are times where I have to declare the fashos react first and ask later. But everything in our lives is governed by halacha. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So a person, when they make a dramatic decision in life, has to ask themselves, not what do I want to do? What does the Torah HaKadosh say about this? What's the Ratzon HaBorei in this? So sure enough, he gets the psak, he gets on Nachte, the parday. In the morning with the shofar. He goes ahead and he jumps on the mule. Kam ba'azil kaf tzalei. Listen to this. Kam ba'azil kaf tzalei aro. So we'll say he has an incredible miracle. He gets to Eretz Plishtim very quickly. This is like a, what do they call it? The star cast of characters over here. Riding, as he's riding to tell you, who does he see? Arpa. Who's Arpa? Arpa was the mother of, now whether this means actual, he sees Arpa, she must have been a very old lady by that, right? Arpa was the mother of Goliath and the mother of Yishbi. So Arpa Ine, Darnavla, she was singing while she was weaving. So what happens? So what happens? As Arpa sees Abishai ben Shri, so Arpa must have known that Yishbi had captured David. Arpa now sees Abishai ben Surya running, Taras pushed him. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes her spindle and she throws it at Abishai in an effort to kill him. So she misses him. After she misses him, she pretends like she had no ill will. Amrale, Alam, Aisli Palach. says, excuse me, young man, I dropped my spindle. Would you mind getting it for me? So what happens? So he sure does. Haski bereish mocha b'katle. He brings it back to her, throws it at her head, and kills her. Fine, Arpa's out. So says the Gemara, Kad chazye yishbi bino. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David HaMelech shows up ultimately again. Now we'll say, remember, now we understand also the pasuk calls him yishbi bino, because this is part of David HaMelech's punishment for that which occurred in Nov. So the Gemara says, what happens? He's Yishbi Nov, Amar Hashta, Havu Beitrain, Bekatlini. So what happens? Now Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle, So what happens? He goes there, he says, now I'm going to be outnumbered. So what is supposed to get ready for this? So Paskin David Leilei. So Amar Nepo Ale Beniktos. He wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws David up in the air, which was an incredible display of strength. Puts his spear down in the ground, obviously with the tip facing up, and figured David is just going to land on the spear and we're done. So what happens? Who shows up just in time? Amar Avishai. Avishai comes right as David is midair. He says the Shema first, the Shema Hashem. So ultimately, again, he says the Shema Mefurash and suspends David HaMelech mid-air. Suspends David HaMelech mid-air. We'll say, get ready for this. Get ready for this. Says the Gemara. So why didn't David just say the Shema Mefurash? David HaMelech also knew the sacred name of God. So again, why didn't David say the name in order to suspend himself? To which the Gemara will say, profound yisod. Because the incarcerated individual cannot extricate himself from jail. Was an incredibly important yisod, which again, generally we take the mean that sometimes, again, we spoke about this on Shabbos, sometimes in the situation you can't see trees from the farm. We spoke about this in the Mishkah Basei L'Charav, how again, Rav doesn't have to mean a Rebbe or Rebbe. Like Rav could just mean someone whose advice you rely on. Someone who could see your life and see you outside of you. David HaMelech is in this. He cannot act clearly, and therefore, even though he knows the same Shem Mefurash, Abishai artisan. Supposed to get ready for this. My Basacha. The first thing Abishai says, that is, what are you doing here? I mean, what are you doing here? So he tells, see, what David HaMelech, you would have thought David HaMelech was going to say, listen, I was a deer, and I just ended up here. David HaMelech realized that this is Hashkah. So he tells Abishai the whole story. What's the whole story? The whole story is God told me I'm going to be punished. He asked me, do I want to get the punishment to my kids? So I said, I'd rather get the punishment than have my kids wiped out. So Abishai says to David, change around your tefillah. Ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you. So listen to this. He says, Bar Berech Lizbon Ba'at Lo Titzdar. So as people say, better for my grandson to sell wax, but I should not suffer. So I say, so what does that mean? You know, it's a natural rahmanas on parents to have rahmanas on their children. So what's the pshat? We'll say, so think the pshat is like this. What Avisha ben Tzriya says is, listen, all you can plan for is the presence. Right now, the HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you the opportunity for Sheket, Shalom, and Shalom in your presence, so take it. A lot could change between now and the future. You have plenty of time. Even if Baruch Hu is going to visit the punishment on your children, you have plenty of time to script and to write your future. If HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving you the opportunity for tranquility now, you grab it, you take it, use it to change your circumstances going forward. So swap your tefillah around, switch it around. Amalei, so the Gemara says, Saya Bahadon. Abishai and Sriya. So we'll say ultimately, David says, I'll daven, but Abishai, can you help me daven? And this is what the pasuk says, that Abishai and Sriya helped him. Amar Yehuda, Amar Sha'azu B'tfilah. Abishai davened together with David to have the Gzera reversed. Amar Abishai, so Amar Abishai, I'm sorry. Amar Abishai, Ba'ach say, Havakaradit Basrayim. So we'll say, so what happens? So Abishai and David now run away. So Yishbi is running after them. Kimata Kubi, when they come to the city of Kubi, Amar Kumbe, they say, I had a thought for a second, let's just turn around and fight. Kimata, Amar betrayed Gurion Katwala Aryeh. So they said, then they had a second thought, they kept running. And then when they got to Beit Trade, they said, you know what, 2 lion cubs cannot defeat the mighty lion. There was, they were 2. and Yishbi was one who was much stronger than them. Gemara says, Amrle, Zil. So what happens? So then they realized, however, at some point in time, they couldn't keep running from him. So listen to the plan they did. Amrle, so they turned around and they said to him, Zil ishtachach la'arpa imech b'kivra. Why don't you go visit the grave of Arpa, your mother? Now what they just told him was what? Right? We killed your mother. We killed your mother. So listen to this. When they mentioned the name of his mother, the fact she was dead, it weakened his strength, and they were able to overtake him. Isn't that amazing? You know, sometimes, even the hardest of people, right? Even the hardest of people, everybody has a soft spot for something. So for Yishbi, he was a mama's boy. He might have been a big warrior, but he was a mama's boy. When he heard that his mother Nebuch was killed, it hurt him. And at the end of the day, they were able to overtake him, and they killed him. So listen to this. This is the meaning of the pasuk. As nishpu'u anshe David lemor lo teitzi od yitron lemelchama lo sichbes ner Yisrael. So listen to this. So they said to David, after this event, they swore. The men of David said, you are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. And ultimately, again, the light of Israel should not be extinguished. So we'll see after this episode, essentially what they did is, the king of Israel is grounded. The king of Israel is grounded. His soldiers say to him, you're not going hunting anymore, you're not going to war anymore. Ribono Shel Olam saved us all this time, but you're not traveling without a detail anymore. So they told Tarabana, it was an amazing Maisa. Amazing Maisa. It was like, it's worth a 7.5-year learning commitment. Just to go ahead and see a dramatic Maisa like that. Because A, the story is overwhelming, and because so many incredible lessons just from one little story. There are 3 Taras. There are 3 people who had the miracle of Tzitza Sadara, who had the miracle of having a long journey shortened. Who were they? Eliezer Eved Avraham, Yaakov Avinu, and Avishai ben Tzruya. So Avishai ben Tzruya, so Avishai ben Tzruya we just spoke about. Eliezer Eved Avraham, Eliezer son of Avram D'chsiv, va'avo hayom el ha'ayin. I came that day ultimately again to the ayin, to the well. V'meimra dahu yom hanafak. So we'll say this is about Eliezer in Parshas Chaisara, and he comes to look for a wife for Yitzchak. He says, I came that day. I traveled from Canaan to Haran, and I made it in the same day. Yaakov Avinu, Yaakov Avinu, all of Israel said, "D'chsiv vayetzi Yaakov Beersheva vayolech Harana." Pasuk says Yaakov Avinu left Beersheva and to Haran. And it says ultimately again, he stayed in that place and he slept there. Because sunset. When he came to Haran, this is Yaakov Avinu running away from home, running away from Esau. So he's going to Lavan. Lavan lives in Haran. When he gets to Haran, is it possible that I passed by the place that my forefathers died? This is a reference to Harabais. Passed through Shana, passed by Harabais, the place where my forefathers died, and I didn't even stop to daven there. So he decided to go back to Harabais. So Kevan the here had died in the other cups to the Arab. So we'll say when he decided to have, so understand, he already got to Haran. He said, I can't believe I passed Harabais without davening there. He wanted to go back. Moshe performed the miracle and allowed him to get back from Haran to Harabais expeditiously, very quickly. So what happens? Miyad vayipka b'makom. Dover acher. Ein tilo. What's the other passage? Vayipka. Shneimar. Va'ato al tisva adam. Is that tisva adam? But to the latifka bi vayala sham. Kiba Hashem. She slept there because the sun set. Basar tzali b'ayim. So we'll say after Yitzchak Sederek back from Haran to Harabais, he wanted to go back to Haran. Amar HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Tzadik said, "Bala base the bias Maloni." He talked about, so we'll say, Rosham says, "Could it be that the Tzadik came to my home, came to my inn, so to speak? The Harabais is the Ribono Shel Olam's home. Could it be that the Tzadik came to my home? I'm not going to have him sleep over. Miyad ba'ashemesh. Miraculously, the sun set. Hainu t'chsiv vayizrach ba'ashemesh." So both sides later on, the pasuk says, after the fight with the Ma'isa, Pasuk says that he rose. The sun rose. He rise for him. He rose for everyone. Ultimately, again, the same sun that had set earlier for him Also, that's a reference when Yaakov went back to Harabayis. The Baruch caused the sun to set early, so that he would be forced to sleep by Harabayis. Also, after the episode with the Malach of Esau, rose early. Yaakov Avinu has two miracles with the sun. One time it set early for him in order to get him to sleep on Harabayis. The second time it rose early for him in order to heal him in the aftermath of the struggle with the Malach of Esau. So now let's go back for just a second. So David HaMelech reversed his bakasha. At first he said, God, I'm willing to suffer, leave my kids alone. Then he reversed it and he said, visit the punishment upon my children, but let me not suffer. So where do we see that David HaMelech's children indeed did suffer? So the Gemara says, Dechsev va'atalya im achazyo rasa kimis b'nov. So it's Atalia, who was a crazy, maniacal woman. She was a mother who went crazy with grief. Who was killed. So so she decided she wanted to be queen, and she wiped out of the other male heir of the throne. One second, it's not so. The one says she wiped out pretty much the remaining members of the Davidic family. So that was the punishment of his children were wiped out. But it's not true, his children were wiped out. The Davidic line is done because there was Yoash. It's okay because from the city of Nob there was also one survivor, a Kohen by the name of Evyasa. Suffice to say, just like there was one survivor from Nob, there was one survivor ultimately from the family of David HaMelech as well. Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Rav, Amar Nishtair Evyasa Nachinach Benachituf Lo Nishtair Mizar Shal David Saru Pavik. And therefore, again, the Gemara says, were it not that there were one survivor from Nob, right? Evyasar, David HaMelech's entire family would have been wiped out as well. Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Amar Rav, Baal Lenin Sancheres. We'll say back to Sancheres. Baal Lenin Sancheres. Get ready for this. Baal Lenin Sancheres Harasha Ba'arba B'chamisha Elavish. The name of Lachim. Yoshi B'Kar Shalzal. So we'll say how the Gemara describes Sancheres' army with which he marched on Yerushalayim. So he comes with 45,000 officers who are sitting in golden chariots. Liman Shaglonos Vizonos. Now, the officers brought with them their princesses and their harlots. Now, what does that mean? You don't bring princesses and harlots to the battlefield. They were so confident about their ability to be victorious of Yerushalayim that they brought their women with them. No one ever brings their women to the battlefield. They were so confident. They brought their women with them. And again, they had another 80,000 strong soldiers wearing coats of iron. And another 60,000 infantrymen. And other chariots as well. And we'll discuss the size of the army, or other soldiers as well. The size of the army gets even bigger. This was the same size force which marched against Avram Avinu. This is by the 4 wars against the 5. And it was like armies of this size will be even true by Gog and Magog. Some say the length of Sancherib's army camp was 400 parsecs, which we'll say is huge. Rochav Savar Susav, the width, right, of the total necks of the horses are 40 parsecs. Sach Machanehu. Also get ready for this. The total number of people in Sancherib's camp was Masayim Deshishim Ribo Apayim Chasrachai, was 2,600,000,000 minus 1. And listen, obviously this is hyperbolic. But the idea that Gemara is talking about is they never saw such a large army amassed. Remember again, I understand Sancherib before when he sees Yerushalayim. He says, Really? Can you imagine like the taxpayer dollars that went into this? The good thing is that he was a dictator. That is not answerable to anyone. But what mice again, I mean, what the Nabi described the what's going over here is an army the size that no one has ever seen. I'm sorry. This is before the battle. No, all this is before the battle. So we must buy. So what is he going to say? -1. Chasi ribuya or chasra chad alpha or chasra male chasra chad doesn't mean less a million. less 100,000, less 1,000, less 100, less a 1. Which the Gemara says take it. But I think when the Gemara says take over here, the Gemara really means is what? Who cares? Right? It doesn't matter. Like we're not asking Yanavi this time. Right? I've also asked Yanavi. I was like, the point over here that the Gemara has is, like I said, this is a huge, huge army. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara says, Tana, Rishonim Avru B'Shefi. Listen to this. The Gemara describes this army passing through the Jordan River. So they obviously have to pass through the Jordan in order to get to Eretz Yisrael. So what happens? Get ready for this. So the first group who passed the Jordan, B'Shefi. So the first group who passes the Yarden, they have to swim through the Yarden, and son of Ubekoma, the second ones who went didn't have to swim, but they had to stand erect while passing through one. What they do is, when you have such a large number of people passing through a body of water, what ends up happening? They diminish the body of water with each step. Meaning you take water with you. When you walk through water, you automatically remove some of that water just with your clothing. So the first group had to swim. The second group had to walk. So listen to this. Who came? They were kicking dust with their feet, which means that right by the time the third wave passed through, there was no water left in the Jordan River. That's what so they had to bring water from elsewhere to be able to give the army. Supposed to live the problem. What does that mean? The Pasuk told us, we're telling you about a 2,600,000,000 person army. Navi says that the Malach wiped down 185,000 soldiers. And that was the size of the camp. So which one is it? Which one is Rabbi Yavav? It says, Halolu Roshe Gayasas. Those 185,000, those were the commanding officers. So what the Malach did was, the Malach wiped out the leadership of the army. Once you wipe out the leadership of the army, then what? Everyone else is going home. That's why the first is Mishmanav Razon. Literally, again, you gave the fat to the skinny. In the fat one, the fat one is a reference to the officers who were the commanders. We had say Me'av Shami Pilu Bechel. Shmamina, the Mahi, so most of the Gemara goes back and says, what did the Malach kill the soldiers with? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Ezra says the Malach killed the 185,000 officers with his hand. Shneimar, Yari Yisrael Yad Hagola Shasido Lipar Misancheir. Klal Yisrael saw the great hand that ultimately would take retribution from Sancheir. Rabbi Shora expert Shora says the Malach killed the army with his finger. Shneimar, Ayomar Khartoumim Al Paro Etzpa Elokim. The cartoons at the power, this is the finger of God. This is the finger which will ultimately get you from Sancheir. So Katrok said to Gabriel, Gabriel, is your Magel, is your sickle ready? So Gabriel was dispatched to kill the army. Is your sickle ready? So he said, so Gabriel says, essentially, I was born ready, right? I was right. My sickle's been ready since the 6 days of creation. The time of year was the time when the crops became ripe. So Gabriel apparently is the Malach who's in charge of agriculture as well. When you go out to check on the fruit, take your sickle and take care of them as well. Shneimar, mide avchem ki baboker v'boker yavlu bayom v'layla. Amar Papa, and this is what people say. Agav orachef lebal devalcha ishtama. So this is what people say, that in general, when you have an enemy, so make sure to say good morning to him. Right? So in other words, go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to him. It's very disorienting. So also the idea being that as well as to Gabriel, when you're going out to do your work of checking on the food, also take care of the Assyrian army. Which I will say, by the way, is an incredible yesod in general about how to deal with conflict. The way you deal with conflict, if possible, is you diffuse it. And the best way to diffuse conflict is don't fight. Don't fight. You have an enemy, you say good morning, you say shalom aleichem, You say, how are you? I'm not entering into conflict with you. I'm choosing not to fight with you. And it's disorienting for the other individual, especially if their mom is roaring for a fight. Others say that Gabriel breathed into the nose of the soldiers, and that's how they were killed. Others say that Gabriel clapped in their ears, and as a result, they died from the nose. As 9 Gil so Yisrael said he allowed them to hear. What did he allow them to hear? The Shamushem Pichayos Unesu. They heard the song of the angels of the Chayos, and as a result, they Deshin Emar, Mimamascha Nafsu Goyim, become in the Steinman. We'll say how many soldiers were left. So at the end of the day, so the Malach wipes out the majority of the army. How many soldiers leave behind that? Rav Amar Asara. Rav says 10 soldiers. Shnei Amar, Usha'ar Eitzaru Misparu, Benar Yichtin, Kamanar, Yachal Lichtov, Asara. Fine. What's the real time for Joshua? That's the answer. Shmuel Amar Tisha. Shmuel says 9. Where do we get 9 from? Binishabo Olalos Kinokev Zayis. Shnayim Shlosha Gargarim Berosh Amir Arba Bechamisha B'Sifri. So that is Arba Chamisha 4 and 5 is 9. That's many soldiers left. Yusha and the Omer Arba Asfred 14. Shnei Mar Shnayim Shlosha Arba Bechamisha. Let's say if you add up all the numbers mentioned in the passage, it comes to 14. Rabbi Yochanan Amar Chamisha. Rabbi Yochanan says 5. Who are the 5 Rabbi saying? Sennacherib was spared. Shnei Banav, his 2 sons, were spared. Nebuchadnezzar or Nebuchadnezzar. What's that? Can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are spared. Sennacherib, his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar, and Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar, so the words mostly not. Nebuchadnezzar and Gemara. So how do you know these are the 5? So we have a tradition. Nebuchadnezzar is a Gemara. What's Gemara means a tradition. We have Masor that Nebuchadnezzar was spared. Nebuchadnezzar the Chsev. The Rava, the Revi, Dama, Lebara, Levin. So what's that? Because remember, we recorded this passage before. After Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah thrown into the Kivshan, so Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like? If he did not, how does he know what an angel looks like, Abosai? Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out, and he was spared. Sennacherib and his 2 sons, Tzid, Vayu Mishtachava, Beis Nisroch, Elohav, Va'adar Melech, Vishar Atzar, B'nav, Mikol, B'cherev. So we'll say ultimately again, because we see Sennacherib and his 2 sons, we see that Sennacherib and his 2 sons are alive later on, because ultimately again his 2 sons kill him. So we'll say, so the fact that his 2 sons assassinated, which takes place after this event, tells us that Sennacherib and his 2 sons were spared from the wipeout of the entire Syrian army. Right, so we'll stop over here. Apologies, that's why I was a little bit fast, so we'll pick up here tomorrow. All right, Ramosai, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the year of Tafshin Pei, the Tilsim Mishpachim, dedicating all the Shemer Drushos this year's Zchus for the Soros Tobos for all of them. Yisrael, our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Adar Haba, leading Latova, Terry and Steve Zinn. In loving memory of Terry's father, Dr. Harry Khan Hirsch Ben Yosef HaKohen, the Ziv Levin and Berman families in memory of Mr. William Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And our week of learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, Zichron L'Dachim, and in memory of our Talmud Torah, all of the Nishon Islam and Aliyah, your families in the Chama, all those who need refuah, Shabbat, Hiro, Holy Yisrael, Shprach, Shlimer, Hashem, bring home our hostages, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful in Chol Maaseh Yedei. Let's with that, let us begin. We have a lot to read today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Tzadik Dalet 94. We are picking up on Tzadik Gimel on the base 93b. Rava Amar Demorach Vadoin. It is about 10 lines up from before it gets wise. Rava Amar Demorach Vadoin. So the Rava says this is quite fascinating. So Rava says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Morach Vadoin means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Vadoin, someone who has the ability to smell and judge, is ultimately fit to go ahead and lead. The Gemara says, Shabbat b'tzedek dalim b'okiach to make sure they make sense. So what does this mean? That someone is able to smell and judge. So this idea is that one is able to go ahead and intuit. Rashi says over here, "My be'arichi gemara badon shemeriach ha'adam v'shofet v'yodea mi achayiv." Shneimar lo. The idea over here is that there are people who possess such an acute sense of judgment. They're able to perceive that which is right and that which is wrong without even hearing all of the details, but are simply able to almost smell the MS. So the Gemara goes right to the Gemara says, Bar Koziva. The Gemara tells an incredible story. Bar Koziva, also known as Bar Kochva. Bar Kochva. So Bar Koziva, Rashi says over here, he was one of the Herodian kings, right? One of the descendants of Herod. So he was a king over Klal Yisrael. So Bar Koziva Malach Tartin Shneim. So Bar Koziva ruled for 2.5 years. I am the Mashiach. Bar Kochva was the self-declared Mashiach. Amrulei, the Mashiach said, the Morav Adon. By Mashiach it says that he's able to go ahead and smell judgment. Doesn't need to hear all the details of the case. Rather, he's able just to go ahead and literally smell that which is right and that which is wrong. So the Gemara says, so Bar Kochva, if you think that you're Mashiach, let's see, can you smell justice? Once they saw that he was unable to smell justice, so they saw that he was a false Messiah. I will say this is interesting, right? Because there's some level of historical debate exactly what happened with Bar Kochva. Here the Gemara seems to indicate that Bar Kochva was killed by the Jews. Other accounts have it that Bar Kochva was killed by the Romans. So okay, so interesting. Either way, Bar Kochva ultimately again leads the failed revolt. Just to point out, remember again, Rabbi Akiva thought that Bar Kochva was Mashiach. So Bar Kochva had a tremendous amount of support, not just as a leader of Klal Yisrael, but as a potential messianic figure as well. Okay, the Gemara goes right there. Daniel, Chanei, Mishal, Ba'azari, B'Chsibu, She'im Bahem Kol Mu'um, U'Maskilim B'Chal Chuma, V'Yodei Das U'Mevine Nada, Asher Koach Bahem La'amol B'Hechal HaMelech, V'Lam Dam Sefer, V'Lashon Kazdei. So it's not this pasuk highlighting the praises of Chanei, Mishal, and Azariah. So the Gemara now goes through it. Or Daniel, Chanei, Mishal, and Azariah. Maya She'im Bahem Kol Mu'um. What does it mean that they had no blemish? Rabbi Chama Bar Chanina Amar Afilu Kirifta to Kuslisa Lo Hababu. They didn't even have like the puncture of a needle of bloodletting. In other words, they were healthy. Baruch Hashem, they never even needed bloodletting. What does it mean that they had the strength to stand in the palace of the king? It means that when they were before the king, they would refrain from any type of laughter, from any type of frivolous chatter, from sleep. And they would abstain from going to the bathroom. They would hold back their knees because of the reverence for the monarchy. So as you ask yourself, so like, what's the pshat? Like, what does it matter? Like, okay, it's interesting information, but so what does it matter for us? So say on a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this: that Daniel, Chanei, Mishal, and Azariah were able to abstain from frivolous laughter, frivolous chatter, sleep, and were even able to restrain their bodily needs because they were in the presence of the king. If they could do all of those things in the presence of a human king, then Allah has the ability that we have to exercise self-restraint and the ability that we have in order not to engage in frivolous activity because we too stand before the king at all times. Incredible. Rabbi Lazar says that all of them, Daniel, Chanei, Mishal, and Azariah, were all some Shevet Yehuda. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani Amar, Daniel b'Bnei Yehuda, Chanei, Mishal, Azariah, Mishar Shvatim. No, so disagreement. So again, so Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani, Daniel was from Yehuda, but everyone else was from other Jews. So the pasuk says, from your sons that will come from you, the king will take them as srisim. Srisim, my srisim. What's a sris? So Rav Amar srisim mamish. Rav says it literally means like a eunuch, right? The king would often castrate his servants in order that they should not be distracted by anything and be wholly and fully devoted to him. And no, what it means is that Avodah Zarah was like cut off. Avodah Zarah was castrated during their days. In other words, like they had a successful ability to remove Avodah Zarah. According to the opinion that says that Avodah Zarah was, so to speak, castrated during their days. According to the opinion that says that they are literal srisim. So what's the pshat in the pasuk? So the Gemara says, "My v'chavel isi bahon chavla denura." It means that ultimately, again, the chavel that the fire had no effect on them. A reference to the kivshana ish, to the story of the furnace that we spent yesterday on. Vaksiv reach nor lo adas behind lo chavla v'lorecha. What it means is again, there was no fire, nor did the scent of smoke impact them as well. So according to the opinion that says that Avodah Zarah was cut off during their days, according to the opinion that says that there are mamish svisim. So ultimately, again, with the pasuk that Hashem make reference of this level of degradation, first the verse says, it could be that it was both. That literally the king castrated them, but also they were able to cut off Avodah Zarah during their days. Incredible. The Gemara goes weiter. Good. According to me, it says that there are mamish svisim. So the pasuk says that they see sayad vashem tov mibanim umibanos. The pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had no physical offspring. Elman da'amish nistar Avodah Zarah b'yemeihem my tov mibanim umibanos. It's better, and it apparently could very well be that before they were made srisim by the king, they had children, and unfortunately, again, those children predeceased them. What does it mean that we're giving them eternal name? They will not be cut off. That's called Sefer Daniel, because ultimately, again, Sefer Daniel is named, obviously, again, by or for Daniel. Michtes, Gemara asks a general question. It's not that I know that Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. Gemara asks an interesting question. Michtes, Kalmili de Ezra Nechemia, ben Chachatz, Kalmili de Ezra, Nechemia ben Chachaya Amidu. So interesting enough, the Gemara says pretty much all of the words, also I want to point out, Rashi points this out, in our Tanakh, right, we have Sfarim, Ezra, and Nehemiah. In reality, there's really only one Sefer called Ezra. It was divided out later on. So the Gemara says something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Nehemiah, said by Nehemiah. So if that's the case, why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? To which the Gemara says, "My Tamilo Ikri Sefer al Shmei." Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Because ultimately, again, Nehemiah took a little bit too much credit for himself. Shneimar Zochra li Elokai Letova. Remember me, my God, for good. I, the David Nami, Neymar Amra, Zachrini Hashem B'Tzonamecha, Paktini B'Shuasecha. I, David Amelech, also said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, remember me, taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have his tefillah granted. To David Rachni of Kabbai. David was asking for Rachmanis. That was like Rachni for Klal Yisrael as well. Yosef Mivei, Shasira B'Gnusa Shorishonim. So I said, this is incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the Sefer named for him. Why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what does this mean? Shneimar va'apachos harishonim asher lefanai echbidu ala'am vayikchu mehem belechem v'yayim v'achar kesef shkalim arba'in. So I will say this is incredible that Ezra disparaged Nehemiah disparaged the leaders that came before him, and ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. Now, what's fascinating about that is, even though he may have been right, it might have been that what he said was factual, you can't malign other Jews. You can't malign other Jews. Listen, we saw this in yesterday's daf, the opinion that says that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah drowned in saliva, right? They drowned in spit. We saw it to Marshall, who said that what does that mean? That they caused the nations of the world to speak negatively about Klal Yisrael for their non-belief. You can't speak negatively about Jews. You just can't. Even if what you're saying is true, and even if a point has to be made, a point has to somehow be made, always holding up the sanctity of the Jew, never deconstructing the other. So therefore, again, because Nehemiah perhaps truthfully, but nevertheless negatively spoke about Klal Yisrael. Therefore, he lost out having a sefer name in him. Gemara said furthermore, he even spoke negatively about Daniel. And we know on to Gadol Mimenu. Now, by the way, how do we know? How do we know that Gadol Mimenu? How do we know that he was greater than him? So the Gemara says. Good, all right, so there's a lot of Rashi here, but okay, we'll do it a different time. Next cycle. You know, I'm the Ksiv, but I see any Daniel Levadi as Hamara, Vanoshim Asher Hayu Imi Lo Ro as Hamara, about Harada Gidol Nafla Aleim, Vayivluchu Bechabe, Vanashim Asher Yolo. So good. So the Gemara says, so how do we know that Daniel was greater than these other people? Because the Pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw it. No one else saw it but Daniel. So the fact that Daniel saw it, no one else saw it, indicates that Daniel is greater. And the Gemara says, who were these other people who were with Daniel but didn't see the vision? The other prophets, Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi. So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision. Daniel saw it. So it's interesting enough, in certain respects, Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel, and in other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, "Inhu adifimine." So ultimately, again, Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were greater than Daniel. The Inhu Navi, the Ihu lo Navi, the Ihu lav Navi. So as I say, interestingly enough, so Chagai, Zechariah, and Malachi were considered to be bona fide Nevi'im. Daniel apparently was a lower grade Navi. The Ihu adif minayhu, the Ihu chaza, the Inhu lo chazu. But Daniel was greater than them because Daniel had this vision and they did not have this vision. So the Gemara says, "V'chine achad lo chazu my taima." It is, well, again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Why were they frightened? What caused the fright? So I said, this is very interesting. I'm sorry. Hafagav the inu lo chazu midi mazlai. Sorry. Hafagav the inu lo chazu midi mazlai chazi. Even though they didn't see anything, their mazel saw. I was saying, what does this mean? What does it mean their mazel saw? So often mazel refers to like astrological signs. In this context, I think what it means is as follows. Every person has a malach, right? Every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them, watches over us, but like a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my malach sees that I don't see. But yet again, it is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach, and therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something and my malach sees something, so that has an impact on it. Gemara says, "Amravina shmamina hayman b'madis afagav di'u lo chazi mazle chazi." This is fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes in life a person could be gripped by fear, and the fear doesn't even make sense, right? The fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear, but they don't know why? Sometimes that could mean that my mazel saw something, my malach saw something, even though I didn't see it, my malach saw it, and that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "My takante." So what's the takana for that? In other words, let's say a person is gripped by fright, and they're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to get out of this emotion. Lin shok miduchte arba ganidi. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, dalaramas. Jump away, dalaramas. Inami, likri kriyashma, or say shma, v'ikai b'makom hamitunofes, and if ultimately, again, you're standing in a place where halacha l'maisa again it's dirty, so you can't say shema. What should you say? Leimahaki. Say the following: Iza de beitabcha shmeina minai. The goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. Okay. So what exactly is that? So perhaps the Gemara is teaching us, Ravina is teaching us three profound ideas. There are times in life when a person is gripped by fear, and there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. Now I said, what's the chaf of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear has the ability to literally paralyze me and keep me in place. What do you do in life when you are seized by fear? So there's three possibilities. Number one, jump dalaramas, which means move yourself forward. Number one is don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only dalaramas. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is clear is if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. Right? Nothing happens. So first thing when seized by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount, move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. What is it? What is it? Anchor yourself in that Baruch Hu. Shema is the ultimate, which I tell myself to Baruch Hu. The greatest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. So you're seized by not like unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema. Connect yourself to Baruch Hu. That will give you the clock to move forward. And I will say, lastly, what should you do? Say the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. What is that? What is that? Sometimes I will say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this isn't real. This is not real. So that statement of the goat in the slaughterhouse is fatter than me, it's just like a statement. I kind of, how do you feel when you say that? What's your reaction when you say that statement? You giggle a little bit, right? There's like a smile. Like the idea over here is so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is you break the hold on here by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. Say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. You're gripped by paralyzing fear, move yourself forward and be yourself and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward even in the midst of the most mobilizing fear. Incredible. So Gemara says, the Gemara says, federal of men in the middle of a right is open, and only the memra is closed. So it's incredible. So this passage is by Chizkiyo, the king of Yehuda. So Hakadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach. The Sancheriv go Umago. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to do battle with Chizkiyo. Hashem wanted to make him Gog Umago. Remember again, there's this war of Gog Umago, which is this ultimate showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messianic era. So Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach and Sancheriv. Gog Umago. I want to meet this at the Nechos Shachar Shalom. Umat David Melech Yisrael Shomer Kamashiyos Shvachos Lefanecha Lo Asisa Mashiach. So the Midas Hadin, the attribute of strict justice, comes to the Baruch Shalom. It's almost like there's like a system of checks and balances, like Lahadla Baruch Hu. Baruch Shalom is ready to go to make Chizkiyo Melech. Midas Hadin says, what? David was greater than Chizkiyo, and you didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, V'lo Asisa Mashiach Chizkiyo Shasis L'Kol Nisim. Right, so Chizkiyo she'asa kol nisim alalu, v'lo amar shir lefanecha ta'aseh Mashiach. So again, Chizkiyo ultimately again he did so many miracles for, and yet unfortunately he didn't sing Shira. David sang so much Shira, Tefer Tehillim. Chizkiyo did so many miracles for him. He didn't sing Shira. You're going to make him Mashiach. L'kach nistatim. Therefore the mem, right? The mem which represents Mashiach. The mem was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make Chizkiyo Mashiach, and then the mem was closed because the Midas Hadin shut it down, preventing Chizkiyo from coming Mashiach. I will say, what do you see from here? What prevented Chizkiyo from becoming Mashiach? His lack of Shira. You see from here the power of gratitude to the Ribono Shel Olam, and the ability, the greatness of David HaMelech was not only Shira, but it was Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira in times of happiness, in times of tragedy, the avoda of the Yidden, that is the Kriyach. The ability to sit to HaKadosh Baruch Hu no matter what's happening in life. The Gemara goes like, Miyad, Pascha Aretz V'Amel L'Fanav Ribono Shel Olam. It's such a beautiful Gemara. The earth, says Hashem, Ani Omer Stefanecha Shira Tachas Tzadik Zeh V'Aso Mashiach. Wow. V'Aso Mashiach. The earth says, please, make Chizkiyo Mashiach. He didn't sing Shira, I'll sing Shira for Chizkiyo. I'll sing Shira on his behalf. The Gemara says, "Paskava Amar Shir Lefanav Shneimar Miknei Haaretz Zmiros Shalom Tzvirat Tzadik." Amar Sarah Olam Lefanav Ribono Shel Olam Sivyono Asa L'Tzadik Zeh. So ultimately, again, with Sarah Olam. Interestingly enough, Rashi says, "Malach Shekola Olam Masar Biyado." So whatever this means, apparently there's like a Malach is like universe CEO. He's the Baruch Hu delegates to him. So the Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Shamanu Tzvilat Tzadik. Sarah Olam Shamar Asa Tzivyono Shel Tzadik. So the Sarah Olam says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, it seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the Tzadik. Yatzavas Kova Amra Razi Li. So we'll say, so the Sarah Olam says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, okay, so let's go. Make Chizkiyo Mashiach. Now the earth has said shir on his behalf. Right? He didn't say shir. Earth says shir on his behalf. The Baskel came out and said, Razili, Razili, the secrets of the world are for me. He says, I changed my mind, Kibiyachol, and Chizkiyahu is not going to be Mashiach. Amar Navi, Oili, Ad Masai. So the Navi says, woe to me, right? How long? Now the Navi is lamenting that Mashiach will come. So they're saying, when will Mashiach come? Yazis Abaskal Amra, Bogdim, Bagdu, Ubagad, Bogdim, Ubagad, Bogdim, Bagdu, what does it mean? Amra, Eternity, Scott, Ad the Asu, Bozeze, the Bozeze. Until again, literally, there are enemies and enemies of enemies, meaning that unfortunately, Klal Yisrael has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Masa Doma Elai Kori Misir, Shomer Man Milaila, Shomer Man Milel, Amr Yochanan, Osa Chamuna Ruchos, Duma Shmo. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Duma. So the Gemara says, Netzkap Tukala Ruchos, Eitzav Duma. So all of the winds came to Duma. Amrulo, Shomer Ma Milaila, Shomer Ma Milel. So essentially, again, I want to say, if you take a look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Sar HaRuchos, Shanashamos Nifkados Eslo, Bahainu Masa Duma Kach Amar Duma Elai. So interesting enough, Rashi understands that Ruach over here is not wind, but instead Ruach is Neshamas. Neshamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Neshamas. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Ma Milel, Ma Davar, Masai Keitza Geula Milel Zat. When is Geula going to come? I want to say it's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is highlighting over here is we often think that we are the only ones, we, being mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constantly and consistently pushing for Mashiach, which you begin to see is something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. Universe wants Mashiach. And everything is constantly pushing for Mashiach. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer, Asa Boker V'Gam Laila, Intibayun Bayun Shuv Asayu. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker V'Gam Laila, Intibayun Bayun. So ultimately, again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great light. Rashi says, Asa Boker V'Tmiya, this from the Lokasa B'Hu V'Nachman Amar Sar Kach Amar Shomer HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Asa Boker Gula Tavo V'Gam Laila, Avam Etchila Tia Galus Habe. Morning will come, but before morning there will be a great night. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer Asa Boker V'Gam Laila Intibayun Bayu to Shuvas. So there's two things. So morning will come. But when will morning will come? Number one, Intibayun. If you yearn for it, you have to yearn for it. The Baruch was not going to give us anything if we don't yearn for it. And number two, Shuvasayu. Ultimately, again, we have to do tshuva. So I'll say two elements. It's interesting. There's using many elements to Geula. But here, the Malach who's in charge of the Shema says, what is Kosh Baruch waiting for? Number one, he needs us to want it. If we don't want it badly enough, he's not going to give it us. And number two, become Bali Tshuva. If we can have these two elements, at the end of the day, Mashiach will come. Incredible. Tarmishur, Rabbi Pappas. Ginai hu Chizkiyahu,
Jake, can you hear me?
Robbie, why do you like sit in a bed all day?
Why not, baby? I do it for world peace.
Do it for world peace?
Yeah, dog. I stream my life 24 hours a day.
But dude, like, is it kind of sad?
No, not at all. I mean, tons of people. I have 2,000 people in my Discord. How many do you have in yours?
3K.
That's really good, dude. How'd you get 3K?
Invited people to TikTok.
Oh, okay, well, that's really good, man. How'd you find out about me, Jay?
Well, someone told me that there's like this guy living on Discord, so I was like, oh, cool.
Absolutely. Okay, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, Jay, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've not seen that movie.
Okay, that's cool. It's basically a story of a person whose entire life is on camera, as is mine. If you didn't know, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. So, Jay, that may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I want to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
So, do you want to become a president or something?
No, I don't want to be president. I actually try to stay apolitical.
So, how is world peace working by you streaming all day?
Absolutely. So, firstly, it shows the world that we're all not that different. No matter what your race, gender, creed, we're all basically the same. 99.9% of all people have the same shared DNA. And we do basically the same things, and we enjoy the same things. We enjoy laughing, we enjoy making friends, we enjoy traveling, we enjoy learning, education. These are all things that human beings have that we have in common. Now, additionally, I talk about things to change the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. Sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the LifeStrap program, and most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. All of these ideas will change the world when people find out about them.
Dude, but so how is this cannot end world hunger though? Like I don't think this is really. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, we've already built wells in developing nations, so that's something that we've done to actually help end world thirst.
But what is the point of you streaming though? How is that ending? That's not ending world hunger though. I just you streaming.
Well, the types of technology that I just mentioned, most of them you probably haven't heard of, and most of them the world hasn't heard of. But there are opportunities for the world to be able to utilize technology to solve its own problems. I talk about other things that are very interesting to people, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. All right, Jay, peace out, Girl Scout.
We'll say first wide lines at the end. It's the widest line. So it was embarrassing for Tzio that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. Shene Emar Miknaf Aretz Miro Shamanu Tzila Tzadik. Keltz Regaver Ata Omer. Vayomer Yisro. So we'll say other examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. Yisro, Baruch Hashem Yisro says, "Blessed is God who saved you, Klal Yisrael." Rabbi Papis, Moshe B'Shishim Rivo, Shelo Amru Baruch Sheba Yisro v'Amar Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. Moshe and Klal Yisrael didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along and said Baruch. Now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira as Yashir Moshe ben Yisrael, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisro came along. And that was embarrassing that Yisro was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisro. So what's this? Interestingly enough, Vayichad, what does that mean? Rav Amar, Shehevir Cherev Chada al Besaro. He circumcised himself. Yisro was so impressed with all my Klal Yisrael. He wanted to join the race of Klal Yisrael. He gave himself bris milah. Shmuel says, Shenase Chadudim Kol Besari. He got goosebumps. Why? So the Gemara says, Amarav. So we'll say it's interesting that the goosebumps are understood to mean that Yisro was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again, as much as he was awed by what Hakadosh Baruch Hu did, he was a member of the Umos Olam. He was a member of the nations of the world, and he was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to the Gentile nations of Egypt. So the Gemara says, Amarav. We see from Yohan Gami Inshi, Kiyura Adasara Dario Tivza Aramai Kalei. You see a very important yisod that in front of a convert, do not disparage Gentiles for up to 10 generations. So listen, this is just such a fascinating idea. And on one hand, when someone converts, what do we say? Gershin is guy, dummy. You're a new person. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. I would say, but it's fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Doesn't mean I don't have a past, which is sounds a little bit contradictory, but only Jews can live in this world of contradictions. So the Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact about what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel that thing. So Yisro, remember again, Yisro left everything in order to come to Klal Yisrael. He's a Gerek, in other words, he circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, L'chein, Yishalach Adon Hashem Tzvagos Mishman of Razon, my Mishman of Razon, Amar Kadosh Baruch Hu, Yav Chizkiyo, Sheyish Lo Shmo Shemos, V'yifra Misancheir Sheyish Lo Shmo Shemos. Let Chizkiyo, remember, there's a lot of allusions, see more over here, this between, let Chizkiyo, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer, or I should say overcome, V'yifra, exact punishment from Sancherim, who has 8 names. So now we're just supposed to the names. Chizkiyo Dichsev, Ki Yalad Yulad Lanu, Ben Nitin Lanu, Vati Hamishra Al Shechmo, V'yikra Shmo, Pele Yoetz, El Gibor, Adiad, Sar Shalom, I Va'ika Chizkiyo. Okay, but what about his actual name, Chizkiyo? First one says, interestingly enough, Chizkiyo might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name, Shechasku Ka. Chizkiyo really is just a descriptive name that Baruch Hu gave him strength. Davar Akar, Chizkiyo Shma, Chizkiyo Shechizek Es Yisrael Avim Shvat Shemayim. So we'll say other possibilities. Once again, Chizkiyo is not a real name, it's a descriptive name. Why is he called Chizkiyo? Ultimately, because he strengthened the bond between Klal Yisrael and the Kadosh Baruch Hu. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheirav, what are Sancheirav? All Sancheira's names. Tzivbei, Tiglas, Pileser, Planeser, Shalmaneser, Pool, Sargon, Asanpar, Rava, V'Yakira. Okay, I Ve'ika Sancheirav. What about Sancheirav? Right? In other words, that they forgot about that name. Which the Gemara says, no. Also, that's descriptive. The Gemara says, Shesichaso Riv. He was very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Right? Sancheirav, we're going to see spoken in quarrelsome fashion. Shesach V'Nicher Dvarim Klapei Mala. That literally, again, he spoke and he was defiant with his words to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. All right, incredible. So Rabbi Yochanan, the famous also Rashali Grosso, Asanpa Rava V'Yakira. So says, here's what's interesting. So Sancheirav, if you look at some of these names, Sancheirav was actually given some pretty significant titles. This Asanpar Rava V'Yakira. So leaving aside Asanpar for just a moment, Rava V'Yakira means great and precious. How was Sancheirav given these names? This is wild. Because Sancheirav, right now, remember Sancheirav, who caused much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Ad bo'i v'lakachti eschem el eretz ka'artzechem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheirav, when he was exiling Jews, what did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. He doesn't say a land better than your land. Rather, he says a land like your land. He was careful about how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel both said, so Chadamar Melech Pikei Chaya, Chadamar Melech Tipei Shaya. One says that Sancheirav was very wise, and one says Sancheirav was very foolish. How so? The Mandar Melech Pikei Chaya, according to the one who said that he was a smart king, Yihav Amina Lahu Adifa Me'araychu, Amru Kamashakris. So I'll say, so ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because, so Sancheirav knew, if he would tell the Jews, I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Eretz Yisrael. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Right? Mandar Melech Tipei Shaya. So therefore he purposely said, I'll take you to a land like your land. Mandar Melech Tipei Shaya, the opinion that says that he was a foolish king. I'm sorry, Mandar Melech Tipei Shaya, Imkain Mai Labuse. The owner says that he was foolish is apparently Sancheirav is trying to get the buy-in of the Jews for relocation. So if you're going to get their buy-in for relocation to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? He should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, because the Gemara says, Lahecha Adlilu, where did he supposed to say? So find out how incredible this is. Right? So Sancheriv is held in higher esteem by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. He killed Jews, he exiled Jews, he tripped them, but he never spoke negatively about them.
Hello.
Such an incredible idea. So the Gemara is like, Lahecha Adlilu, by the way, where did Sancheriv exile the Jews to? So the Gemara says, La Afriki. So Afriki, Amar, Lahari Sulug.
Yo, can you hear me?
Hari Sulug. Find different places we exile them.
How are you?
Yisrael Sipru.
What are you talking about? How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. What's new?
What is what?
What's new? Jay, you're the same person who was in here earlier. Okay, cool, man.
Unfortunately, as much as Sancheriv never spoke negatively about Eretz Yisrael, Klal Yisrael did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. Kimatu Sos, when they came to this place called Sos, Omri, Shavya Ki Arim. They called it Sos. They named it Sos because they said, oh, this new land is just as nice as our land. Kimatu Almin, when they came to a place called Almin, Amru Ki Almin. They said, ultimately, again, this is like our land as well. Kimatu Sos Trey, when they came to a place called Sos Trey, Omri Al-Chad Trim. They said, this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, I will say, this has unfortunately been sometimes the downfall of Klal Yisrael throughout the ages, where we find ourselves in new lands, and we deceive ourselves into thinking that where we are is actually better than Eretz Yisrael. Now, not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but to think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow it's even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even a Sancheriv. So he was always careful about how he spoke about the sanctity, or how he spoke just about the land itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, good. Good. V'sachas kivodo yikod ki yikod eish. Rabbi Yochanan. Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Rashi says over here, Tachas kufa mamish shaguf kain u'neshama nesrachas. So we'll say, this is talking about, again, when Sancheriv's army was defeated. So how was it defeated? So the Gemara says, Tachas kivodo v'lo kivodo mamish. Sancheriv's army, we're going to see, their bodies remained intact. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, Kihad Rabbi Yochanan, Karile Lamani Mach Bedusai. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his clothing those things that give me honor. So this is actually very reminiscent of the Gemara that we saw yesterday, that even in this time of Sakana, a person should make sure to keep himself intact. Right? The Gemara says, like even when they're thrown into the furnace, they made sure that they're wearing proper clothing. Your clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are, and how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So as I say, therefore, your clothes, interesting, your clothing is what gives you honor. So the Moshe Rabbeinu Matachas Kvodo Mamish Kisveifas Bnei Aaron Mala Alon Sveifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim Avkan Sveifas Neshama V'Guf Kayim. So we'll say, just like by the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too, when Sancheriv's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So the Paro Sheba Atzmo Nifra Kadosh Baruch Hu B'Atzmo. This is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself, like this. Paro says, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Kolo. So Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment comes directly from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sancheriv, Shechiriv, both say Amud Beis. Sancheriv, Shechiriv, Ayidei Shaliach. Sancheriv ultimately again, who kind of blasphemed through a Shaliach. HaKadosh Baruch Hu nifra mimenu. Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu mimenu Ayidei Shaliach. So ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shaliach. Okay, so what's going on over here? So the Gemara says, Paro B'Sidei, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Kolo. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes. Who is Hashem that I should listen to him? Nifrak and the Shbaruch Hu Ben Abiyatzma. Shbaruch Hu exacts punishment from him himself. Tefsid, Vayinar Hashem Es Mitzrayim B'Soch Hayam. By Yam Suf. Hashem himself stirred the waters of Yam Suf. Barachta bayam susecha. Sancheriv dechsev biyad malachecha charachta Hashem. So ultimately, again, biyad malachecha cherpas Hashem. So ultimately, again, Sancheriv, who says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, Sancheriv doesn't say straight out a statement of blasphemy, but rather, again, he says it kind of indirectly. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, Nifra HaKadosh Baruch Hu mimeno ayedei shaliach. The Baruch Hu exactly punishment from him through shaliach as well. B'chsiv, vayetze malach Hashem, vayach b'machane asher mea v'shmonin v'chamishim elef. So it says, remember again, this was the, just, this is like the incredible story where Chizkiyahu essentially said, like, Baruch Hu, there was no way for Klal Yisrael to defeat the army of Sancheriv. So this is the famous story where Chizkiyahu goes to sleep at night. He says, Baruch Hu, I'm going to go to sleep, and you do you. You work your magic. And miraculously, that night, 185,000 soldiers died in the just died. So that, if you notice, the letters, Vayetze Malach, it wasn't that Kadosh Baruch Hu, he did it himself, but ultimately again, right, like you see on Pesach, Ani v'lo Malach, this was Malach v'lo Ani. Kadosh Baruch Hu sent the Malach. Why indirect? Why indirect? Sancheriv blasphemed indirectly. Therefore, Kadosh Baruch Hu exactly punished indirectly. Chanina bar Papa Rami Ksiv, Morom Kitzo, Ksiv Morom Kitzo. Shabbos says this is very interesting. So the Gemara says Marom Kitzo, which literally means again the heavens. The heavens are his abode, and then it says Malon Kitzo. Malon literally means like a domicile, a dwelling, right? Rashi says over here Marom Kitzo b'Yishaya, Malon Kitzo b'Malachim. Marom Kitzo mashma dira shamata. So one talks about the dwelling of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on high, when on earth. Amar also Rasha. Betchila achre dira shamata, yachakach achre dira shamata. So you can see the unholy aspirations of Sancheriv. And Sancheriv says, first, I will destroy the house of God in this world. And then afterwards, again, I'll destroy the house of God in the celestial sphere. Hashem amar Eli, Allah ala aretz azos v'yishchisa. So this is very interesting. So one of the fascinating ideas about Sancheriv is Sancheriv felt that he received divine instructions to go and destroy Eretz Yisrael. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. So Rashi says over here. So again, before I get Rashi, so Rashi says, "Ata hamibaladei Hashem alisa alamakol hazeh." So Sancheriv says, "Would I march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God?" Hashem amar Eli, alei ala aretz hazos v'shchisa. Hashem has said to me, come to this nature, which is pretty wild. So Sancheriv is essentially saying that he's acting by the word of God. So Mike says, what are you talking about? Where did Sancheriv get from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to destroy Israel? Where did we ever hear such a thing like this? So the Gemara says, "B'shon Navi B'Kamar, Ya'an Kima Sa'amar Zeh, Esmi Ashilach Ha'olchem La'at La'at, U'Misos Es Ratzon U'Ben Remal Yom." So what happened? So interestingly enough, so Sancheriv overhears the Navi. He hears the Navi talking, the Navi Yeshaya talking, and the Navi says that essentially Klal Yisrael has forsaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Klal Yisrael Ma'as, they've degraded HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and ultimately again it's Mei Shilach Ha'olchem La'at. They have forsaken the Shiloach waters which flow gently, and instead they have gone ahead and taken to Ratzon and Rimazal. So we'll see what it means in just a little bit. All right. So Yosef says, were it not for the explanation of this pasuk, we would have no idea what it's talking about. Right. We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comment. So the Gemara says, Chalaf, Dikatz Ama Hadem B'Malchusa D'Beis David. So this nation has forsaken the Davidic kingdom, right? This nation has forsaken Malchus Beis David. That that are kind to them and speak to them softly, the way the Shiloach waters flow, right? The Shiloach comes as a spring-fed stream, and it flows gently. So this nation was governed by Malchus Beis David, who governed them and looked after them in such a kind and beautiful way, and they give that all up, right? They have forsaken that. And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and they go to other things, right? They go ahead and they go essentially to Avodah Zarah. So what's interesting over here is, so Sancheriv hears the Navi taking Klal Yisrael to task, and he feels, okay, so Klal Yisrael is not doing the right thing. Obviously, again, it's time for them to lose that they hold most dear. It's based on Eretz Yisrael. Ma'aras Hashem Beis Yisrael, Navi Tzadik Yivorach. Ma'aras Hashem Beis Yisrael. What does it mean again? That ultimately the person Hashem is in the house of the Rasha. Zeh Pekach ben Ramayo. So say, by the way, Pekach ben Ramayo was the king over Malchus Yisrael. And he was king of Malchus Yisrael. He was a Rasha. So how is he such a Rasha? Speaking. He would literally again 40 pigeons for dessert. So apparently again, pigeon was a big dessert. So lucky till you try it, right? So again, he would eat all these pigeons and he still would not be full. I was saying, what is that?
Is that a website?
It highlights a gluttonous type of lifestyle. I will say, what Avodah Zarah, but in general, whenever you see Avodah Zarah, what do you see alongside Avodah Zarah? Hedonistic pain. Like Rav Shlomo Hirsch brings down, what's the chiluk between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? What's the chiluk? Avodah Zarah, you make God in your image. Avodah Hashem is I make myself. What does everybody love about Avodah Zarah? I will say, if you notice by saying very quickly, about Avodah Zarah is, even when Klal Avodah Zarah, it's not like they stopped worshiping Hashem. Very often, they were still worshiping Hashem with Avodah Zarah. So if you're worshiping Hashem, why are you bringing Avodah Zarah? Because Avodah Zarah is great. How does Avodah Zarah work? Here's how it works. But maybe you know if someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one is write down all the stuff you want to do in life, right? All the stuff you really want to do. Okay, then make a new system of theology that allows for all of that. I want to do suddenly again, never, but it's a mitzvah, and then all the stuff that you really don't care about not doing, make that all the losas things, right? All the stuff you really want to do, you want arayis, you want tarifus, you want tumult, like that becomes all of the mitzvahs, right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So wherever you see Avodah Zarah, you see a heightened form of hedonistic here, because that's what it's all about. It's actually not about the theology. It's really never about the theology. It's about that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has very high expectations of us. And therefore, he tells us we can't do a lot of stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. I've always said, but I want to do that stuff. So I create a new system of theology in order to allow for all of that to occur. So Pekach ben Ramayo is eating all of these pigeons, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's an Ovid Avodah Zarah. Ovid Avodah Zarah is a heathen. Okay, so goes like it's incredible. What was Chizkiyahu's meal? Chizkiyahu would eat a little bit of vegetables, and he would be full. I was saying he was a king. He could have had anything he wanted, but he didn't need a lot. He did not need a lot. Which I was saying also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in the material, that may be an indication that our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu might not be as it should. I will say, remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life, and we're always trying to fill it. The issue just is, if I have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't have a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then I'm filling it with all of the wrong things. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, "V'lachein, hinei Hashem ala alei esmei hanar ha'atzum ba'alam mesmelach Ashur." So again, because of Klal Yisrael's non-compliance, Hashem says, "I'm going to bring against you the king of Ashur, Siv, the Chavrav B'Yehuda Shadef V'Avar Atzava Yahia." Ella, my time, and it shows us therefore again. So Sancheriv hears this. Sancheriv hears all this stuff, and he hears. The Navi literally says, "What's like that?" Sancheriv was the king of Ashur. The Navi literally says, because of compliance, right? Because of evil behavior, I'm bringing against the king of Ashur. So Sancheriv says, "Okay, God wants me to do this. So if God wants me to do this, if that's the case, Elamai time, if Sancheriv actually did the will of God, why was he punished?" The Gemara says, "No, the Asar says, Shvatim is Navi."
check them
Even
out,
your
and then
tactic Yerushalayim.
like
Very
they'll give you
simple.
their number. And you
Sancheriv was the tool of Hashem to exact punishment against the 10 tribes. He was the one who was responsible to exile the 10 tribes.
Every time I
He had no business in
every time I sold
Yerushalayim.
shit,
Sancheriv set his sights on Yerushalayim as well.
And there's this one lady.
So ultimately, again, so the Navi tells Sancheriv, you overstepped. You overstepped. Your avodah was to exact punishment from the 10 tribes. You set your sights on Yerushalayim so that you don't have any power on. Right? Ultimately, again, literally, you cannot go ahead. The Am Ha'ayef, so the tired nation. They'll say, who's the tired nation? It's interesting. It's Klal Yisrael. We're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering, tired because we toil in Torah, tired because we're constantly building a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. So the Gemara says, "My keis harishon hakel artzas v'un v'artza naftali ba'achron yichbid derech hayam ever arden gadol hagayim lo karishonim shekilu ma'alein al Torah." So ultimately, again, we are not like the early ones. This is reference to Malchus Yisrael, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah. Aval achronim Malchus Yehuda shekilu alein al Torah. So we'll say this is fascinating. So Sancheriv, you can have control over Malchus Yisrael. Why? Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. And when you throw off the yoke of Torah, you have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus Yehuda. Because of Malchus Yehuda, they took upon themselves the yoke of Torah, and they were deserving of miracles, like literally again, like the splitting of the Yam Suf and the splitting of the Yarden. So the Gemara says, "M'chozer b'mutav ve'imla mi'as so lo galil ba'golim." So Sancheriv, if you turn back, right, don't go to war against Malchus Yehuda, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, I will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Right? Rashi says over here, you'll become a source of degradation, right? The laughing stock amongst it. This is the Sancheriv. So we'll say, interestingly enough, Sancheriv did have a divine mission by the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael. But his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the Beis Hamikdash, going after Yerushalayim. So the Gemara goes weiter. So Achari Hadvarim, Va'ema Sa'ila Basancher Melech Ashur, Vayavo Yehuda, Vayichan ala Arim Habetzuros, Vayomer Ka'am Elav. So ultimately, against that, Sancheriv makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, "Hay Rishna lahai Parndasha." Rashi says over here, "V'chim Medin Daron Kazel LaAdon Kazel V'chim Nesha Emes V'Chizkiyahu Basancheriv." So we'll say, now the Gemara asks an interesting question. Why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? Right? After all, again, Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of having Sancheriv march against him? In other words, we'll say, as much as Chizkiyahu is successful over Sancheriv, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of difficulty. So Chizkiyahu was such a...
Can you hear me, big dog? How you living, Pimp? How'd you find out about me, Chewy? Yeah, I figured that. I think I remember you. But how did you find out about me? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Very well. All right. What's new with those servers? Okay. Yeah. I'm in agreement with you on that. That FAG one, I met the owner of it, and he said I could stream in there all I wanted, which he was absolutely right. I could. But the people in there were so toxic that like I didn't really want to interact with them. Yeah, I did my best to be as nice to them as possible, and I did talk with them. All right, well, should we go pound sand, dog? That's just how it goes, baby.
Why did he deserve to have this fear of Sancheir marching against him.
I'm so pissed over this fucking Esther Janty trade. Of course he gets fucking 33 points.
What happened?
Fuck
So
this shit.
who swore
Lamar Jackson
that
gets injured
was
in the
going to
same
come
fucking week. I should
on,
never
was
sleep.
going to go ahead and march against
Worse.
Chizkiyo. What happened over there? Amar, Yamina Chizkiyo, my sinless Sancherev, Umesar Galei Biadach. So here's what happened. Hashbal was like this. If I tell Chizkiyo that I'm bringing Sancherev against you, but don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyo going to say? Amar, lo hava beina, lo bisus beina. Hashbal, do me a favor. I appreciate what you're trying to do. Remember again, by bringing Sancherev against Chizkiyo, and then by delivering a stunning victory to Chizkiyo. Chizkiyo didn't do anything. Hashbal wiped out the entire army of Sancherev. There was a massive Kiddush Hashem. There was a massive, wave of Emunah. But Chizkiyo would have said, you know what, God, it's okay. Let's call it even, right?
I honestly
don't bring Sancherev and don't bring Islamic. Right? There's too much anxiety, too much fear that it's going to cause. Just leave it alone. Miyad kavetz Hashbaruch v'nishba d'maisina lei. Hashbaruch therefore swore. He said, no, I'm bringing Sancherev. Shnei amar nishba Hashem tzavakos lemar imo kasher dinisi kein haisa v'kasher ya'atzti hi takum l'shpor ashur ba'artzi v'al har avusenu v'sar me'alev olu v'savalo me'al shet lo yasor. Shamar Chodesh Baruch Hu Hashem said, Yavo Sancherev v'siyaito v'yasa avus l'chizkiyo v'siyaito. I'm going to bring Sancherev, but Sancherev and his chevra, they're going to become like a trough. They're like a trough for Chizkiyo and his kingdom. So I want to point out what a profound Gemara this is, right? Sometimes, right, we'll say, we have this
basketball that I got there.
Sefer Siduro Shel Shabbos.
Legendary.
He brings this down by Yaakov. That after Yaakov found out, that Yosef was alive.
So they're doing the
So the
thing.
Siduro Shel Shabbos says,
You got that Lark Lemon there. What that was better than Michael Jordan, maybe. And
I'm so happy.
I'm like, oh, Dad, can I get a basketball?
Everything worked out well.
Why? Because we never,
but I have a
really ever got shit.
Instead of everything working out well, why don't you instead what?
And I'm like,
leave it alone.
And these motherfuckers are spinning the ball.
Leave it alone. And you can spare me ultimately again 20 plus years of doing something. That's why the Pasuk says, he offered up Karbanos Le'elokei Yitzchak.
I don't know.
Yaakov offered up Karbanos to the God of his father. What was Yitzchak? Yitzchak was Midas Hadin, strict justice. Sometimes strict justice says we don't understand why Kodesh Baruch Hu does things. So it's interesting because over here, Kodesh Baruch Hu knew that had he divulged his plan to Chizkiyo Melech Yehuda, Chizkiyo would have said, God, sounds great, but don't do it. Don't do it. If everything's going to end happily ever after, just leave things alone. And I will say so many times in life, we have this fundamental question. Yeah, things work out. I'm in a stressful crisis situation, difficult situation. It turns out well. And I have such hope, but there's like this piece of me that thinks, but why did you do it? Very nice, you brought the salvation, but the same God who brought the salvation is also what? The same God who brought the crisis. So I have a counterpose of Hashbaruch Hu. Don't bring the crisis, and you won't need the salvation. So that's the Hashbaruch of Hashbaruch Hu. That's where the emotion runs the world. Somehow the crisis was necessary. It's not just the resolution that's necessary. The crisis itself was necessary. Sometimes those are things that we just will never understand. Let's go a little bit weiter. Says the Gemara, Yasser Sifo me'al shechmecha, va'olom me'alecha tzavrecha, v'choveh ol mipnei shmai. So Baruch Hu tells Chizkiyo, don't worry, everything's going to be okay, and the yoke of Sancherev will be lifted upon you, mipnei shaman. Shman. The word say shman literally means the oil. What's the oil? This is beautiful. Chovel Olsha Sancherev Neshman Shachizkiyo. Literally, again, the yoke of Sancherev was lifted upon from Klal Yisrael because of the oil of Chizkiyo. What's the oil of Chizkiyo? Of course, this is beautiful. There was constant oil, constant light. Oil represents light. Constant light burning in the Bati Medrash, in the base Medrash, all over Malchus Yudah from times Chizkiyo. Ma'asa. What did Chizkiyo do? He put a sword at the entrance of the base Medrash, and he said, "Va'amar, kol mi she'ena osik b'Torah, yidaker b'cherev zu." He said, "Whoever leaves the base Medrash will be stabbed with this sword." He stabbed this sword. Now, what does this mean? Is literally going to kill people left base Medrash? No, it's figurative. What Chizkiyo was trying to tell Klal Yisrael was the following idea: Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life. That's what he was saying. Sometimes we look at Torah, and what's Torah? Oh, it's very nice. It's beautiful. Dr. Aaron Tversky has a beautiful idea. He says, he points out, which he says, it always intrigued him how he's what he's talking about, how people fall asleep during the drasha. So he said people fall asleep during the drasha. He says, it's not a new phenomenon. It's minhag Yisrael, minhag avosinu b'yadenu. Right? It falls asleep during the drasha. He says, what's that? He says, can you imagine? Right? You're lost in a bad neighborhood. We'll say these are the days. This is a dated marshal, like the 4 ways. You're in a bad neighborhood, and you go into a gas station to go ahead and get directions, and the guy's giving you directions. And can you imagine, like in the middle of directions, you're like this, right? He says no one's nodding off in the middle. Why? Because that's going to save your life. He says if we realized that words of Torah literally are life-saving, that words of Torah are life-saving, hey, then we would never nod off. Sometimes the rabbi speaks too long. God, right? Or whatever. So, and it's not everybody is an orator. Okay, fair.
Look at this, entonces.
I saw Demi fuck around with Superman one day, and she ran out of that hole and smacked Demi in that foot. Demi didn't know what had happened. He just ran away, and she went right back to the hole like nothing fucking happened. The two girls, old and fat now, so she can't move like she used to. But those two girls, they go fucking beat my knee until this day. I don't know my face by you. Yeah, I don't know my face by you. The only way I'll put my face by you is if she looking that way. I'm bitten from behind. I kiss her in the head. If you get neatly wound up, don't move your hair real quick. That hand is history. She'll clock it twice and then bite the fingertip. So you have to get her excited for her to turn, and once she's turned, you go back and she'll turn real quick. There's one twice. Crazy thing you have to know. You have to know this when he doesn't. You've never seen it. You've seen it maybe once or twice. They don't want to be played with. They don't want to be fucked with. They don't want to be loved. Oh, I got my girl. She's my princess. Really? Oh, I was playing with her when I started bleeding from my nose. Oh, I got warm around me. She'll play with me. She's the cutest cat I've ever seen at that age. And her face is just. I've never seen a face like that in a cat when you get her happy. Yeah, really. She's really cute. You play with her, you with the string, and you play with her like you can play with her for a long time. She's that type of cat, but he will leave her alone. Because she knows I'm getting pissed off already. Like she'll say this, I'm getting pissed off with this motherfucker. So I'm gonna leave. Like if Debbie's there, and I'm giving Debbie love, when she comes up, I gotta drop her. She doesn't want no games. She doesn't bother you a lot. She doesn't come out every night, but when she comes out, it's rare. And when I put him down as he's leaving, she'll smile at him. She'll look at him like, what the fuck? Just for being there? Just for being there? Just for fucking principle? Jesus Christ. She'll come over and she'll let me pet her head, rub her head, call her beautiful, and I pick her up along the day. And on her own, she'll just take off. That's it. I think this is why cats like get a bad name. Because this is like why I don't have a cat. Look, besides the allergies, this is my only experience with cats. Either they hate or they don't eat. So like your cats are like the first cats that are like actually enjoyable. Oh, they're very enjoyable to be around because that's the love I've given. You follow me, you get what you give in with anything. With anything. And I don't know, at the point I read that cat was what it's the dumbest fucking thing to talk about. But it really is. It was like I needed something to take care of, filled that void. I don't know, because we got it off right away. And it got to the point where it slowed me down for a bit. I would come home in the afternoon, just staying up with dinner, just to play with him, just to brush him, check his teeth, the whole fucking thing. I liked him. But I would still do the same with the dog. When I had Hercules, I gave that dog love the world I had.
You set it up in a way that, like, okay, you're saying something that's actually factually inaccurate. Now, let's be real. I don't necessarily think they know what's going on yet. There's a lot of weird shit going on. First of all, there was that one guy who was the Alright, so you got this guy who starts yelling out, did he take his pants off? This guy, was that guy, he was at the Boston bombing. So he called in a fake bomb at another show. And then he did this at this thing. Right after he was of this guy. That's the state of mind at the moment someone gets shot. He yells out and says, I did it, takes his pants off, something like that. I don't know exactly what he did. Then, ready for this, he gets arrested for right away. So it was right after this whole fight. So what jail he came to me when I came back from Syracuse.
So it was October.
All these different things.
So the last thing is I had GPT. One day there was an article on the odds. Let's say I've seen different events and be involved. And I didn't know what to do. This is I really didn't know what to do. I didn't know what kind of argument was. He's professional. He gets backyard. I enjoyed my time with fucking Sarge. So I came, joined back Sarge. This guy George, got size. Greek. went back there.
200 yards from position with a dead on right. So I have a dead on right now. So you set this rep, you set your 0 to 200 yards. You're going to sell it for free. Is that you should see the family now? You can do it tomorrow. If you're from you are experienced, if it's someone that's never shot, you can do it 100%. No, I think never shot. So you have those two things that are the same thing. Right now, you're not away from regularly, and that's the big place. This kid out, right? Companies are approaching us. Networks are getting now. What they have is podcast series on these looks like he had like a once you end up somewhere, you got 3 on 6 rifle, 3 yards, 3 on 6, and that's a rifle. What's your 3 on 6? It's like very modern. You don't walk into that fucking like he just abandoned. There's no shit back. What's your shit from the outside? But if you shoot me back, and you said, hey, this is my cousin's rifle. Is this an interview? Looks like a standard of what I do tomorrow. So this is Joey's sophistication. So they might show them a fucking spot. But I think the narrative is, this is his grandfather's rifle. I got no backyard. It was like a serial killer. I got a dog. It's a German Shepherd. Interesting. From starting day one. Pick him up when he's 8, get him sent over to the Nazi Germany. That's kind of crazy. Fuck it. Give him some rest. Watch him, bro. Just watch him, bro. My mom used to tell me about the females and gunsmith, and he said, if you're like a nostalgia person, like trying to fuck, you can't control it like they probably were. It's crazy. So he had a good gunsmith. It's crazy how action is true. It really is. I don't know the doors, because they know. They can see from the shoe. They all have a quarter meters. White children way out. Some especially because all the stuff like the trigger and the action and all that different stuff is really that was also just that's this night. It's made of shit. But by now, technology has changed now. Those are back together. Something to shot they can give them a shit. Something like that. There's a lot of people take to do that. If you're highly skilled out there, to disassemble rifles, if you can get in by the 7th grade, you're going to fit. And somehow you have the next once you get to know it in front of me, it's like, I don't know. Like my mom, that's how she does that. And then he's supposed to get in that stupid fucking back. I don't think he literally makes no sense. It's still a little weird. It's like, and so this is just a narrative, right? Once you got a check, and then they supposedly fund from a percentage. So if you get out of line, it's the audience that's yelling, I shot him, now shoot me, I shot him, now shoot me. And then the guy gets arrested for child abuse or something like that. And then you find this rifle and they say, let's assemble it. You reassemble it, like, fuck it. You might let 5 kids credit on it. This store or something that, you know, they smart this thing makes sense. You're telling me this kid was actually a creature. This guy, first of all, that was the call on that. I think it was like there's actually a section where he's sitting and those rooms are like, so many of those just, he shoots and chunks from the roof. He jumps down 14 feet. So there's no reason I broke that right there. So there's no way to jump off. So this guy, whoever it is, jumps off the roof and lands on the ground. He's even the guy who shot him. Maybe he thought he was going to shoot him. Maybe he's a
I talked about many things. I came up with your mom. No matter how horrific it is, for some people, take a long time. But she tripped out by it. I think so. My wife and I were having a conversation. The fucking alley really misses feels. My wife said, I don't just die. She changed as soon as we got done. She got really sad because we brought Allie in. She was fucking kids. And she fucking said, "Tell my kids." Sometimes even cat kids don't little cat though. She found me tell that thing. And she done that one time. And the fact was like, she was gonna kill me. Like, he was like a farm. She tried to be wacky shit that doesn't make any sense. So damn it out there at the same time. Just believe you. Didn't know what you fucking man. Nothing to it. He was like 20 fucking pounds. She's like, you can't say I'm sad and I work at it. But she follows him now. She's a fairy. She's you know, that is weird. That is something with my his boyfriend's definitely a guy. And I can't work maybe 4 weeks or years ago. I think I do sex. I think the same for games. Excuse me. She used to watch football with me for the last fucking 15 years. You know? It's like a kid, but I'd rather have love. Yeah, that's where still the thing I love my animals. I fucking love them. I love my cats. It's really I love coming home at night. I feel like coming home and bobbing. Or some fucking asshole says something in the store. Just get in your car. Drive up Ball Gang and piss off. And you fucking make a right and stop at 7-Eleven and get some nicotine gum. I walk in and go to one of them. There's a white space. He's parked in the car. They love me. The rest of his career, this was the scam. They let me slow down a couple minutes and come out here. Wait 5 minutes and that's what they go away. They jacket or fix the else. Whatever. Mr. Steve, I take a right back in the way. And I put the TV down. It's a mix of a few things. And they disappear. I think it's sometimes they stay all night. Sometimes they have a fucking midnight. You can see what it's something. I think that's this fucking whether it's a cat or a parrot to fascinate how you see me back. It's really difficult. You know, make fun of that. Because sometimes I don't understand this, but I do understand the service page. The second thing is just I just don't understand what I'm going to start playing something with my world. But I do understand the concept and how to use it and vice versa. It's like I understand it. I've seen it. I believe in it. And I know it's times you say I'm living around day. And when I didn't know it, they jump on me and I'm on the phone and somebody wants me to yell. It's just because I don't about to push the cat over the wall. This motherfucker sounds like a shooter today. Yeah, I feel like Seattle beautiful. They stopped me from passing out. They stopped me from cursing out a motherfucker. You know, they really do. They're confident. There's tests. There's some research. And I didn't use it. What people think about it. There's research. There's speech. There's I don't know what that's 3 years or dogs or 7 years or dogs. I get that connection to I get that feeling just why you can't do another fucking thing you chose. You deserve this. When I come in, whatever, sometimes you cook and make a little fucking world. That's the relationship. They're like, you know what, when I'm leaving this room, don't get a piece of it. So you better fucking get your head together. And once you know that, you're like, okay, let's just get a fucking relationship. This is it. Whatever the fuck I'm leaving, this is free. You know, right? Whatever the fuck there is, what's those motherfuckers? And what's the fucking answer to what I got? I was going through the old virtual videos, and we had some where you were giving ham. And I forgot what the first like my flavor old we did. You had Finny, you like when you give me out, like you would talk to when you make a meal, like Finny, what are you doing? I'm thinking you run away. Oh my gosh, get pissed. Fucking they come back with this like it's yeah, I hit my dog and that was the only time I've ever cried in front of her. To be honest, we were in the car, so I don't even know if she saw me. You know how many times do people on Saturdays go so Wednesday around the hooks? professionally, not professionally, like doing shows or whatever. But they know exactly where to go and they take a fucking 3 or 4 hour horse ride. Can you imagine what that feels like? On your horse, while you shit, he stops, he jumps up and does that fucking long range thing.
Horse people take a lot of pride because they go in there and clean clothes.
This is all
It's a
about
big thing.
when you look at those guys on paying for that fucking walking brush his horse, you should hire somebody. No, you don't hire nobody for that. You can't hire somebody for that. You lose the fucking blah. If you hire somebody, it's when you brush them. You know how much I love brushing my cats.
You do it like every day now.
Yeah, I have to. I brush every day. Blah, blah, blah. They have a system, so I don't do their mind as they get older. Stimulated. Yeah, they fucking. So there's a way you brush, and then you pat them with your hand, and then both. You know, they get love with their hand to control. I get the brush, and again with their hand, and both. You know, it's really interesting. I didn't read this. I fucking learned it by doing. By seeing what it did, how it calmed them down. It made them feel more whatever.
At ease, yeah.
At ease. So these little things you just fucking learn by seeing. I'm a fucking cat bro, just because I watch my wife. And I watch that when I watch, you know, and videos growing up. I was a dog bro. I had dogs. And my mom fucking bro. I had a fucking dog. I started with Champion, and then I died with fucking Kristen. Who I would break into Nina's house from time to time into the yard and go in the doghouse when Kristen after my mother died. That was the saddest thing ever. I think about that fucking dog all the time and how bad I felt in the life that dog lived. That dog died like me. He went from fucking living in a house with an air conditioner, people giving me love to live in a fucking yard with Nina. And I couldn't take the dog. There was nothing I could do with the fucking dog.
That's terrible.
I was living in somebody's house.
You can't walk up with the dog.
So no, I've had my horrible experiences with dogs and cat heartbreaks, and I've had to justify it. So this is why I have this, because it's a completely different universe. And sometimes you fuck up in that universe when you get a cat or a dog and make it right this time. To give that dog, and I can always give my animals tons of love. That's the, I've never microfic my dogs or cat animals. I always give them tons of fucking love. That's why those cats act the way they do. Always, always. You know, you feed them personally, you see them, and they watch. They appreciate all those things also. It's really fucking interesting, you know.
Do you think you're misunderstood?
I don't know.
No, because I was thinking of cats, but I had the negative connotation. And sometimes when people, it's odd. I'm thinking about you and your special, just because I got to go to Oz, that was great. And I was like, because you have this reputation, but then you go and you want to, like, you want the podcast with the song that Game Black, and then we're talking how much you love your cats. And I feel like sometimes some people's first impression of you might not be that you love that stuff. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe you don't feel that, but
Look, that's the beauty of it. You know, you look deeper. You know, that's the beauty that we all have to do that fuck up. That's why I did the best latest world. Listen, I can come on here and make a list of the things people want to talk about. I can come on here and I don't need you to play for me. I don't jump up and down there. That's not what I want to do. They hear all the time. That's cool. That's not what they want to do. I do it from time to time. In the mornings, play that type of music to get people riled up. I can be a fucking yes man. You know what I like about cats? The reason people hate cats, they don't come to you when you call them. They have their own world. They will live, baby. They live the fucking life by their rules. A cat, a dog, you walk, you can call him over, he jumps on your lap. You know, the whole thing, he licks you in the face. The cat, when I'm ready. When I'm ready. Some people can't deal with that disconnection. I can't, because I'm the same motherfucker. Don't tell me to do something. Let me do it on my own. That's my specialty. You don't have to tell me. I don't want you to fucking tell me. I'll do it on my own. I don't ever want you to say, hey, you gotta be the rent on me. Don't tell me that. I'll do it on my own.
yeah, that's what you love about cats.
That's what I love about cats. That mental freedom that I those cats would jump on it, they do it so bad. And Harry do that. I had to be scared to death. They would go, no, that means he likes you. And I would go, what the fuck kind of animal likes you by putting his claws in your fucking leg? Fuck that fucking rat, that fucking legs. I hated cats, but it wasn't that. I would shoot him or run him over the fucking car. Since I was a kid, I wanted away from squirrels. I don't want to fucking hit a squirrel.
I still don't think I would pick up on your cats. I love all your cats. I don't think it would go. I'm still a little bit.
Harry would let you pick him up, really? Debbie wouldn't. So bad when you fuck with the ass, you don't give a fuck. You better for an hour when you fuck with the ass. Allie won't let you pick her up. Loving girls let you pick them up.
I wouldn't even know how to call that.
Just sneak
I don't want to see this fucking Sharpie commercial ever again.
But it's not going to be Harry's the one that'll do the ones you let him get up. Harry is so bad at letting him up, but you can't have fear in your hands. You already have it.
It's offensive
Have
to me.
fear in your hands, and that's a complete other thing you have to learn over the years. I got bit so much by dogs that I got rid of that fear.
I hate this one.
Got rid of that fear. Don't get me wrong, when I was coming up there before, the black dog and fight, I was outside with that pit bull that looks like a fucking one of those devil dogs that protects the devil. You ever see those dogs that protect Satan? That's what that dog looked like. That dog gets a hold of my family will fucking die. That's all. It's like a Chinese buffet. You want me to go to Austin, Texas. You'll get everything. You have fucking oyster balls, my thigh, but you can't. You walk in front of them when you're scared. I went right up to the other side. The whole time walking over them shit in my pants. In just a little area of my body. Not old school. When I was 8, I'd shit my pants when I saw a dog,
Yeah, those kind of dogs get scared.
Yeah, so you have to control your fear over those motherfuckers the same way I control my fear before I go on stage. It's what you do one time, you say to yourself, how the fuck do I do that? And then you go, okay, now I got trained when I was probably like 18. My friend, Stinky, had that motherfucking Coco dog, the German Shepherd. And every time you walked in there, the guy was like fucking Liberace. He'd suck your dick, light your cigarettes. As soon as you told go, you let it go, he'd take a chunk out of your head.
The lead.
Oh my God.
Your
You
experience.
gotta get the dog, put him in the bathroom, you gotta run out of the fucking house. Or if not, he'd weigh you in the bad leg, or he'd take the bottom of your leg jean.
Jesus
He
Christ.
never really made you hard, it was just to scare you, knock you out.
Did you ever have a dog when you were boys? Did you have?
No, I was not gonna be one of those guys that was gonna take a fucking dog down a bad street like that,
I didn't know Hercules.
No,
I know he divorced.
he had no Hercules. I miss him so much. I can swear I just saw him.
Oh, no, it's always
In the hotel room, late night, like 12, watching TV and relaxing. I got glasses on. I could feel one. I could see one. I walked by, like, what the fuck? I think I don't know.
I know you never wanted this looking cats, but you had a cat that wasn't attached, just running down the road.
Because I don't want to go away. I think that's probably happens when I get one of the fucking planes going to that. That fucking brain. If I fly 2 hours with a cat, when I hear it, when that cat hears is 2 different noises. She's all fucking time. He hears the bottom of that plane zip right going over. Think of being in the edge of that plane, being in that. It's 3 hours of fucking rock. And in the meanwhile, they listen to the fucking animals meow and crying and shit. So I can't, for me, I know people do it. When I see dogs on the other side, when people there, the dogs fly out there, hug the fucking owner. And they go, it's great to see you, and all that That shit's gonna stink. That's why they put those planes down. Because you never smell dog shit. Dog shit's on a plane. That's what they get. It's like Big Macs. Big Macs smell great. Why bring that motherfucker on a plane? Open up that Big Mac with one puke. Dallas is a good city also. Dallas is good. Like I said the other day, there's some really great fucking cities in Texas that I went to. I got my Texas man, and they didn't do that in no shit. You know, it's I don't know, this back pain, this back stress, you know, something that's been on my mind, that's been bothering me the last couple of weeks, which I've had a couple of things that have been eating away at me lately, but nothing serious, just, you know, different situations I have to get into. If the situation goes down where I really want it, that type of shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm really happy when we just sitting there doing a podcast. But nowadays, all for you this, do I really want to fucking drive to Gamma Studios and fucking Simone now? I don't think I days, I want to shoot myself in the mouth. That's what I'm going to get. To be honest with you.
I think that's what they're saying. I think what the difference is going to be when you started 20 years ago.
You can wait tomorrow and don't join me to work on something one day so we can feel better personally. If I read it and wrote for me, like Mary did, then I can have a good time, get high, go down there, try to fuck yeah, I'm going to do this, my man, this, I am. But if you're going to write, like something, obvious stuff for me. Son of Geno's, I'm the boss. I can't read that, no, I can't read the fucking. I'm a butcher. I can't read none of that shit. That's what I'm trying to say to you. The last 3 fucking television experiences beside Baron I had, but I believe it's horrible. It's horrible. I gotta be honest with you. People are trying to define it. You would not want to be somewhere. That's horrible. Okay? Okay? When I first got here, I got booked on like a show on NBC that I didn't know what I was doing at all. You ever walk into something, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You ever walk into something, you really don't know. Like, you really don't fucking know. Like, where to start. Like, I didn't know action. Basketball, I didn't know that. They made fun. Those guys just made fun of me. I didn't know nothing about action. I didn't know about cutting. I didn't know nothing. I went to acting class and I got, what was that? We just talking about the show on NBC. I was a plumber for 4 episodes. And I gotta tell you something, guys. I didn't know dick about dick. They were telling me to get the wet work. I didn't know what
Some rabbits and be like, do it. Be like, what is that from? Do it. Oh, it's from fucking Cosby Show. Fuck Sharpie. I can't believe Ashton Gentry just. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so what are we doing?
They were so nice. They thought I was just playing like a goof. I wasn't playing a goof. I really didn't know what the fuck was going on. And once I got nailed there, I went back to acting class and I kind of fucking picked it up a little bit. And then you go along the way. And all those experiences were good. Right?
Tina Turner.
While I was shooting, but it didn't matter. It was something I wanted to do. It was something I thought would take me to the next level. The longest shot, I was happy as shit.
What is it?
But the longest shot, I pissed off a lot of people because I took matters into my own hands. I just went straight to Adam.
Tell the story.
I didn't fuck around with the rest of the mafia. I just went straight to the fucking downfall.
There was this fucking.
Messenger. Why am I ever fucking with all these messages?
Yeah, but tell the story. Alright, there was this fucking episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where they were singing those song. I think you could still say slave. Anyway. And this is a really like powerful episode. Let me see if I can find it even. It's really powerful.
Because obviously I didn't have one and stuff like that. But if I would have thought that the night before, I would have showed up with a job the next day. But I wasn't that good at that time. My mind didn't think that way. I thought about it while I was there. I saw the locker.
Yeah, here it is.
I didn't see it.
So the mom on the show, who is the superior mom of the show, no offense to that other lady, she's like teaching class, and she teaches.
Listen, as a stand-up, I can't go up there and fuck around.
What do they call these things?
When I got serious about this, it was because I became dangerous.
They were called back in my day Negro spirituals, but I guess like African American spirituals.
But what I mean by dangerous is having no
And
bounds. To be good
she talks about
in this realm of what we do, you have to really have no bounds. You and I have discussed it
like,
about the thing about people
well, one of them was Wade in the Water,
keeping your day job.
and I'd never heard this song, but and the show wasn't like a show about this kind of topic, but anyway, she teaches them this song, and apparently the song, I don't know, it's like basically the dogs that would try to find them would not be able to find them as well when they were hiding in the water. So here we go. What is this bullshit? She's got a good voice. In the water, children, in the water, God's gonna trouble the water. Yo, dog. Okay, so I was doing this. I fucking was an only child, and I play with my little toys, that which I had, and I was playing on the kitchen floor, and I had like in my mind I created this whole world, and I made this. Was anyone watching this anyway? There's like this. So we had like it was the most impossible to ever keep clean. I don't know. I don't know what chose this floor to keep clean. It was just the difficult fucking kitchen floor to keep clean. White. Oh. And they had like these little that were. It was just the hardest floor to keep clean. But there were like these lines in the tile. It wasn't even like a tile. It was like I don't know, some kind of like thing that you put down. But it was the hardest floor in the world to keep. Really small white grout. It was like wasn't even grout. It was just like a vinyl. Worst floor ever. If you're gonna get it in the future, black and white tile. That's the way to go for your kitchen. But this one was the fucking tile in the world. I don't know why. Anyway, so a white fucking floor is so hard to keep clean. Anyway. So my thing was I was sitting on the floor. What the fuck happened there? Got a crash. Cool. And I remember fuck, they like went out at the same time. I don't want to hear about fucking NFL. It sucks. There were like these tiles. They weren't even tiles, but like I guess they were like laminate tiles or something. Anyway, most difficult fucking floor to ever keep clean. So I was pretending that my guys were like on a boat on a river, and and they were just like I don't know. I was thinking they were like on like the Mississippi River, and they were just like very much like Huck Finn in it. I don't know, just like living their lives. And I would like have them like get off on the side and they jump back on the boat. Like I would remember like I was pretending like two of these tiles were the river, and then there was the riverbank. And I'm doing my thing. I don't know how old I am, but I'm just playing with my little army men and like wrestling guys and everything. And my mom is not watching me. She's watching television. And it's like the phrasing, because I told a little bit of a lie. Maybe not because I'm perfect, but it was like I don't. Maybe it came on TV, but I think it was Creedence Clearwater Bible, CCR's Rolling Down the River was playing on the TV or something. Something like that happened. And well, maybe I was singing it. And sometimes I would just make shit up, like just as a little kid because it was boring. And I say to my mother, "Did you know that that's a Negro spiritual?" My mother, what? And I said, "But that's a Negro spiritual." And she's like, "No, it's not." It's clear on her Bible. Sang that song in the 60s. And I was like, "Wade in the water?" And she's like, "Wait, what?" And I was like, "Wade in the water. It's a Negro spiritual." And she's like, "Oh, I thought you were saying rolling down the river." And I remember being like, "No, Wade in the water. I saw it on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. There was a Negro spiritual." My mom's like, "Oh, okay, maybe that is. But rolling down the river is from a band Creedence Clearwater Revival." So I don't know, it had to do with water or rivers or something. And I just kind of was like, well, Tina Turner, when she sang it, she kind of sounded like she's just. Anyway, I'm so pissed about this fucking fantasy football team. I like fell asleep on, like, even in bed, I'm like, fuck. Ashton Gentry had 33 fucking points. Are you fucking serious? Do you regret it? Fuck yeah, I regret it. What the fuck was I thinking? But then again, I'm like, well, I probably would have done it again. This motherfucker had 3 touchdowns and they still lost. Anyway, so then earlier on this stream, the back pages or whatever you want to call them, I did this thing. It was very funny. I remember being so tired. I would fucking drive all over LA, and I like fell asleep at the wheel one time. And fortunately, because of Honda's like auto driving system, though it wasn't a self driving car or anything like that, it did not kill me. But I fell asleep on camera, and while driving 60 miles an hour, 405 at least, and I could not keep my eyes open. I was so tired. Anyway, it was like around that time, way early. This is like more than 4 years ago. I can't believe I've been doing this streaming long. Anyway, I go. I would always try to start the song. I would be like, Israel, the Rebetza, listen to me. If anybody asked you what it was like watching Rabbi's live stream, first you have to know it's a worst stream. But then you have to ask them, have you ever heard Tina Turner sing Proud Mary? Have you ever heard the beginning of that song? Because it's just like that. And if you don't understand that, there's the fucking door. Get out of here. Are you fucking serious? This is the worst shit ever. What is this bullshit? You know? Every now and then, we can hear something for us. Nice, easy. Nope, this isn't it. This isn't it. There's like a certain version that they would play on the radio that would be like, oh yeah, that's it. But that ain't it, baby. No, no, it's not this. That's not it. I can tell, like in her voice. What? No, no, that's not it either. That's not it. Dog, there is one fucking version of this song. No, that's the one that I fucking would say that's like. No. Every now and then, you might like to hear something from us. Nice and easy. But there's nothing. You see, we never ever do nothing nice and easy. Boys do it nice and rough. So we're gonna take the beginning of the song and do it easy. But then we're gonna finish rough. This is what we do. Proud Mary. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. This is the story. I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. Never lost 1 minute of sleep. Then I was worrying about the way things might have been. The big wheels will keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on burning. And we're rolling, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river. We cleaned a lot of plates in Memphis, and I pumped a lot of tang down in New Orleans. But I never saw the good side of the city until I reached a ride on a riverboat queen. We will keep on turning. Proud Mary keeps on burning. And we're rolling, 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 and rolling, rolling on the river. We're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. But I never lost 1 minute of sleep, never worried about the way the things might have been. Big wheel keep on turning, oh, better keep on burning. And we're rolling, 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 rolling on the river. We're rolling, 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 rolling on the river. Do 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 about a place in Memphis. Pumped a lot of tame down in New Orleans. But never thought it was good side of the city till I hit the ride on the riverboat queen. Big wheel keep on turning, 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 baby keep on burning, burning and rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Do 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 da 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 ba 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 ba. Da na 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 na. If you come down to the river, I bet you're gonna find some people who live. You don't have to worry if you have no money. People on the river are happy to give. Big wheel keep on turning, turning. Ah, maybe keep on burning. They rolling, yeah, rolling, yeah. We're rolling on the river. Yeah, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river. Rolling, yeah, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling. Rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. That was live in Europe in 1988. Is that the version? I really think it's a little different. I mean, maybe. Every now and then, we might do some fun. Nice. Easy. Again, see, and ever do nothing. Nice. Easy. We always do. Nice. Yeah. And if we get on this song and do it easy, but then we're gonna finish it. That's what we do. Proud Mary. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. We left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. Never lost a minute of sleep, and I was worrying about the way I think might have been. I know the big wheel will keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on burning. And we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Sing a lot of plates in Memphis, and I pumped a lot of tan down in New Orleans. Never saw the good side of the city until I hitched a ride on the riverboat queen. Know that it will keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on burning. And we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river, we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Anyway, how do you say Negro spiritual now? That's what it was known as when I was a kid. In not a bad way. It was just like spirituals, also known as Negro spirituals, African American spirituals, Black spirituals, or spiritual music. Okay, so it's known about as that. It's still known as that. It's not seen pejoratively. Anyway, in our house, look, Proudberry is spiritual. Is it? Not traditionally. Grading water. So the waiting water. Welcome. How are you, Mark? Mark, can you hear me? Mark, do you know English? Can you hear me, big dog? Mark, do you remember that time I asked you how you were doing? Mark, 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 do you know Mark and the Flunky Bunch? Well, you should. Fuck you. No one gives a shit about you. You're the worst. No one likes your shit. Market. Oh, it's market. What about Merkins? What is a Merkin? Oh, it's like a fucking toupee for your pubes. Anyway, it's like we in the water, children. We in the water. Down, jump in the water. We in the water. Hey, we in the water, children. We in the water. Got the trouble, water. It's got the trouble, water. Way in the water. Way in the water, children. Way in the water. Got the trouble, water. No, it's water. Way in the water. Way in the water, children. Way in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Water. Way in water. Way in water, children. Way in water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, it's water. Way in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, it's water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. It's water. Waiting water, waiting water, children. Waiting water, God got trouble with water. Now, why do you end it so awkwardly? Waiting water, waiting water, children. Waiting water, God got trouble with water. In water, in water, got trouble with water. Anyway, it was very much like the what is that Disney cartoon, The Adventure or some shit? That lady with the pink hat that's a mouse. And 50 goes west, that's the thing. Mouse squirts. God's gonna trouble. All right, how many fucking impressions do you think this bitch got? 100. If I have more than 120, 148. Shit. According to Accounts Magazine. All right. Worst stream ever. Wait. Yeah. God's got trouble. Water. Wait. In the water. Children. Wait. In the water. God's got trouble. Anyway. Do you know that that's an Negro spiritual? That's a song by Creedence Clearwater Revival from the 1960s. No, I mean, Wade in the Water. Oh, well, that might be his name. Proud Mary was the 1960s. You know that big wheel keep on turning. Keep on burning. And we rolling, rolling, yeah, rolling down the river, rolling down and we're rolling, yeah, rolling down the river, rolling down working for the man every night. And the way things keep on. Another way I think about What's it? What would be the theme? Back? Is it called back porch music? What's that one song? Let's see if we can get ChatGPT to find this up. If we'll find it. Yo, what's that song? It's from like the 1970s about there's a lyric in it where it's like a father telling the boyfriend of his daughter, like, don't catch me finding you around my back porch. It was very popular. Sundown, like Gordon Lightfoot. That's it. Sundown, you better dance. If I find you been creeping around my back. If they show me a fucking advertisement, I'll be pissed. Back porch music. I can see you lying back in your satin dress in a room where you do what you don't confess. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. She's been looking like a queen in a sailor's dream, and she don't always say what she really means. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. When picture never moved that a man could make, getting lost in her loving is your first mistake. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning when I'm losing again. I can see her looking fast in her faded jeans. She's a hard loving woman, got me feeling mean. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I feel like I'm getting back, losing my pain. Nice, except the lyrics are incorrect at the end. Yeah, that's right, guys. Get that shit right. Fix it. Look at this athleticism. Mr. Crypto Whale followed you. That's a mistake. Look at that athleticism. Did you see anybody? Have you ever seen anybody sneeze like that? It's really unprecedented. I am so pissed at this fucking. Fantasy football team. I'm so pissed. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. It's terrible. It's a real fucking shame. We got a Bridget Wilson ponytail. Why? Because she had shorter hair, not like real short, but like all her friends have long ponytails, and this girl had short ponytail. It was always like she's really good at soccer, though. Remember that? All right, so what do we do? You get your lazy ass up and press those fucking buttons. I'm so pissed at this fantasy football team. They can't even get 100 fucking points. How did Michael Pittman do? Sucks. Pittman did well. David Montgomery sucked. Debo. Dude, if I would have made two moves, kept Ashton Gentry and played David Montgomery last week, I'd be undefeated. Sucks. Dude. What if he gets injured? You would have won the fuck. Oh, look at this move. Hey. Why can't they just build shit that doesn't crash? My fetish is bimble milfs and software that doesn't crash. Those are my fetishes. Anybody wants to know how to get to me, maybe through my stomach, but also that. And chachanis, that's my thing.
So brought to you by MeUndies. Go to MeUndies.com/Joe and check out all their men's and women's underwear.
So pissed.
Sweatpants, shirts, t-shirts, socks, all their amazing products. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey to get 20% off of your first order or receive $8 a pair with the MeUndies subscription plan. And shipping is always free in the US and Canada. MeUndies.com/Joey. I'm slipping.
Ain't that the only? I'm taking it deeper than murky waters. Of three fucking white gay guys that sing this song. I love the that. Here we go, cocksucker. If you ever saw them from DMX, this is the closing fucking chant. Just a fuck about movies. Got the church of what's happening now. Lisa Ed. Uncle Joe. Oh shit.
WUNC, WUNC.
Oh shit. You haven't heard this in years, have you? I've never heard it.
Doc. Look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork. Look at this move. Look at this move. Sundown, you better take care. If you find me, sometimes I think it's the same. Yeah, I get feeling better when I'm losing my fear. Sometimes I think it's the same. When I'm losing again. Sometimes I think it's the same. When I get feeling better when I'm losing again. Yo, dog, you know you've been doing this for 4 fucking years, and you have 0 motherfuckers who watch you? Sometimes look at this move. This athleticism. It's really impressive, damn it. Gotta take a whiz. The whiz kid. Look at this foot.
That's why I gave that name, because I wasn't with him. He lived outside. When they were fucking kids, when he was buck wild, they had one. Their mom was on one side of the fence, and they were tiny babies on the other. And they went, they would go out and spread out. First, like, stay 3 feet from the mom, or 6 feet from the mom, then 9 feet from the mom. And as they got older, I'd leave at 6 in the morning, they'd be sleeping with the moms. Like, coupled up, it was coupled out that way, it was that time of the year to be coupled up with the mom. They had that. I worried about that. That was the only real living back then. I got to see from A to Z. For a while there, it was just cats pumping. And this was like after a long stretch of no kidding. This was the last winter. And then, she had those 4 cats. After she had had my fucking 6 living back there. And the females that were growing up, they were having kittens back there. No one was going away fucking kittens. People coming to get the kittens. And every morning you wake up and get the kitten when they were young. He would kill them before. The samurai would kill them so he could fucking get the mom and give her a stabbing. So for some reason, I used to go out outside a lot of those days. It was 2007. And I was going Kempo karate with these dudes. And then they would always do forms. And I was up to 380. And they said to me, listen, man, forget about going into this one week. Just stretch out your joints and get your legs there. And I was doing this Tai Chi thing with these stretches. So I would go outside and then over there. And I'd watch them. And, at one point, it was 6, 8 weeks. I don't know the fucking doctor locked them there. I could see that. The rest of them would stay away, but we had a barbecue out there. It was a community barbecue. It was real clean and shit.
What's that one song? J. Cole.
Where they were living. And that's as far as they were straight. That's a bit. He was on the fucking roof. He was always lying everywhere. The other 3 fucking kittens. And there was a boy. And he was crazy, but not as crazy as fucking Super. So I would get to the point where I would go upstairs and worry about these 3 kittens. I go, Super, I ain't not need her anymore. Because he's so fucking crazy. He's gonna fight with a possum.
No role
He's
models.
gonna fight with a raccoon. I scooped them raccoons back
I love this fucking. I love this song. It's good. Bird. Yo, what's up, baby? How you living? What up, Fink? Fink, can you hear me? Fink, you can go fuck yourself and nobody gives a shit about you. Worst person ever. First things first. Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. You're the only one I ever knew. Look at this move. Bitcoin cold. Sick. How many people followed? Let's see. 175,000. Or no, 175. Account suspended. 179. First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. You're the only one I ever knew. I have 4 followers. Cheesehead Club. Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. You're the only one I ever knew. Shout out. Damn girl.
My wife was telling me that the cats were sick outside, that they weren't the same as they were. She was especially that fucking super bad. I know for a fact something's wrong with them. Because that motherfucker hasn't opened in 2 days. So she hunted those cats down and tried to save their lives, give them vitamins and stuff. It was surreal. The cat she had saved back there was her and a Japanese lady. They were back there every day feeding them the cats with milk from a bottle. It was just surreal. So then it died down and we had those last 4. And then we brought up the 2 boys and the 1 boy died. And I got super bad. And then we gave the sisters away. Sisters were gone for 3 weeks. And the girl called. She goes, I can't take them. They're going to kill my cat. They were kids, but that blood was in it. The cat was giving them shit. These 2 girls were going really. They started circling. The cat had a shampoo in the back. Evie's not kosher. Evie moves as fast as a fucking snake. She'll take a chunk out of you. You gotta really watch Evie. That's why Evie don't come out. Evie knows that she's a badass. So I saw Demi fucking around with Superman one day, and she ran out that hole and smacked Demi then 4 times. Demi didn't know what had happened. He just ran away and she ran right back to the hole. What the fucking happened? The 2 girls pulled away. We know her was a little old and fat now, so she can't move like she used to. And those 2 girls could throw fucking beat like Evie. To this day, I don't put my face by Evie. I don't put my face by Evie. The only way I'll put my face by Evie is if she's looking that way and I'm petting her from behind and I kiss her in the head. If you get Evie riled up, I'll move your hair real quick. That hand is history. She'll clock you twice and then wipe your fingertip. So you have to get her excited for her to turn, and once she's turning, you go back and she'll turn real quick and just walk twice. That's a crazy thing you have to know. You have to know this with Evie. Evie doesn't, you've never seen it. You've seen it maybe once or twice. They don't want to be played with. They don't want to be fucked with. They don't want to be loved. Oh, I got it. I was my girl. She's my princess. Really? I was playing with her when I started bleeding. My nose is empty. Oh, you gotta warm her up and then she'll play with you. She's the cutest cat I've ever seen at that age. Her face is just, I've never seen a face like that in a cat when you get her happy. She's meow, really. She's really cute. And you play with her, you give her a string and you play with her like you've been playing with her for a long time. She's that type of cat, but Evie, you gotta keep Evie when you go wrong. Because she knows I'm getting pissed off. Like she'll say to herself, I'm getting pissed off with this motherfucker. So I gotta leave. Like if Demi's there and I'm giving Demi love, when she comes up, I'm gonna drop her. She doesn't want no games. She doesn't bother you a lot. She doesn't come out every night. She comes out, Suran. And when I put her down and she's leaving, she'll swat at her and shit. And I'm looking like, what the fuck? Just for being there. Just for being there. Just for fucking the principal. Jesus Christ. She'll come over and she'll let me pat her head and rub her day and call her beautiful. And I pick her up a little bit. And on her own, she'll kick off. And that's it. I think that's why cats like get a bad name. Because this is like what I love cat. Besides the allergies, this is my only experience with cats. They hate for them to be. So like your cats are like the first cats that are like actually enjoyable to be around. Oh, they're very enjoyable to be around because that's the love I've given them. You follow me, you get what you give in with anything. With anything. And I don't know. At the point when I met Terry, that cat is what I needed. It's the dumbest fucking thing to talk about. But it really is. It was like I needed something to take care of, fill that void. I don't know, because we get it off right away. And it got to the point where it slowed me down a little bit. I would come home or in the afternoon to the stay a German Shepherd. He was probably 8 weeks old, 9 weeks old, just a little full of fat. So when he came to me, it was the off season. My wife went back with the girlfriend I was down at the time, went back there with the family for like 3 or 4 weeks. So I had that dog for 4 weeks and no work. There's no work. Oh, and it's not snowing. Yeah, this is the end of the season. Everything goes back to where they're from. I'm back home and see the family now. The stores are open very limited. Very limited. You didn't want to go back to Jersey? No, I had no life in Jersey at that time. The last place I wanted to go was Jersey. I had nothing in Jersey, so I stayed with this fucking puppy. I used to make vanilla milkshakes. I used to play Pink Floyd with him all day, and then when it was snow, he would shovel snow with me. It was just like this 4 or 5 week bonding. Then my girlfriend came back, and we took the dog. We had the dog. Like fucking, whatever, 87 to... I lost him in a divorce in 94. Paula really likes dogs. She really looked at him. I love dogs, but that's one thing I'm worried about is I take it really seriously. We've talked about it before, but the pee pads here, people just leave their dogs in crates all day. I don't think I can do that. You know what this age that you have right now, you're a couple of years away from getting a bigger place. At that place you attack, you come your life will be a motherfucker. You know, the podcast market is growing. Companies are popping up. Companies are approaching us with serious approaches. We're getting out. Finally, people taking podcast seriously. So, you never know where you might end up. Once you end up somewhere, you got a crate, you got a yard, a fucking thing. But you know what? What's your future? You're not ready to go where you never want to do.
What the fuck? Here's that song again.
Go to MeUndies.com/Joey and check out all their men's and women's underwear.
It's gonna get stuck in your head.
This is with the elevator company. And he goes, what's up? I go, I'm having a hard time with Carmine's that when you come over and do breakfast. And for some reason, I broke down right there. I didn't complain to him. I just cried on my own. I hung up and I cried more. And I felt a lot better than when I came up with that. We all that's no matter how horrific it is. For some people, it takes longer than others. But listen, for now, my wife and I had a conversation again about that fucking alley really misses Fidel. She goes, my wife is like, I know for a fact. She changed as soon as Fidel died. She got really sad because we brought Allie in and she was a fucking kid. And she took to Fidel like sometimes a big cat takes to a little cat. No, she followed Fidel everywhere. In fact, we took to the vet one time. And the vet was like, what's going on, Allie? Like, it was like a foreign trying to be cute. And my wife, she's got a crush on Fidel. No, Fidel is too big for you. Fidel was a fucking camel at the time. He was 20 fucking pounds. She's like, 9-month kid. But she would follow Fidel everywhere. So she, when Fidel died, she's, death is weird. Death with animals is weird. And some people, my friend called. He Gandhi, what, maybe 4 weeks ago, he told me I'm not going to go. My cat died. I haven't been the same for 2 months. She was too much for me for the last fucking 15 years, you know. It's like a kid, but I'd rather have love than not love at all. The thing, I love my animals. I fucking love them. I love my cats. I love coming home at night before they come home and mom or some fucking asshole says something to you at the store. Just get in your car and you drive a moral king.
204 already? This shit's blowing up, baby.
put the TV on now, I guess. And they disappear. Sometimes they hang all night, sometimes they hang for fucking 10 minutes. But it's fucking something that you cannot describe, whether it's a cat, a parrot, a snake, however you look at your pet. You know, I make fun of it because sometimes I don't understand it, but I do understand the service pet industry. I just don't understand where you're going to fuck playing the fucking on my world. But I do understand the comfort that an animal gives a human being, and vice versa. I really understand it. I've seen it. I believe in it. I know there's times with me when I'm with them all day, and without even knowing, they jump on me, and I'm on the phone, and somebody wants me to email them. And as I go to get up, I'm about to push the cat out. I go, whoa, look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker knows what I'm going through today.
Haven't they like stopped you from passing out before?
They stopped me from passing out. They've stopped me from cursing out a motherfucker. You know, they really do. They're calming. And there's tests. There's some research. And I don't want people to think there's research that states if you own a pet, you live a couple of years longer.
I can see it.
I don't know what 3 years for dogs or 7 years for dogs and 3 years longer for cats. People who have pets throughout their lives. But I get it. I get that little connection. I get that, the feeling of buying your cat a $200 fucking hanging post and going, you deserve this. When I come in, whatever. Sometimes you cook and they come home and fuck with your world. And you're like, you're not getting none of this. But they're like, you know what? We're not leaving till we get a piece. So you better fucking get your head together. And once you know that, you're like, okay, let me just get a fucking piece of cheese. They'll disappear. Tuna, whatever the fuck I'm making. Whipped cream, rice, whatever the fuck. There's always one of those motherfuckers that wants a fucking action of what I got.
I was going through the old Night Flavors old videos, and we had some where you were giving Finny ham. And I forgot what the first like Night Flavors old we did. You had Finny, he was making a meow, like you were talking to him, and you make a meow, like Finny, what a meow, and then he run away. Oh my god,
That's the best. He fucking out of that room, and they come back minutes later.
It's yeah, my dog, and like that was the only time I've ever cried in front of her, to be honest. We were in a car, so I don't even know if she saw it.
You know how many times people on Saturdays go somewhere and just rent a horse? They own a horse. You like a fucking horse that don't run in races. Why would I want a fucking horse? When I was 30, I figured out that people like me smoke a fucking dope, put that fucking hard hat on, those little horse boots, and they go for a fucking, really know how to ride a horse professionally, not professionally, like doing shows or whatever. But they know exactly what they're doing. They take a fucking 3 or 4 hour horse ride. Can you imagine what that feels like? On your horse, buddy shit. He stops. He jumps up and does that fucking low range thing.
Horse people take a lot of pride in it because they go in like clean clothes.
This is all
It's a
about
big thing.
when you look at those guys on babies, like that fucking moron brushing his horse, you should hire somebody, but not you don't hire nobody for that. You can't hire somebody for that. You lose the fucking boudoir. If you hire somebody, it's when you brush them. You know how much I love brushing my cats.
You do it though every day now.
Yes, I have to. I brush every day. Blah, blah, blah. And have a system so they don't lose their mind because they get overstimulated. Yeah, they fucking. So there's a way you brush and then you paddle with your hand and then both. To give love with the hand to control. I give the brush, do it again with the hand, then both. It's really interesting. I didn't read this. I fucking learned it by doing. By seeing what it did, how it calmed them down. It made them feel more, whatever.
At ease, yeah.
At ease. So these little things, they just fucking learn by seeing. I'm a fucking cat pro just because I watch my wife. Yeah, I watch that. I watch, and for years growing up, I was a dog pro. I had dogs all along. To the minute my mom fucking grew up, I had a fucking dog. I started with Champion, and then I died with fucking Crystal. Who I would bring into Nina's house from time to time into the yard, go in the doghouse with Crystal after my mother died. That was the saddest thing ever. I think about that fucking dog all the time and how bad I felt through the life that dog lived. That dog died like me. He went from fucking living in a house
can't walk up with the dog.
So now I've had my horrible experiences with dogs and cat heartbreaks, and I've had to justify it. So this is why I have this, because it's a complete different universe. And sometimes you fuck up in that universe, let me get a cat or a dog and make it right this time. And give that dog, and I've always given my animals tons of love. I've never evict my dogs or cats. I've always given them tons of fucking love. That's why those cats act the way they do. Always. And you feed them personally, you see them, they watch, they appreciate all those things also. It's really fucking interesting, you know.
Do you think you're misunderstood?
I don't know.
No, because I was thinking like cats have the negative connotation, and sometimes among people, and so I've been thinking about you and your special just because I got to go to Austin, it was great, and I was like, because you have this reputation, but then you go and you wonder, like, you went to the podcast with a song like that gay black woman, and we're talking about like little cats. And I feel like sometimes some people's first impressions of you might not be that you love that stuff. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you don't feel that, but
No, but that's the beauty of everything else. You know, that's the beauty. We all have people that fuck up. That's why my flames world. Listen, I can come on here and make a list with the things people want to talk about. I can come on here and I know the music that play for people that don't jump up and down to. That's not what I want to do. That they hear all the time. That's cool. That's not what they want to play from time to time. In the mornings, play that type of music to get people riled up. I can be a fucking yes man. You know what I like about cats? The reason people hate cats, they don't come to you when you call them. They have their own world. They live the fucking life by their rules. A cat.
What's this bullshit?
Call him over, he jumps on your lap. You know the whole thing. He likes you in the face. A cat.
Heath Professor followed me. Sick.
So people can't deal with that disconnection. I can because I'm.
Maybe I don't follow back though. It's just not. It's not my style.
That's my specialty. You don't have to tell me. I don't want you to fucking tell me. I'll do what I am. I don't ever want you to say, hey, you gotta pay the rent on the 8th. Don't tell me that. I'll do it on my own.
and that's what you love about cats.
That's what I love about cats. That mental freedom, that attitude. Which some people don't like or respect. They want to command their animal to come and whatever. Cats are completely on their own fucking realm. Do you think I wasn't really, I like dogs. I wasn't really a fan of the cat. I didn't hate the cat. I wouldn't light the cat on fire, so rocket that motherfucker.
Thank goodness.
But I didn't own a cat. If I went into your house and you had a cat, I avoided that motherfucker. And I remember going to homes and people's cats would jump on and they do it super bad. And Harry do now, and I would be scared to death. And they would go, no, that means he likes you. And I would go, what the fuck kind of animal likes you by putting his claws in your fucking leg? Fuck that fucking bat with fucking legs. I hated cats, but it wasn't that. I would shoot him or run him over with a fucking car. Like, since I was a kid, I go out and wait for squirrels. You know, I don't want to fucking hit a squirrel.
I still don't think I would pick up one of your cats. I love all your cats. I don't think it would go. I'm still a little bit.
Harry would let you pick him up.
Really?
Demi wouldn't. And Superman will let you fuck him in the ass. He don't give a fuck. You can pet him for an hour and let you fuck him in the ass. Allie won't let you pick him up. None of the girls let you pick him up.
I wouldn't even know how to go about it.
Just sneak up behind Harry. Harry will drown him. You just rub him by the stomach. And Harry's the one that'll do it the most. He'll let you the most. Harry and Superman will let you the most. But you can't have fear in your hands.
Well, yeah, that's what I have.
You cannot have fear in your hands. And that's a complete other thing you have to learn over the years. I got bit so much by dogs that I got rid of that fear. I mentally fucking got rid of that fear. Don't get me wrong. When I was coming up here before the black pumpkin fight, it was outside with that bit. It looks like a fucking one of those devil dogs that protects the devil. You ever see those dogs that protect Satan? That's what that dog look like. That dog gets a hold of my fat little fucking tire. That's over. It's like a Chinese buffet. You walk and go in Austin, Texas. You know, with everything. I have fucking oyster balls, my thigh, you know, but you can't walk in front of them when you're scared. I went right up
dog when you were homeless? Did you have?
No. I was not gonna be one of those guys that was gonna take a fucking dog down a bad street like that, you know.
I didn't know if Hercules.
No,
Divorced.
right. Yeah, no, Hercules lived with me all the way till before I went to New York City. I left Hercules with Danny, and my ex-wife called Danny and said that Joey called you and said for me to come home and pick up the dog. I never told my wife that. And she went home and picked up Hercules, and I never saw Hercules again. Didn't bother me. It was all rolled up in one fucking big ball of fucking yo-yo.
Right, yeah, so you can't really dissect.
I really can't fucking dissect it. But no, I like my pets. The next couple of days when I go home, I'll miss them. I'll miss them so much. Like, I swear I just saw them.
Oh, in the hotel room or
In the
something?
hotel room, late night, like 12, watching TV, I'm relaxing, I'm writing, I got glasses on. I can feel one, I can see one when I walk by, like, what the fuck am I thinking? I'm not home.
I know you never wanted this with your cats, but if you had a cat that wasn't like attached to the group, would you bring a cat on the road if they let you?
No. Because I don't want them on a plane. I think that's cruelty to animals to take them onto the fucking plane. They don't recover from that fucking brain trauma.
Oh yeah.
You know, if I fly 2 hours with a cat, what I hear, what that cat hears is two different noises. He thinks he's going to fucking die. He hears the bottom of that plane saying he's going over.
Yeah.
Think of being at the edge of that plane and being in hell. It's 3 hours of fucking horror. And in the meanwhile, they're listening to other fucking animals meowing and the elephant and fucking crying and shit. You know, so I hope I can't. For me, I know people do it. And I see dogs on the other side when people are there and the dogs fly out, they hug the fucking owner. And it was great to see it. I'll never fucking do that to me again.
Yeah. Well, they're letting some on the plane, like, I know for like the service animals, but they also don't think they're just letting dogs, like in the carriers, the plane now or no, it has to be a service animal.
Service animal or in a bag. It's like Paula's dog. No, Buck, no, in a blue bag, and they can't walk out of that fucking bag. So Paula wants to go to New York in 6.5 hours. What she gonna do? That dog wants to piss a shit.
Yeah.
It's about to piss a shit. That dog shits next to me. I gotta stab Paula in a little while. You understand me? You do.
Oh yeah.
So because that dog, that shit's gonna stink. That's why they put those planes down. Because you've never smelled dog shit. Dog shit on dog shit's on a plane. That's what it gets. It's like Big Macs. Big Macs smell great when you walk by. Bring that motherfucker on a plane. Open up that Big Mac. You want to puke. You want to barf.
I tried to bring, what is it called? Trail mix on the plane, and I had to close it if I'm bad. And I opened it, it's all gas. So I came back to it. Have you been on a plane that had a dog shit?
Yeah. I gotta take it down. I got on a plane one time with a dog shit as we got on the plane.
Well, they're
Maybe 6 years ago, and they had a plane like we had to go 30 minutes out. We had to walk to another plane. But the whole top was stuck. From the fucking, when you come in, you know, you get the lady the ticket, right? You smelled it right there. And they're like, what's that smell? People are like, oh my God. And then people started walking down. And the dog had gone in, and right where you turn to get on the plane, he goes right fucking there. So the plane smelled that way and that way.
Oh no.
So they were talking about picking it up, putting it away, but it was dog. It was brutal. It was fucking brutal.
You can't blame the dog. It doesn't know what's going
Who are you
on.
gonna blame? The fucking person who brought that fucking dog on a fucking plane. Yeah, really? You're gonna have a nervous breakdown today, cocksucker? When you were outside, you were talking on the phone, jumping up and down, talking about the Yankees. Now you're gonna have a fucking nervous breakdown. That's what pisses me off. You know, really, you gotta pick the fucking thing about it. Like everybody else, I'll give you a star at that. You won't know nothing. You won't have any emotion. The only emotion you have is your heart breathing as you pass out. You're gonna wake up in Philadelphia. Where the fuck you going? You're gonna go, Jesus Christ, Joey. I need those all the time. All these guys that have that fear, they don't take Xanax. You know, they pass out, just go to sleep. I have the same fear, but I can't go to sleep. I fell asleep on a plane from Austin the other day.
Really? Oh, you didn't sleep the
I'm
night?
happy you went to Austin.
Oh, so much fun.
We got to see you. You got to meet some people, some new fucking people. People know who you
Spooky was the most exciting person I've ever seen. Her mom was there, her son was there, her whole family was great.
Character I fucking love. Texas. I've been thinking a lot about Texas since we came home. I need to start going to Texas more often. I'm definitely going to Houston. I booked Dallas time. We go to fucking Dallas and go to Chuck and Jive and eat some fucking gumbo and some jambalaya and shit. Fuck yeah, there used to be a record store there too. And you go in there and any record you needed was right there, man. They also had a fucking ice cream place. They got a Japanese steakhouse. It's a fun fucking 3 days. We might have to take you to the Kennedy Suite. The suite where he slept the night before he got shot and shit.
My dad did radio on Dallas. Yeah, he was in his 20s, yeah.
Way before you.
Oh yeah, way before me. He has top. It was named after him. The place and it had like monster balls. It was like a joke top. Like it was like on the radio. So they like named it top.
Dallas is a good city also. Dallas is good. Like I said the other day, there's a lot of great fucking cities in Texas that I went to. I cut my comedy teeth in Texas, man, and they didn't give a fuck. They didn't know shit happened. You know, it's I don't know, it's back pain, it's been stress. Something that's been on my mind that's been bothering me the last couple of weeks, which I've had a couple of things that have been eating away at me lately. Nothing serious, just, different situations I have to get into. The situation goes down, right? That type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm really happy we just sit there and do a podcast. But now, the whole thing is, we're fucking driving down the studio. I don't think I can keep up with it. I did it for almost 9 guys and then those movies and those TV shows. And I gotta tell you something else. Never wanted to get ass and get pictures or whatever. I talk to because you have to be sociable. So I talk to different people. And there's people I really like. And there's people I saw right through. But you listen to me going, Joey, you fucking retarded.
Exactly. Well, here's the thing.
Guys, it's a complete different thing than selling a show and owning your own show and having your own show than doing somebody else's show or somebody else's fucking movie. And, man, when you have the freedom of being a stand-up, like I have the freedom of, I love to shoot a movie or a TV show for 3 weeks, just to get me to love stand-up that much more. And I do stand-up for 6 months, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta write the material. Hey, you wanna do a movie for 6 weeks? Fuck yeah, it gives me a chance to write the fucking material. And not really give a fuck. That's the system I wanted. With all the fucking union things and the insurance and all the differences, it's like, you know what, man? They gotta pay me to be unhappy. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, it sounds like a fucking whiny thing to say. But we've discussed this 1,000 times on this podcast. I'm being happy that's the most important fucking thing that I'm scared to sign on for somebody, and after 4 days, I want to shoot myself in the mouth. That's what I'm fucking scared of, to be honest with you.
Doesn't that happen to everyone when they start a new job? I mean, I think what the difference is going to be is when you started 20 years ago.
You want me tomorrow, we'll go join me. We're going to suffer one day. Restream. If I leave it tomorrow, I'm going to marry them. I can have a time.
Region in his own country. It's not just stating it. I control the United States and I control the country. And I can't read that no more. I dare them to say that's not true. It is true. So American aliens do the same. Even if I did it for I did it for even if I American can't treat. It's too humiliating. I can't handle it. And I shouldn't have to put up with it. Sick of treating everybody in people. I was doing my my nation of 350 million people to be forced into doing things that are bad for me and my children because of some country like this, a violation of the most basic rights we have with our leaders just represent us being some because most of the time and there's an ongoing invasion which is designed to make us crazy, designed to turn us into
What the fuck? Folks, look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork. Look at this man. So, Cash Monday. It's always Cash Monday. Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. A boo. A boot. Who's that guy? What's his name? Positive. Brody. Positive.
What's up, Lisa? Yeah, where the fuck you been?
What's the other question? Been in the gym.
The little Mexican chick kidnapped you.
Fucking always. This will be their good on those chili cheese ones are delicious. I didn't know it's a Christmas thing for Mexican people. So I like our friend brought you some too.
So, wow.
Yeah, so we're gonna go brought you some too.
And the presents.
Well, they make 80 of them, probably like 100. Yeah, oh yeah. Like 500.
That's it.
I went there. It was Christmas Eve. We had those for dinner, and I had like a couple the next day. I have 4 at my house.
You have a nice time.
Yeah.
Different cultures. They fucking really work.
Have you ever seen End of Watch? It's the cop movie with Jake Gyllenhaal and and they're talking about how it's just like for Jewish people, maybe it's important, but it's like the holidays. Not at least from my family, it wasn't like the Arrow times. There's always someone in the house. It's always a cousin or something, and it's if you like them, it's great. Like well, I have some cousins who I'm not huge fans of, but it's not that fun. But when it's people who you like and enjoy spending time with,
Fucking traditional Jewish dinner every year for Hanukkah.
yeah, brisket, monkeys, pretzel. You know what's great? I love my family.
Let's get something together.
Fuck yeah, in the freezer, I'll made up lunch. Yeah,
You still got monkeys.
in the freezer. Yeah, fuck yeah.
What's happening, Brody Stevens? Great to be Steven Brody Stevens. Got it. 818 representing this month.
Till I. Hey, Rabbi, have you ever had 818 number? Fuck yeah, baby. Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented, folks.
I've done some in Serbia. I had a photo shoot with ISIS on Friday. They're in town presenting portfolios. That's kind of fucked up because a lot of people go on ISIS like maybe a lot of people get that fucking headshot. They'll come crying to me. I want to see a fucking pathetic marriage crying. You know, he was weird. You know, he's like Thomas. You know, that's what you get. I mean, why would you go over there? I mean, I understand that there's health workers and aid workers, but it's just always the guys are getting the head chopped off. They're very, open-minded, which is great, but it's kind of what maybe got them into trouble. Yeah. They're stupid and mind their fucking business. They still would have had a head. Now they're walking around with no fucking head. The parents are lying because they gotta be fucking, they're not walking. Maybe they are. Maybe they're extras. Walking. Look at that zombie stuff. Yeah, like zombie stuff. It's still living. People are desensitized. I think to get. I saw Walking Dead. It's over the top, I guess, right? Is that the fun about it? It's over the words of the story. I don't watch that shit. That shit scares the fuck out of me. Yeah, me too. Oh, it's cheers. I don't want to see that great. When I was a kid, when I was about 13, I had no pain ass. No pain like a lot of ass. What's code word for gorilla or something? It's what it is. Oh, okay. I don't know what kind of podcast this is. My friend and I, the usual gym that I like to see. Went to the Starbucks where they talked about, my doctor. The interview was such a great one. Was it a good film? Did you go? No, it was pretty bad. It wasn't as bad. Oh, you saw it? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Charles. So, these were people, strong fucking. My guy was on the helicopter, chops his head off, he's still alive. You kick off for an hour, that's it. Nightmares for a week. I've never seen him. I forget the guy's name that used to do those. Dads. That's kind of weird. I like them. But I don't know what TV show fucking movies are walking around. People shooting stuff. I don't. That stuff is it's just so much content on TV. You have to keep up. You have to binge watch it. You have to talk about it. But there's just so much content. I started getting stressed 10 years ago when you go to the video store and there's DVDs everywhere in your face. Now it's just, it's too much almost. And I pulled away. I become a hermit. You have Netflix. Yeah, I have Netflix. It's great. It is. Let's be honest. You can get locked in, but I've been bad recently not watching films, not reading books, and trying to actually appreciate things. It's like I go on the internet, and it's like Yahoo, drugs, UK Mail, Yahoo, UK Mail, even barely, I'm just like wasting time. And I feel like I need to take action before that I see a movie. I saw Nightcrawler. How is that? Which is I loved it. It looks great. But the thing is, Sydney, more about the interview. It'll be interesting to see how much money it makes. It made a ton of money. They got Cosby. It's called Get Cosby. You get all of mine. You get all of this. Whether it's the iPhone standing alone, whether it's something you get swirly, or something with a donation that goes some of the non-existent is dead that they shot him in the room from the ship. Anything? Listen, these American people, we fucking show people how to fish. We go fishing and we catch a fish. We show people how to fish. We come from society. Now when we kill a bear, we take pictures of that bear and send them. They do. So you're not going to send a picture of an Arab picking you up at the World Trade Center. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think they wanted to cause a problem. No. Let's just do it. Get it over. Get the fuck out of here. I never saw that guy. I never saw that guy walking around. I never saw him on the stage. Like Fidel, I saw it in the documentary. This guy, I never saw this fucking guy. This guy could have been made up. As far as we know, this guy could have been made the fuck up. This could have been a whole made up fucking thing with some picture of some little Arab guy walking around. He's still alive. And now people come up to him, well, you know what
Osama bin Laden. He's like, no, that wasn't me. It's the big fat fucking guy. You know, we shoot a goldfish. We take a picture. We go hunting. We shoot a lion. We take a picture. This guy was the world's biggest lion. Yeah, I take a picture of it. Really? Come on, save that for someday. Save that for that. So, you think he's around? So I don't think he's around. I just think that I don't even know if he ever. What? I don't even know if he had. He was a hologram? No, we don't know. Think about it. I mean, they have videos on him for a while ago, but videos. Yeah. Maybe he's been there for a while. He didn't have kidney problems. Yeah, I think he's an Uber driver out there. Maybe. Wait to get that video from him. Yeah, you saw me trying to fight. I mean, it's just, you know, I don't believe what I see. I'm from shopping state. You are? I thought you were from Jersey. Missouri. I'm American. So am I. From every state here in America. So how do you from Missouri? No, because it's the show me of the fucking state. Got it. And you just show me. I'm an American. Show me. Me too. Show me a picture of Osama bin Laden with his eyeball on it. The man who's from Mexican who killing fucking people when they put their heads off on YouTube. Yeah. Listen, we should listen. I don't think they did because they didn't want to inflame any. You know, they didn't want to inflame the Muslim community or the terrorists. Let's inflame Americans and show these fucking. Let me slip up one of the motherfuckers. I don't think pulling our heads back, or slicing our heads back. What hurts an American more? Seeing these guys in wearing suits on television get humiliated with their parents begging for their lives. This Americans are. Show the American getting his head cut off. Show a picture of himself alive fucking dying. Well, that would fire people up. They would get excited. You know what? Let me think about it. They showed video. What's it? Whatever his name. Who's the old guy in Iraq? What's his name? Saddam Hussein. Yeah, they showed Hussein. And then they showed that Gaddafi guy being stabbed in the asshole. But that was viral on YouTube. Yeah, that's still one viral. All right. So he could be around. Cosby. Cosby by everything. Cosby by. What does that mean exactly? Up to sleep and fucked in the ass. Whoa! We're getting a lullaby. Up to sleep and fucked in the ass. Society. I agree. No, okay. So, you know, so now you put a body on the couch. You put cameras on the couch. You put cameras on the couch. Didn't we see the film of the black guy putting his hand up saying, I can't breathe? Yeah. We don't need a camera phone. We already got the proof that they choked him and they still got let loose. Yeah. What do you mean he got let loose? You got innocent. They were innocent. That's right. They didn't even get to that part. They said they were going to try. They were going to try. The cops are just turning their back on the chair. I don't know what the positive did. I don't do. I do. All I do is read the news. So why I'm talking about like how I'm not going to movies or reading books. I'm addicted to the news. You pay attention to news and comedy. Do someone go get to you. When you pay attention to comedy, what's important to you? When I wake up in the morning at 6 and I throw on they're talking about a family got shot to death in London. That's kind of I feel bad for the families. That's not what I want to wake up to at 6 o'clock. I want to wake up to the first three stories. Car accident with 6 kids in the car. 3 kids got drunk and a mom and grandfather got shot. 2 Mexicans got shot at Harville. Somewhere could be black people. I don't want to hear it. But you said going. All those are great stories. So what we're trying to do is you want to get news that work for you. I want to hear stuff with CNN and tell you all this shit. Again, I don't want to hear it. So all the news outlets are telling me I want to hear 10% of the news, 90% of the shit. Well, you gotta go on the internet for that. You're gonna get the real deal. I mean, unless not as uncensored, but you know what I'm saying, like the regular news. It's kind of, I'm not saying it's down the middle. It's not down the middle. You know, you have Fox, and then I guess you have everybody else. But you go on the internet, and you get to read the comments. Well, the beautiful thing about the internet is, for years I was in the video control. Now it controls everything. It controls everything from the slide window. I can tell you that news thing. You need to know about that black kid that got shot by a gun. Right. There's a lot of that. Yeah, and pull tells me it's out there. I'm a white guy shot by the black suspect. I'm clicking, so it's now you don't hear about school shooting. No more school shootings. This time last year, 2 years ago, school shootings. Black man, fucking idiot, got shot. Black man, yeah. It's so weird when they want me. So you're saying that kind of stuff is still going on? Those kind of shootings? Like a mass shooting? I don't know. I don't think that's like we don't hear about them fast enough. It's like some news is 1960, some news is 2015. They determine what comes up to the top first. You know, you go to, oh no, it's good because you have that at your fingertips, but the issue is you don't really know what to believe a lot of times because there are right leaning, there's left leaning, and there's a lot of websites that have fake news stories. Are you serious? Like not even just no, they have me doing things. They have me on your office hysterical. They said they're going to wear a patch full of Pittsburgh victims. Pittsburgh quarterback that lives in but they have these websites that are posing as real news, and when it's so close to being true, when you do, when it's like it gets all like all messed up. And like today, they have like there's gonna be another new season of Breaking Bad. It's harder to know what's real or not. I don't know that shit. Those guys have more friends than right. Those things. It's all those things. I go to honestly I go to Drudge, ESPN, and UK Mail. Yahoo is like cheese balling. Some of their news stories are very good. And then you look at comments, you go straight to comments and you see. I'm not gonna say it's a rating country, I guess it is, but every comment is kind of conservative. On those stories, I follow like cultures flag, or it's always blame Obama, and then it's racism. It's just a bunch of them. And I love reading it. You got it, thumbs up, yes, anonymous. Kidding. Yeah, I'm good. It's like I think working's important for me. And you would say that even actors, they go up and down, they always talk about it's good. But I also think being a comedian, you kind of make up for those down times, and also podcasting. Things have changed. How people always listen to as a comment. I get busy 24 hours a day and stuff. I just write. Some days you get something, some days you write all day.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohim, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohim, Adonai Echad.
If I lived in Michigan, my day is a comedy. Yeah, but I will say the word boss. Why like Judy Carr? Yeah, shit like that. When's the last time you called it Judy Carr? When was the last time you saw Judy Carr? You had it. That's my fucking point, okay? So all these people that give you books are written by people that you don't even see do fucking comedy. Well, Judy is very busy right now. Doing what? Show. Open up. No, leave her alone. What fucking club Judy's at this fucking weekend? Leave Judy alone. She doesn't deserve this. Judy hasn't worked for 90 fucking years, so things change. Every year, if you're a comic, things change. Yes, I agree. What I got here is a comic. If you did a co-star on a TV show, when you occurred, people want to see you on the weekend. Yeah, say, okay, people signed you, the agent signed you, manager signed you. They went to the comedy store, really jumping up and down. People want to see their dick. Or is it not like that? It's the internet now, and it changes every year. When we got it was a big thing. We got it when it became cable, and then it became. You and I got it in 98. Yeah. 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 1,000 shows you were on there. Tons. Yeah, I mean, like Kobe Bryant. I mean, there's so many different aspects that to it. On video, I know when I was a kid, and now I'm a little better. I know so much. It's like MMA training. You just don't box. You get to 2 days a week and conditioning.
The listen place.
Karate 2 days a week. Fucking box 2 days a week. We're all together in wrestling and getting dicks up. Radio.
What happened to JoJo Silva?
It's just not getting laundry. It's just not getting.
I hate that. I know who that person is. It sucks. Hate it.
When I first started, I was still not great at it. I've gotten better. But now that I work a full-time job, full-time at 16 now, and I went to school. So I always had something to do during the day. And when I first started doing this full-time, part of it was I was being kind of lazy. I would just watch TV. But now, even when I'm working a lot, I'll feel like I'm being lazy because I'm at my house. And it's hard to fill as much time as you think you should. But also, the schedule is a lot different. So even though I'm not doing stuff before work, I'll be out until 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So it's a hard transition.
Years I just wrote jokes. It's funny how we never write jokes with things. There's no calls on the conversation. Shocking. But it's so weird in my work. I get up at 5, right, tweet Facebook for them, right, for now. Damn, baby. If my wife takes a shower, she comes out and I do something for the baby. I do something for an hour. She comes back, I have the baby, and this writing involved, this email involved, this fucking pages involved. There's just so much in a day. And I mean, it's just very simple. It's just crazy in terms of, the internet was a game. For me, it was like cable was a game changer, and then like internet satellite TV it turned into TV. It's like turned into 60 channels to 200 channels, and then the internet came on. That blew everything out of the box. So you have that, and then look at what's going on. But I also think that we only still have 24 hours in the day, and now you get that 2 hours. That was when we were in Seattle. That 2 hours of social media wasn't there. It wasn't there. But a lot of people listen to my people social media doesn't work. It's fucking Twitter, it's Facebook. Both of you guys are amazing at social media, and I say that from seeing comments. Now comments of work, how much it hurts that Twitter. Because in reality, Twitter shouldn't be that hard to do. But to stick to it and be good at it, which both of you I think are amazing at. And it is, it's a skill at this point. You guys should be social media coaches. Yeah, you got to be in the game for the most part. I mean, it's fun to do. I like doing it. I just sometimes don't like the hate tweets. I think Twitter's great because podcasting, that was another game changer. Which is, I don't think there's any negative in podcasting. It's probably better for a comedian. I mean, what comedian doesn't like talking shit, right? I'm working on this every week. I sit down and I just really talk. When else comes up, without making people down the corner. And I never learned something. This is 6 years from now. It's just 12 years old. I told them about today. I told them about their lives. This affects them. That's why they want to be talking. They said no, they don't want to see me over the night. What the fuck? What the fuck? You know, so it's like, deal with these things. This is the shit that affects me today. I train with this big guy. It's a badass jiu-jitsu.
Is there any Bravo?
You don't know. You don't know what it is. When I first started going back to talking about jiu-jitsu races, I had gone to other places and I didn't come up with shit that it's very easy to see that this was the bridge. So today we're doing something I don't even have practicing these because let me see. When I started doing this jiu-jitsu, it was like Joe. She did it 4 times in a row. This isn't luck. You're doing this. I asked him. I saw him. Why you couldn't do that? That was just your hand on your own. You know, because I learned watching you break it down. You and I have had discussions about comments on Twitter. That they've spoken in conversations with you. You said it, and I said to you, if they just watch what I do, this would be easy. I don't do it all day. I refuse to do it. I got better shit to do. I'll give you those 2 hours. I'll give you those 3 hours all day, but I can't do it. Every time I go to a restaurant, stop and take a picture. That's what I'm on Instagram. I can't. I just can't. My day is my day. I live my fucking life. I can't be on there all day doing cheeseburgers and fucking grilled cheese sandwiches and pictures of my people, handcuffs and I can't do that shit. Whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not making fun of nobody. I'm just saying it. That I don't have time for that. What's on my mind in the morning? What eliminates my fear? What I'm thinking. You know. I think social media is very important. But again, I always ask myself, Richard, before I go to the store,
Probably not.
it's 2015. You understand me? You have to.
You think so?
You have to. We got a guest on the show. A good friend of mine. He's become friends with me. He's a good friend of mine. It's like I say, guys, TV is changing. I'm watching my kids. They watch shit on demand when they watch Netflix and all this shit. People are missing the boat. Like I'm saying, hey, people, let's face it. 5 years ago, the same boat, we didn't have much going on. Well, we were all waiting for the next week. The bag open and successful. I want to ask you something. I'm not going to ask for a thing. Nobody be in the next no, these things can podcast. You leave here and go south. 3 blocks. I had a definitely self-confidence. To the family 5 years ago, maybe 6 months after we got that decision. The decision was I found him. Down in town. All my friends were on the road. When I was done with them, if I stayed that old man, I would be self-conscious. If I didn't take his advice, then he kept bugging me after I the Felicia podcast. Do the Felicia podcast. But you gotta do something in the morning. You do it, then you got these fucking people on there listening to music and saying to suck my dick. God's gonna help me tell what the fuck. So we did the podcast. You know, so I started thinking like the young man. I had to. That's the only way you understand this man. When you got to the school, there was a bunch of other girls. Because they didn't want to. They didn't. They followed through. Comedies involved me. I wasn't making fun of Julie Brown. I love Julie Brown. He was in my fucking house. Julie Brown was down. Was on my Julie Carter with the fucking tag. That's how long I had. By the time I walked in Julie Carter, 5 or 6 times.
I've got that book.
Got him. Gene Perot must have had 16 fucking work. I think I did 3. I would get pissed off at Gene Perot. If I'm looking at those work books today, I was at Gene Perot on Facebook. That's a bad thing. I'm sorry, I can do these exercises. I can figure out. He used to write for Volvo. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, Gene Perot workshops.
Well, it's just back then. Books were the way people found out. So you bought books. Now there's probably a guy doing a comedy podcast. How to do a comedy podcast, or how to do comedy YouTube. It's just the way it is.
It is that way. But you get these guys, you know, stand up is about doing. Now, I don't want to compete against the YouTubers, but I feel like comedy's the real deal. On YouTube, say me. YouTube, listen, now, Comedy Central never gonna give me a one. HBO's never gonna give me a one. Right. So I got a couple options about that.
No,
Even Netflix gives me a 1 hour. I gotta shoot my 1 hour. Apple, Amazon, me and Lane shoot 10 minutes a month. Post it every 2 weeks. I got my own special on YouTube, which will get more hits than you get on Comedy Central because Comedy Central will play your special on Friday nights. And that's it. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's it. And they go for DVDs and sales. So if I don't DVR it or whatever, your thing is fucking gone forever. I can publicize 10 minutes every day. And it's your Brody Stevens YouTube page. You edit it. You edit Brody Stevens YouTube page. And every 60 days, listen to 10 minutes by Brody Stevens. Put me in. Look, I don't have any problem disagreeing with that. But also the other problem is warm up. It's energy. You're putting out that crazy energy. And then you also have to go, you know what? I'm on a little roll right now because if you ask me, I like the internet, but I'm also old school. You get a kick out of getting to be on MLB Network or the NFL Network or Fox Sports and those shows. I'm old school. I like that. I know that Funnier Guy and like I said, those internets, they're more, but there's just something about TV that I feel like it's more official.
describe this for 12 during the week and having it on leave.
I'm high tech. I can Spider-Man too. Shot. Somebody wants to do something. Sometimes you don't think you get it. Right along, right back. For me, I need 3 more weeks. Oh, that's what I was getting at. So I was doing one sense. But you get as big as the biggest movie was selling 200 million. Okay, I had some decent ones early on, and once in a while I get it, but it's part of my act. It does feel good with a little bit of validation, or just kind of absolutely. It's a cool little absolute crush. It's not even crush, but something that we saw in Spider-Man. It was fucking cool. 1 month, even I felt cool. I can't lie, I do shit all the time. I don't feel cool as a Spider-Man. I felt fucking cool. It was cool. Come to me, I'll tell you 10 times the same thing. It was cool. My question, shut the hell up. Back in the time, I already had a plan to succeed. I had a plan to fail. For me, it was just all bonus. It was all like house money because I never ever thought I would be in a movie. And I just didn't think so. And even when I shot it, I felt like
okay, I've been in a couple of little things. I could tell it was a big movie, and I did it. I stayed professional, but I didn't think it was going to change my career. Now, I just wasn't. I come from, a baseball background, college, and very structured, so I just kind of play things close to the vest. Even on my TV show that I had on Comedy Central, which is kind of hard to say that, but I did. There's no denying. I felt like that would give me that would have given me a boost to help me push through, and I think it kind of has with a combination of these other things that kind of like push through to a new level. But I also feel like I'm at the opportunity right now to go even one more level, and then I can quote unquote chill. And I think some of it, honestly, is just getting out of war mode. Like the thing is, I get mic time, I get paid, I get to perform every day for Comedy Central executives and Funny or Die executives, audience, the comedians appreciate what I did at Best Damn Sport. I never auditioned. I mean, I obviously auditioned for I did for the Hangover, but pretty much I gave up auditioning because I wanted to ingrain myself in Fox Sports, where I would know every executive, everybody involved. That was just the best job I could do. And I'm doing 1,000 shows. Set producers like Eric Shanks, he runs the whole network now. George Greenberg, executive producer, he runs. I mean, all these guys are there. So it is relationships, and I went for that. But I feel like now I gotta just gotta ride the wave. It's just warm up takes a lot of this is this particular one's every day for me, I do 4 shows a week. I'm on the clock for 2 hours straight. From the minute I get out of my car and walk across the street, I'm on. The audience is there. I hit them there, and I have to stay on and focus for 2 hours. There's no letdown. And this show is very joke heavy. Joke, energy in and out. It's high energy. Kind of like how Chelsea was. Chelsea, had her books coming out. It was one of these young girls from San Diego and Arizona, and a shot over by the beach. But she just had a ton of fans, and it was just basically it started out with a paid audience, but then she just blew up, and then it was just kind of keep the audience under control, more about keep under control. And it was hard, but I wasn't beat up after. I'd hang out. It's like I felt good. Whereas this show, I'm trying to do the same thing, but I'm not for different reasons. It's an adult show. It's hard to get adults there at 3:30. You can't get the college groups like you get at Best Damn. There's just a lot of. So at the end of the day, it takes a lot out of it, and I appreciate it. I like doing it. It feels good. But I'm also seeing that, I should be podcasting. Imagine if I podcast and took that chance. Podcast it. It's people, that's all they ask me to do. Podcast, build up my audience. I will go on that road. I will do that. And I don't need more of them, but it's I'm good at it. Really good at it. I don't know like you've never seen me wrong. My girlfriend and I went and saw you in Irvine at the audience. And I've been very lucky that I've worked in TV, and I've been able to go to a bunch of TV tables, and they're fun. But everyone in this one knows how bad canned fake laughter on TV shows sound. There's really bad moments, and the one's bad, they're not going to laugh. They're not going to be a good audience for the show, which is super important. And I've seen it there. I've seen it at the comedy store a bunch of times on home up there. But it's kind of like how the internet kind of gets looked down upon because you enjoy doing live TV better. I think we can warm up and get looked down upon, but it really should. No, it's a skill. It's definitely a skill. I see him on stage. Yeah, it's amazing. But here's the deal. It's kind of like maybe I've talked about this before. Yeah, you do the warm up. You're in front of 115 people. 3, you can be like Cam Peel, the guys from 911 or whatever. Chris Hardwick. You get all that, but that's who sees it. We do a podcast, thousands for hear it. So I'm not saying it's wasted in there, but I feel right now like I'm at a point where maybe I could put that energy and go for it. But I also know that I'm good at it. I don't not like warm up. I just can't be beat up and just feel getting beat up. Yeah. Danny Vermont, Danny went there. Oh my God. Long hair. Yeah, no, I know what Danny is. It was either Danny or what's his name? Robert Longblade or old guy or Chunky B. No, he would have done it. No, some guy that I see now, time to time. Oh, that's like a big right now. I mean, that is one thing where he was really bad. Fucking howling because they're looking down like, what are you doing? And he's just going off. He's not even looking. He's got a football jersey and a whistle around his neck. He's talking about football. This is the girl and the makeup on the mic, whatever. It's fucking amazing. And I can see that I've been to 1,000 tables. They don't even let you go out that type of market. Let you go out when you go. Oh, they let him. Not saying fucking clean. No, keep it clean. Just very clean. But just talking something that's enough. It was so, like, giving a 3 actors from The Godfather. Like, they were doing quizzes, you know. It's the biggest in this industry is there's very few practices jobs. You get jobs and you got a bunch of jobs. Well, you know. So, are you talking a bunch of jobs because people ask? So that's the best kind of job. You know, people are asking you to do jobs. Yeah, what was your first one? Was it best sports show? Yeah, like second. I did. Well, yeah, I did Zach show. I got fired. The guy thought that I worked like half the shows. I thought I scared the audience, and it was like Fred Graver show. When he said I scared the audience, it was the whole audience. It was the same audience from my same sports show. You know what I mean? It was like them sitting there. So what upset me was I didn't get the note. It just got fired. It's like I'm working with the same guys. I know the audience. How can I scare an audience that knows me? So you could have just given me a note. So then Zach got it. This is long ago, Zach. It was a long time ago. Zach did, they're trying to get me back, and I did come back. And then I worked some of the shows. The show got canceled. Sorry. Best damn sports show. I got in trouble a couple of times ever for the most part. I stayed with it. 1,000 shows. Chelsea. 400 shows. They left me alone. 7-year run. Ridiculousness leaves me. It was like, leave me alone. Wanda Sykes. They got rid of me. They got rid of her. So, the Wanda Sykes show. Yeah, I did like 10 shows. Here's the deal. I take care of comedians. It's like I'm focused on taking my butt at Chelsea on and take care of these comedians. And at the end of the day, what does it do for you? It's like, but I know that Kevin Hart knows me. I know that Jeff Dunn from Best Damn Sports Show knows me. I know that if I really need something, I took care of these guys. You know, and I know Whitney Cummings. This is before they had everything. So I didn't do it for that, but that's what drives me. And that's why I feel like I like having respect for the comedians. But I just feel when the crowd isn't good, it just boils my blood. And it's like not healthy sometimes. Like a coach, like, let's go. I just, it's not easy. But you have to, I'm good at it. But you can't just I mean, I have to prepare my day. I don't audition. You know, everything I have to lead. It's like preparation. Get up, do the same stuff. That's how hard the warm-up is. And then I'm done. And I'm just like wiped out after. Not wiped out, I'm kind of grinded out for this particular show. I'm that good. I'm like creating something. So I'm not hating on warm-up, don't get me wrong, but I definitely need to be podcasting more. And I know that would be a big difference, and I think I should have a YouTube channel. And that's it. But here's the other thing. Back in my mind, I'm doing other stuff. I mean, I did do MLB Network. I was on a Fox Sports, fantasy football show all year. So it's not like those things weren't happening. So I kind of put my energy into that warm-up and TV. I went from doing a warm-up in the road. I did everything on my show, and then warm-up came, and then warm-up, and then do the road for my show. And with the road stuff, still doing warm-up, then I focused on, the Fox Sports and doing the NFL stuff, and then getting a cartoon, put my energy into that. But I think that for 2015, I just need to be, I'd like to figure some things out. There's just, I don't want to get too great behind the scenes, but I'm just not. I know I can be, because I've done the show. I was on a TV show, so I know what it's like to feel good, to work half of the time, to put in half of the stress, and make twice as much, and be seen by thousands. That's what I'm saying. Like, probably 115 receiving, get steady paycheck. But I get on the other side where it's like, wow, they're taking a dressing room, and they're doing makeup for me. I feel acceptance, like I can do this. And so I put my energy into that, and my mind is, doing so many different things. But have you ever got these are good problems? I'm not complaining. Have you ever got somebody at a show saying, I saw you warm up to the show? Have you seen them around the country? You mean like audience members who saw you come up from Minnesota when they saw you anywhere in Minnesota? It happened. Yeah, not so much though. Here in LA, I get kids who come up to me that remember me from high school. Like their high school, like basically every high school came in the Best Damn Sports Show. Every community college. So living here in LA, kids will come up to me and go, Best Damn Sports Show. Nice. I do. That's the best thing. You were great on the show, buddy. On the show. I remember. They were great. The first was kind of on. That was my first TV. It was like 15 episodes. You did a lot. Like, maybe even more, maybe. But you knocked it out. Joey would come in. This is a live to tape. Taping. It's live, basically. Joey, every time. I'm not just saying it, but you knocked it out. This guy's good. Rich Williams, bro. It's still not my stuff. I was the sports analyst. I was the non-committal sports analyst. You were great at that. Lonnie Love was the other one. She was all over. It was like you two, and then the Farland brothers. That was about it. It was like those are the guys doing something. And when you're doing homework, that's another thing. I never, and I think it comes from my baseball background, or just kind of being a team sport guy. I'm so mad. I'm sorry. It's all right. Talking about being pushing guys. What does that mean? I'm so discombobulated recently. It could be because I took a beta blocker. That's the thing. I'm taking my meds, but the minute you want to you need, like a Klonopin, which is an anti-anxiety, you take as needed. It's like if I don't take just a little bit after a day, my body is absolutely. And plus I smoke pot. You got it. I've had addictions. I don't know, but I'm just
So Judaism, being a Jewish guy, that's what happened. For me, you know, I'll still be I'll give it to you in a nutshell. Like, I grew up in the Valley, typical divorced, Jewish, 80s, single mother, all right? And a Jewish kid. So my story wasn't really all that different than other kids that had the same exact situations. And I know what I'm saying it wasn't that uncommon. So I did that, but I was still like, you know, I was playing sports, whereas maybe I should have been playing drums, or I should have been maybe doing comedy. I don't know. I did sports because I had a good arm and it was an outlet for me. But looking back on it, maybe I should have done art. So you're doing sports, you know, it's a job world. There's a reason why a lot of Jews don't play sports because they're sensitive. So you're in that job world, big nose, hairy, goofy, gay. And it's like, got to me. Now here's the thing, you know, and I'm blaming, you know, parents being divorced. And my dad was around, he was an active member in my life. But there is something about having that strong male presence in your life. So again, my mind is wandering. But my life wasn't all that different, but I would fight with my sister. I and I had a Jewish mother. So all the symptoms that make comedians great comedians, they come from effed up backgrounds. Mine was, typical, but a little more my sister, me playing sports. And then I went to college, same thing, and then I went to Seattle and started doing comedy. And I was just like, I just needed something to relax. I didn't I just wanted to slow my mind down and not be so sensitive. And I took the med, like antidepressant there. And it just kind of it gave me confidence. It gave me like a little buffer to be I felt like to be myself, and not be so when things hurt me. And then I also felt like it's competent, it's good to be hurt. That's when I started reading the Judy Carter books and all that. So I felt like and then early on, the guys up there, you know, the meetings were going whatever, they would, you know, encourage you and say, hey, you're just funny, keep doing it. It's very supportive. It came from that job. And I went to comedy. And then, you know, you get on that merry-go-round medication. So I took it there. And at first, there were like side effects, but it felt like it gave me a little bit of a buffer. I don't know. And then I went to New York, and I really wasn't on anything. And then I felt like maybe I need, it's like I'm constantly having my mom, the Jewish stuff. Stephen, I want you to be happy. We should talk to a psychologist. We should do this. It's like, leave me alone. That's the Jewishness. Like, give me a pill. So I took like Ritalin to help me focus, but nothing illegal. But after 3 years in New York, I just kind of wanted to get out. And then I came back to LA. And that's when Facebook started coming. So I was feeling pretty good. And then now you're getting inundated with Facebook. You're in LA. That's where I said I gotta get back on like an antidepressant. So, and it took the edge off. And then at that point, I just kind of like went for it. And that's when my comedy started taking off again. And it's just hard to get off the meds. It's not like I would like to be clean, or whatever you want to call it. But it's just hard to get off. So, why don't you get off it? I don't want to feel like the meds made me who I am. I'm still who I am. They don't make me high. But I'm not on a lot of stuff. I take like 10 milligrams of Lexapro, and I take the Vicodin, I take Pilpin as a backup. And that's it. And I take Klonopin just in case. Like, it seems like sometimes I'll get like a little, you can feel me racing a little bit. And that's probably just the addiction. It's not like I'm nervous about something. It's like, I'm doing Joyce Podcast. I'm nervous, or I'm doing something. It's like my body physically wanting it. So that's not, it's like I was telling you earlier, it's like I don't want to be lying over that. Because the situations are making me nervous. But sometimes they are. There is a reason why I am taking it. It's like getting those opportunities. I feel like when I'm on TV, if I'm going to be on, like I was doing Chelsea, where it's I was out of warm up, and I was working at Chelsea, and I left kind of on bad terms. I left on bad terms because everything was so great for a while, and I was just shocked when this moment happened. Like, shocked. I left, but I also know in the back of my mind that I had an opportunity with HBO, and that's me leaving wasn't. But it wasn't like this is going to make me a million. I knew I had to give it my all. So anyway, when I left, it just it hurt. And I went from like being in to being out right away. So that hurt. Stayed on my meds, and then I started doing the HBO stuff, and it felt like I just wanted. It's like I felt like I couldn't drink, couldn't like enjoy myself. I felt like you drink a beer, you get nauseous. You know, the middle of the night. I didn't want to do that anymore, and I wasn't feeling good. So then I went to Scotland, and I know I've got the HBO show. I've been doing TMZ. I'm over there. I come back. Oh, I crashed my meds a little bit, and I'm feeling fine. Drinking, feeling good. I felt like open. And it just kind of spiraled. And then when I went straight to Montreal, and I got super sick, and they gave me an antibiotic, and I stopped taking my meds. I just couldn't even swallow, but I got the antibiotic. 24 hours, I felt better, and my mind was clear and super open. I was happy, and I remember, people tell me, Brody, celebrate, take a victory lap. You're on you got the show that you got picked up. Aren't you excited? You're getting to host TMZ. You're on the Laugh Factory thing. They love it. So I was hearing all that, take a victory, and I was feeling good. I wasn't feeling bad. I was feeling good. And then I came back, and it was just it just kept spiraling up. I was not taking my meds. But I came back full of confidence because I did Montreal well. I did well over in Scotland. I'd never been to Ireland, never been there. So those are two big things. Hosting TMZ coming up. I'd already been on like every week for the last month. And they asked me to post. Had that, had the HBO stuff happening, telling, you're great, take a victory lap. So I came back and I was like all excited. And I think like Zach or my friends were just not, I was out of character. And I agree, it was out of character. And I was irritable. And I was, but I was also happy. I was having a typical manic episode. All the markings there, check. Delusional, check. Sleeping, check. Person, check. I had it. So I was just, I went on Twitter. That's the whole social media, thing, and I was just going on it. And I was just doing that. And I was out of character. And I was also on an antibiotic, throw that in the mix. It was a perfect storm. And so then I said some silly stuff on Twitter, basically within a 5-day period. There's this world happening. And I knew it wasn't like I could fly. Anybody who was like a jerk to me, in the past, would have like not him, but I did a show and his freaking fans, 7 pages of comments ripping me. So F you call yourself a stand-up now. So you're the ball. F you. Yeah, forget it. It was like not going to do one time or whatever. No, that's just a nice sense. He wasn't not cool, but maybe I took it the wrong way. It's always been like, we've known each other for a while, so I kind of latched out at him. Latched at Jeff Ross. I was just on a roll, like Charlie Sheen, and the people liked it. I was like saying funny stuff. Again, I wasn't like, I was like wide open. It was like I was on cocaine. And again, it felt good, but I knew I was on a bender. I knew that I needed some kind of intervention or vacation. I was just on a roll. Things were happening, but it was too much. And so I got, took me away. I laugh now. It's like when I got taken away, it was like, once I was in the hospital, like recuperating, it like became like funny to me, kind of that it's rock and roll. That's what happens. I goofed up. It wasn't like
this is something that happens all the time. If you're here again, or you had a drug, I did have a drug, I stopped. But I had something that it's just wrong. It's almost kind of funny, but not funny. I did not expect it. Nobody ever made jokes that, oh, are you going to flip out once in a while? The next one is shoot someone. I'm like, not you. You know, you hear about those guys, but I'm out. I'm good. You can't tell me that I can't do something in 2 hours. Oh, I can make it here from San Diego an hour 20 minutes. I'm a slow coach. I can leave San Diego very scared. I get here at one night before the kick off the contest. He kept telling me I couldn't get the kick off for a certain amount of time. So I said, get in the back. Station wagon. Chicken teriyaki. Yeah, number one. Teriyaki next door. Oh, she would cut it with scissors. Oh, yeah. It was great. Chicken teriyaki number one. It's called number one. Teriyaki next to the Comedy Underground Squanish. Oh, get it to go, and then we'll style. Go down and do the comedy again. Oh, I told you thought about it. Like you were playing at 6. No, somebody go there at 8. Yeah. Josh, sometimes we call Josh and stuff. I do. Drive downstairs and go. They were good. It was good. So awesome. The sauce was everything. Nothing here. Nothing. The one that we go to, the expensive one, is okay, but it's just chicken teriyaki. The chicken up there was chicken teriyaki. And it was a fucking salad. No fruit. Oh, yeah, the salad. Fucking salad. Thank you. Oh, my God. Salad. Crispy. Oh, I can taste it now. No, it's gone. I can taste it now. It had it's like a blue cheese ranch. Oh, my God. Oh. It was great. Yeah. Clean. White rice. It was good. And she would cut it with scissors. In the back, like actual scissors for all this meat. I put sriracha on that motherfucker. The rice and the chicken. Mix that motherfucker in with that salad. Yeah, there was no frills. It was just it was just table and chair. It was filthy in there. Filthy. Filthy. The chaps were filthy. Some of the best Chinese food I've had is the B-rated. Yeah, I'll play. The best I was at B-rated. And the guys picking his nose off. Playing with a mouse on the mouse trap. The food wasn't all that bad at the Comedy Underground. They had good burgers, nachos were their thing. Lionel was the cook. Rita O. Stop it. Rita O. Al Fox. Jazz Abel. Fight Al Fox. Al Fox was a handicap. What? He got mad at me, but he also got mad at you. I have it on the video. Don't talk to me the way I'm giving you the word. He went to war with Al Fox. Like, God, days ago. I'm sweating like Al Fox at a disco. Because he couldn't walk. I have it on video where you're like yelling at him. You're fucking leaking up to the stage. My face. This one was in the back. We have it in the the median set in the back there. That's where it happened. Comedy Underground was that's where I got my start. doing stand-up, that was the spot where I just learned everything about the fundamentals of a three-man comedy show. Saddle, joke, stage time, not right down the middle, but, good comedians came out. It was as far as a good spot for me, don't you think? No, you're point no here. I cut my teeth. Yeah, no. Yeah, man. That's the first place I think. I saw Doug Stanley grip the audience. Just do things that night that I never saw him make this thing. And I was camping. I was supposed to see the Madison on a set. The next night on the other side of the gorge. I said I ain't paying $65 for what I was on. I said I'd pay $15 for being for no more. Me and Mr. One camping. I showed up in bed like just cried. So it was on my mind. Because if I'm not going to be as good as Doug Stanley. That's why I should have known. I'm knowing up to now. It's dark tonight. Monday, when I go back to the how big was Mondays and Tuesdays and Mondays. And it was it. Monday and Tuesday was Madison Square Garden to us. That's all. It was your open mic. The front was his name. What was his name of the guy? Carl. That's one of the best nights you ever been in. Like, they did one for me. He taught me how to put there instead of this. Take that fuck. Watch what happens to that joke. I got one teammate here believing I like that. Everyone there looked hard, watch me. Like I know what I'm doing most of the time. And I took it like a man. He was very loved comedy. Loved it. Like you. He loved it. And he knew it. He didn't do it, but he knew it. And I know one night he called me everybody else reporting going to he came down on Monday night. Which I know he was solicited somebody. I guess what? That's the first time. Follow me. If I would have known who Rick was, they would have gotten into my head and I would have won. I can't follow Rick. That doesn't, he just did it from my shoulders before this time. I can't follow Rick. Don't let him. Don't let him follow Rick. When I did so well after Rick, I became friends with Rick. So Rick was my mentor. Rick came to the life. Rick was the one who got me to beat him. Tom Hanks and the whole show. Rick called me and said, that's how friends from Carl Lewis. He's got it. No, he had a stroke. He is alive as far as the next time. Him and Ron Reed were in it, but that open mic, that's what you did. That's on you. You were there. And then Wednesdays was 65% of the door. All of us together. All of the show. Get the check. All one of those deals. 70% of the door. 15%. And then Wednesdays would be Tacoma and Crossroads. And it would be a contest. And if you did, you won it, you come back and do like Thursday or next Monday, something like that. Ken ran it, the chick. Forget her name, Susan. Susan, she's a big girl. Big girl. She's my friend on Facebook. And like, see what you're doing. Seattle was great for me. Seattle was great for me. Just coming first of all, coming from Phoenix to Seattle, those are two opposite cities. You're coming from golf, conservative, to Seattle, rain, open-minded. It was just, I was in heaven as somebody, like, I want to jump into that culture. It was great. I had fantastic vivid back doing shows, hanging out, being in the rain, and the fresh air, and I really enjoyed it. The minute I moved to New York, I never looked back. When I went to New York, it was like, that's it. I never thought about Seattle again. What happened? Maybe I'll go back to Seattle when I can relax. I do like it right now. But you told me, Joey's the one guy who told me, said, Brody, you got to go to New York. He told me he was going to New York. I said, take it for free. Life is it. You're young. You're comfortable. Okay, and then you were already doing the show with Dana. Yeah. You had experience. You went to New York. I remember tennis.
Mrs. Smith makes one to you.
So, you stick out, even though you're Jewish, you're probably was going to stick out. Because there was nobody as great. Everyone trying to do something that one way of the story. And doing 7818 forever. I just kept at it. And you have these breakthroughs. And it's also, I always felt like, can I be funny back east? Okay. And I went to Seattle. I saw funny in Seattle. And then I was a tour guide at Radio City and at every school from the Eastern Seaboard High School. I was good with that, and then I worked in the comedy cellar, and I was good. So that's what New York, it's tough. It's a tough town. Tough, and I know it's changed now. It's not the same, but I had to go there, and I had to do Lower East Side comedy that went till 2:30 in the morning. Seattle, you're done at 11. New York is just something raw was there that opened me up. And if it's like if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. I did 3 years, and I felt like that was my plan. I did like 3 years in New York, come back to LA when I'm in the year 2000. I worked in 1997. Went to Coach Morris, Chucky Blunt. Yeah, and you're on the street. Yeah, I remember. No, Carol, me, Chucky Blunt. It was hot too. I don't think I had sex. I left you with this. She probably left. I'm gonna ask you something. Talking to you makes me feel guilty. Talking to you, podcast, makes me feel like I'm doing everything because it's an experience. At 25, that's a fucking strength. That's an easy thing in a ranger school. Hey, you go to ranger school. What are you talking about? You can learn to shoot motherfuckers in the head 50 yards away with a gun and then learn how to open up cans of tuna fish with no fucking can opener. Learn shit. And, this is the thing with comedy. You just learn. You just adapt. Did I get something from those 600 tours I used to do for myself on a Greyhound bus? Strippers, to Toronto, we discussed last week. Sure, I got something. I built character. I built a certain confidence that you can't take away. And you keep talking about these YouTubers. I feel the time they're not YouTubers. Maybe the YouTuber and these other guys. I got things to back it. I got a story to back it. A story to back it. You can't take nothing away from me on stage. You
could take away my MVP page. You could take that away. I could take away your HBO show. I could zap it. That it would never even exist. But I can't take away your stand-up. I can't take away the influence. That's always going to be there. So I tell him, I asked what's his name, right? The singer from Guns N' Roses go crazy. Sometimes people can't digest the success. Probably they can't absorb the success. Whatever comes my way, I gotta absorb it. And I'll tell you what, like I tell me, you tell me, you told me, yes. Go away. You would say, like, leave LA for 6 months and come back, and they'll see that growth. You're gonna grow by doing the road wherever you go, and then come back. If you're there too much, you're at the comedy store too much. They don't see the growth. They don't see it. Probably isn't much. And if you hang around, don't see it. You wide nose wide open. You can't do that. You have to become a commodity. They want to do business with you. One thing I know by the way is you have to make them say they want to do business with you. This is it. Everything else is that. This is the major one. That's what I say. I thought Joey said all the time. This is it. What's the I heard an expression like that. It's a baseball term. So this baseball term is home run. Strikeout. Everything is real in the field. Oh, I haven't heard that. Oh my God. When I was a kid, that's all. Everything's real in the field. Everything is real in the field. That's it. That's a baseball expression. Everything's real in the field. You know what I mean? And it's like, this is it.
What you can't have now, leave in the world. Don't knock me. Everything's real in the field, but don't knock me for trying to pay 7 years living real dictionary. Nobody feels what I want to be heard. I'm a hot 9-7 every day. That's my boy. Women and women don't condominium of 5 foot shots, dropping in and it's all about intimacy. What?
Well, I look at the positives. I mean, this is what I say. I tell these comedians. It's like you see a couple guys like living in the 80s. They come to the comedy store. Nobody knows them. They hang out. They may have done like a couple shows in North Carolina or in Houston, whatever. And then they come to LA. They hang out at the comedy store. And it's like, I understand like going here and checking it out, but don't come to the comedy store until you're invited. I think is a good thing. So that you're like asked to come there, and then. You gotta do the road. You gotta go to Chicago, go to New York. Don't come straight here. I don't think. Not that there isn't exceptions and things have changed. You guys glad you didn't start there? I'm glad that I left. You can't grow in LA. You can't grow in LA. And you will listen as soon as you walk through here. As soon as you walk through that factory, the counties, compared to your hometown, you're going to grow. You're going to grow. You're going to grow. You said now. You said the counties was 2 different sections. Different sections. Yeah. So I mean, the comedy store originally was a tough road. It's the toughest one. It's hard. Easiest one. It's a great book, but now those sliders are killers, bros. Everybody who has to follow it, who's got to follow the problem. It's not like Kevin Owens and years ago. They throw on at 10:15. Those days are done. There's not a weekend. August is the weakest thing on the fucking chain. And it's not like the 9:15. Once 9:15 comes, then I could be out. Because, you're right. You're in that line. You got Ian Evans, you got Tony Hitchcock, you got John Conway. I've seen Rob Schneider. I've seen Sarah Silver and Louis C.K. Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle. These fucking lineups and one way in, brother. God, for all that God. Welcome to those fucking hands with the Asian chicks. Listen, bro, it's 8:30. You said you want to rush. If you want to stay, you're always family. be around when it's on. Yeah. Fuck. Let's do a few more minutes. A few more minutes to do it. Because, you know, when I say you can grow here in LA, I got warm. I mean, but maybe I got warm up. You know, I'm different. I'm an anomaly. Pick up the pieces.
Somebody breaks your heart.
Is this Steve Martin? This is
Tony Bennett, cocksucker.
Is this a duet with Lady Gaga? Solo. He's him. Yeah, I was a little absent-minded early on, and then I got comfortable. And I'm happy with the podcast. It feels good. This is family.
Oh, word.
This is not even a podcast. Have a conversation. Well, when I say you can grow, I feel like here in LA, the crowds are pretty good. You know, they might be a little cheese-balling in some places, but for the most part, they're supportive. They're, you know, like they go to New York, yeah, they are tough. You know, you're going to be cranking out jokes, stand-up type in New York. But you can also out here, you can grow. It's like a spirit. It's a care. I know it sounds corny, but there is something like the energy here, wherever it is, the mountains, the sea, that allows for like, you know, those kind of freedoms that I take on stage and do these little energy things. There is something to it. Like people talk about networking and yoga. There is something to that. And then you tie in a little bit of a baseball sports regimented, you know, spring training, take 500 swings, and everything's just over and over, like Kobe Bryant, over and over, like John Wood, preparation. So you combine the two, you can work on stuff. Like I'm working on a lot of stuff, but that's the thing that I look at 2015, doing a lot of different things, and maybe I can tighten up and be smarter. But you know what? I got a great reputation. I'm happy. It's fun to go out, and I don't mind having 7 nights a week. 4 to 5. 4 to 5. You know what I've been doing? I have been taking it easy. As I said, when I do have off time, and I haven't much, I've done the road quite a bit in the last year. I'll go down to my mom and I'll help her. And I guess that's often, but it's not really. So, no, it's not. And, you know, when I unplug, I really try to unplug, just nap and get super lazy and just let my battery drain. And that was just to me to grow. Right. Well, you get inspired. It's like a take. Just watching somebody else. You know, I was telling this neighbor. I was having a hard time with teaching. Well, that's what baseball does for me. It's like playing catch and throwing bullpens and shagging a base. That's why I like baseball. Like, oh, it's boring. And this, you know, maybe it is. But if you have some skill or you know you can be a pitcher, you get a great workout. Throwing batting practice is a great workout. When I go out to the park, my friends, you know, coach with the major leagues. Yeah, you like to go to the dugout and great thing. Oh yeah, I've had a lot of great opportunities to check out fields. I like one. But there's just nothing like throwing the ball and pop right to the chest and then glove pop and boom. It's like, for me, that's something I really enjoy. And I wish I could do that more. I just need to be proactive. And part of it is like, I am on a
right now, and I kind of. Maybe there are excuses. I don't know. Maybe on my body, I'm just not into that. It's okay if I'm not driven to do it, but there is something to getting it going and getting those endorphins. And I feel like it's another thing. Like since I had my quote unquote breakdown, I've been careful not to take too much caffeine and be edgy, especially like a workout pill. You get like road rage at times. I do. No, I can do a coffee or two a day. But anytime when you take a workout pill, it helps you work out. Get the caffeine, the guarana. It's like 20 minutes later, look at your kettlebells, get all that in. You don't take that, you can really push yourself. So, not really. I'm just like slowly getting back into Red Bull or I get the 5-hour energy shot. It does clear my head. Even I'm showing those things. But if I'm working out, I can do it. I can pitch angry. I can lift weights angry. I can't do comedy angry. So sometimes, there's residual effect. And I just got, I just don't want to be edgy. I can use my job screaming at our audience, losing it. But, it's just hard, it's like I stretch. Stretching doesn't take energy. I've been able to long my muscles. And honestly, it does feel good every day. So I do enjoy going out and going to Starbucks. Do you fart all the time? No, because he does. Everyone, you're like, what? Can you do the mic pick it up? Oh, yeah. Replace that chair, please. We don't smell it. Yes, we do. We don't smell it. I haven't smoked it. No. It's an AF. I've been in the car with you in the windows. It smells. You take fiber, psyllium muscle. I do it every day. Yeah. Work out a lot, bro. This working out making up shit. Ever since I'm born, I don't.
What's going on here? You got me.
I don't think the word taking fiber helps me regular. I feel like I never do that. What? The shape of the what? You give me huge edible. Okay, 35 milligrams of Chiba chews. By the way, are those popular? Yeah. My friend is a popcorn. I can't talk about it. What's his name? I haven't done edibles for a while. Should I do them? Do some people do edibles every day? Like wake up and do a little bit? Every day. I do it for Monica. This fucking goes. Did you get paranoid at all? Sometimes. That's part of the fucking whole program. That's part of it. That's the whole thing. You give it to me. On Christmas Eve, I had to go to my in-laws' house for their two little kids were talking about video games. Yeah, I've only had one experience. I've done edibles, and like only one time I felt like it did something for me. It was a brownie. I don't know what it was in.
This bitch is still going, baby.
I'm afraid to take it. Do I take it on a day off? Do I take it? Take it on a week off. Your life is around. People at this fucking numbers. I'm trying to tell you, ain't working to go like live your life. Let's go on a fucking exercise bike and shit. You don't do it. Do you ever go out and like smoke pot and then let's say you take a hit or whatever, and you go out to get coffee or whatever, okay? And you take a hit and then bad things happen. Do you know what I mean? Just like a car cutting you off, or I always feel like sometimes when I'm high, it's like a yin yang. It's like, okay, you get to be high, but the drawback is you're going to perform something. I feel like sometimes, but that's what happens. I'll smoke pot and I go, oh, it's negative. I'm not saying because of the pot, but it pulls in some negativity. I don't disagree with that. That's what you're going to have to put it right a joke, write it out. That was the first one. Yeah. No, but like in bad law, this next company, why am I behind this? They messed up. I did. You have to play, but you're like looking for the negative. It's like a negative energy. Joey, I gotta run over the hill. Okay. Thank you guys. That positive push. Any dates coming up? No, I've been single for a while. No, comedy dates. I will. I'm in town in LA. Usually do the comedy store, do the improv tonight as well. You can see me at midnight doing audience warm up during the week, and then I'll be in Chicago for the Tux convention in January. I'm also doing La Jolla in February. And so who knows what's going to pop up. But I got to tell you something. The last couple of years, thank you very much. I'll see you at the store this weekend. Next week. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for some shout outs to some beautiful fucking people. The main man, Bobby Sherman, and his girlfriend, the official Chinaman from the fucking church.
The official Chinaman. You listen. This athleticism. Anybody say anything to me? No, because everybody hates me. Hey, ass. I just want somebody like, hey, ass. Like, what up, girl? Worst stream ever. West Side.
What's up there, Lisa? How you feeling? One more time, my main man, Cody Stevens. Clap, we gonna give it up to one of parents died. Turn to what's happening now. It's fucking New Year's week, cocksuckers. Make your resolution, set your goals for the new year. And what you want to do is how you do it. A man without a plan is not a fucking man. It all starts this week right now. You should be looking at that number. Go to a fucking CBS plan, something, one subject notebook. Go back and bring your goals out for the year. What you want, how you gonna get there. That's all we got.
I don't like playing much online. But I use PlayStation. She got me Grand Theft Auto. I bought singing. Her brother got me a couple water games. No shit. Yeah. I've only played the Grand Theft Auto. I played for like a week, and then I kind of got bored a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna work out. Not much. I don't know. Another one of these Wednesday. Tuesday. I don't know. I'm really interested to see
was just hitting you to stick up for himself.
Adele freaked me out one of the first times I was at her house. You went to take a shower, he chased me around the coffee table. He just looked at me. I was like,
He's really pretty. So that morning, I said to him, "Come stop it." John, it's not just me out. He loves to fucking be out here. So I went over there and I watched TV and watched the Wednesday morning. Wednesday morning, which was Christmas Eve. Christmas Eve.
no, I guess you said.
So I got out of there. We were down by the gate at the end. And I would fucking sit down. Because it was a fight. And I'm out of the gate. So I ran out.
What's that motherfucker's name? Rody.
This show is sponsored by NatureBox. NatureBox ships great tasting, healthy snacks right to your door. Forget the vending. This show is brought to you by Blue Apron. Go to blueapron.com and check out the weekly menus and get your first 2 meals for free with free shipping. That's right, your first 2 meals are free and you get free shipping when you go to blueapron.com/Joey. You'll love how it feels and tastes to create incredible home cooked meals with Blue Apron, so don't wait. That's blueapron.com/Joey. Blueapron.com/Joey. Show is also brought to you by Club W. Right now, Club W is offering our listeners $20 off of your first order when you go to clubw.com/Joey and buy all of their great wines. And it gets even better. I know you hate paying for shipping, so Club W will actually pay for your shipping on orders of 4 bottles or more. So go to clubw.com/Joey right now to get $20 off of your first order with free shipping if you buy 4 bottles or more. And go to Onnit.com and use code CHURCH to save 10% on all of their optimization products, like Alpha Brain, New Mood, ShoreTech Immune, and ShoreTech Sport.
Oh shit. Lee's about to see the devil. It's Wednesday, June 8th. It's a beautiful motherfucking day to be alive. Lisa Anthony Stevens.
And the West Side Pimp, Uncle Joey.
He's in studio. You know what? Church, what's happening now, bitches? Def Leppard for you from 80 fucking 3. People were smoking bazookas to this fucking song right here. I was wrong. Yeah, Lonesome Leopard. I still remember waking up and the drummer got the alright, so I lost the song. I still remember waking up to MTV. That was the story on MTV, the breaking story on MTV. They lost his arm. Yeah, lost his arm. I think it was January 1st, 1984. Or 85. In a car wreck. In Europe or somewhere. But he came back. Sure, he came back. He's still out there, isn't he? One-armed drummer. What's happening, Brother Stevens? Yeah, Joey, great to be here, Joey. I'm excited. I'm thankful. It's in the neighborhood. It's nice. Summer's coming up. I'm exercising. I'm happy. I'm very happy. I'm happy. You're fucking happy. I saw you a few weeks ago. I could see the happiness flowing out of his eyes. Well, it was with Chase. Lisa, what's going on with you? I'm feeling great. Having a good day. Get some kettlebells this morning. I did 200 swings this morning. I couldn't believe it. It was crazy. We did 20 swinging. We did 10 swings for 20 minutes. That was on the minute with 24 kilograms. It isn't super heavy, but about 15 total. Wow, that's a lot. It's form matters, correct? It's not about weight. Well, that's what they say. They always say, like the guy said, like, I don't know, like a competitor for myself. So not every class, but I try to go up in weight. But he's the guy I go with. He's really big on. He wants it to be perfect form because you're doing 3,000 shitty form. It doesn't matter. So you're trying to get a number of swings. It's a numbers game. Well, we went to class, so he tells us, like, we don't always do swings. But so, like, for today, we did 5 presses on each side and 5 squats, and we did that 4 times. And then from there, we went to swing, so every class is different. So sometimes it's swing for 30 seconds, and just see what you get. Usually it's everything else, we just like 10 or 15 swings. Yeah, these kettlebell workouts, you know, they get your heart rate up. This high intensity training. And I've been grinding them today also, but I just don't want to get carried away. You start feeling good and you overdo it. That's been my problem, but that's why I keep my weights down, just the 25s. Kettlebells are going to be easy. Well, they were just fun to do. It was good for once I can get that good. You know, you get a great cardio workout and flexibility. So it was all for and line up, you know, kettlebells. Once we don't be like them. I played baseball. So I was in college, I played baseball, we worked out, but I was also playing baseball. Then I went to Seattle, and I really wasn't doing much exercise. I don't know that you much. When you exercise? Oh yeah, of course. Those endorphins, sweat, confidence, getting a good stretch in. You know, so I mean, it definitely affects me. But you know, sometimes I'm taking too much caffeine. That's my problem too. You know, it's like 2 or 3 cups a day. But I'll take a 5-hour energy. I need a kick sometimes to get me going, to get a workout. But I'm not saying I have an addictive personality, but that could be my problem. But I do like working out. I like kettlebells because I feel like it's just something outside the sun. You know, back in the day, I went to my old apartment, I'd go out in the alley and stretch, swings up, cleans up, sit-ups, yeah, exactly. You fucking get sore the next day, Jack. You're like, damn, I didn't do nothing. It's an underrated park, by the way. There's a little bit of an edge to it. I like it. I'll go there. I'll take a lap there. And the kettlebells, yeah, you just drag them, throw them around. My thing is I'm playing baseball also. I like throwing the baseball, so I sometimes you can't overdo it. I'm playing baseball. My arm, my elbow. That's why form is so important with the kettlebells. But because I've been building up slowly, and my pitching mechanics are better, I've been able to avoid injury. I'm wiser, and I'm able to avoid injury. And I'm actually doing rehab exercises to strengthen the tendons around my elbows. I've been sleeping great. I do urinate 5 nights a time. 5 nights a time. 5 times a night. Here's the clip. Yeah. Ready? Sure. Dr. Bowling said that's what's killing me. That's what's killing me. What kills me is you gotta fucking feed. The older you get, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. So for about a year, my big thing was to stop at the comedy store and beat the clock and get a Starbucks 50. A fucking flat by the midnight. I'll do a fucking 50. Okay, yeah. For the 30 years of blowing from that. Yeah, you know, caffeine don't work on pop. Gotcha. I can drink a whole thing of Starbucks and be at midnight. I can do that, yeah. So, what that does to you is, because coffee is a diuretic. Yeah, diuretic. So you drink coffee at night and you're off and running. You're having nightmares about people peeing on you. Yeah, that's how many times you gotta fucking pee. Nightmares about people peeing on you. Yeah. Try to cut that out. Here's the secret. They say over a certain age, now they're really confused. They say they want you to take an aspirin at night before you go to bed with a glass of water. And I'm sitting there going, I drink a glass of water and then so the sleep apnea will come out the window. Because what happens with me, my sleep apnea is basically, let's say I go to bed at 11 o'clock, I'll sleep solid till 5 o'clock. That's 6 hours, that's 5 hours, right? 5 hours, okay. Like the 5 or 6 hour mark, I gotta pee. So as I'm walking to the bathroom, I'm praying to God that this isn't a long fucking day. If it's more than a minute and a half, I'm done. Because it's a minute and a half, whatever fuck. You know, you're standing there, you have to spots in New York. You know, legs have fluid. So when you go home at night, the first thing you do is you wash my hands. You shake all these fucking monkey's hands, right? Wash your hands, get water. Make about like 8 ounces of ice. Once you get in line, then we can go to my Saturday leave. Every time I call, I know some way. But the whole time, my legs are telling me. And you see that in that half hour period that you close down, you start being. Because your legs elevate, you scroll that. That's what happens. You get better like your legs elevate. So now all that water that you have in your legs that you fluid in your retaining, you gotta bring it out.
I think some of it's also medication. You're on a certain I notice right now.
I got blood pressure medication.
Yeah, that's
going to start to take the fuck out on too.
I'm just used to going to. I'm just conditioned now to getting up and go pee 4 times a night, and I go right back to sleep. I mean,
I'm gonna cut 3 of those. If I can cut 3 of those fucking pieces,
give me a jug. I used to pee in a jug.
done. What you're gonna do is you're gonna put your feet up, fucking top middle, go to Target, go to the little Target, look up. They got those little feet posts.
Squatty potty.
$15.99. And you can take it off and hide your notebook in there when you pen, your hide your lighter, your weed, and put the cover over it and sit over it like a fucking towel. So that's what I do. My shit's all in there. I got a notebook to write jokes in because I can't go in the bed with my wife to sleep.
Right.
So I put my feet up and I put a pillow up to elevate it over my fucking heart. And all that moisture in your fucking feet and your legs goes to your nutsack. And right before you go to bed, you drain your fucking vein.
They have beds for that, don't they? They're like the inclined bed.
But that means you don't have to get up in the middle of the fucking night, bro. Stevens, I'm trying to save you.
So I did the jug for. That's not healthy. I used to pee in a jug and start it in
Pee in a fucking jug, that's disgusting. That's like shit up the fucking window.
I used to do that.
Well, pee in a jug,
Not in jugs, in like bottles or cans. If I didn't want to get up, hell yeah.
that's disgusting.
I was in a weekly hotel. I was sharing a hotel. Weekly hotel. Mahai was there, and it was in New York City. That's where I got in the habit of peeing into a jug. Because you had to share, you had to walk down the hallway to use the restroom to go, you know what, I'm going to avoid the middle. Give me that jug. Boom, started peeing in it.
There you go.
I did that for the first time. Yeah, when I first moved to New York City, yeah, I stayed there for about, I don't know, a couple months while I was looking for an apartment, and I ended up finding a studio out in Brooklyn. I don't know if the L's right in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. So you told me to go to New York. You were the one who said, Brody, go to New York. You told me that in Seattle. Go get you. Go to Surf Reality. Go downtown. Just be you. And alternative stuff or whatever.
It's crazy how it's San Francisco. Every one of those hotels where people took the shower in the hallway. So I would rob them in the shower. And we felt it on the shower. I got that people getting robbed in the shower. People taking the phones in the shower. Like a fucking luggage thing.
But I would lock it. You got it.
Yeah, it didn't matter. I had a security key.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, what the fucking thing you dealing with some novice? I'm like going there. Oh, you open the door? That's a no-brainer. That's stupid.
Well, you had a key.
I had keys.
Oh, man.
I know ways. What I would do, I would practice on my own door. Because all the doors were the same. So I would just practice on my own door. So when I lived in,
How do you practice if you have a key?
because you practice, you make believe you're fucking locked out. You never do that. Make believe you're locked out.
No, I don't ever.
That's how you find out if your house is burglar-proof.
Oh, mine is. I've broken into my apartment here twice because I left my keys inside. And I heard that window or something in that board was a window. But I've broken into my apartment twice. And no one said anything on the second floor, third floor. And I climbed to the floor and things like that. Because there's a window onto the onto the walkway. So I just pop it open and I let it slide through. But no, I don't do it just to see. I mean, I guess that would be good.
Okay, so let's say you live in a compound. And that complex is A to K. So it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, fucking numbers. So all the doors were the same. You follow me, so I would practice on my door. Take me to break it 50 places. I'm gonna find it. How the fuck do you think you're dealing with some fucking asshole here? Well, I went deep. So let's say with the fucking thing. I practice and I got to pop that in, pop out that thing so I can sit my fucking. I used to do saw blades. What happened with your neighbors on the block? Didn't know me walk by. I was shoveling snow. They thought I was down there shoveling snow. Were you doing this for fun? Was this a hobby? Was this I was burglarizing? Yeah, I was doing drug dealers. I would know who the drug dealers were. Even the snowlands, they would go skiing. Right. That's when they got that hell. They can't take that time to go. So you were going after the drug dealers in that day. It's like a Pied Piper thing. Like a Pied Piper for my son. I give them the whole money. So you were robbing from like regular people. These were bad guys. Oh, great. When I lived in a hotel, they were kind of tourists. Get travelers checks. Japan town, shit like that. Right, yeah, for tourists, no problem. But they get insurance with travelers checks. Yeah, don't leave home without them. Don't leave home without them. So I never felt guilty about travelers checks. So yeah, drug deal, that's good. That's good. Breaking in there. You had a rush over there, right? The other night I was watching Ed Norton and Robert stealing the fucking wall. It's one of the worst ones all the way to a massive what's his name? Ed Norton.
Zoot. Zoot.
Yeah.
How did stand-up comedy go?
Yeah. Bombed it really hard.
Okay, that happens. What did you say?
No, I didn't bomb hard. I actually did film it. What happened was half the crowd left, and like I wasn't getting a great reaction. Like I was doing okay. I was getting reaction from some bits, but like the crowd reaction wasn't great, so I kind of choked towards the end. Started off strong, but choked towards the end, and then I got scouted. Where this guy came up to me and said, like, if you perform well next time, I'll give you a K gig role.
No fucking way, Zoot. Congratulations.
It was a shit fucking awkward. And then I try and edit that, make it funny before I send anything.
Certainly. Okay, so firstly, amazing. You had the courage to go up and do it again. Secondly, I was a little harsh on you previously when I was like, well, I don't find you funny because you said I don't find what you find funny. So I get that. I was just throwing mud. You have said some very funny things over the course of our friendship and over the course of you being a stand-up comedian. And that's amazing that you got scouted for a paid gig. Dude, that's amazing. Good job, Zoot.
Oh, yeah. He said if I perform well next time.
That's still, man, that's like really good. Okay, so what joke did you use?
Oh, I said when I went to the gangbang, there were no Amish people there.
And how did people react?
So, I had a lot of people didn't realize that was a Trump reference, so I had to like bring it up again. That Trump said that there were no Amish people. He said that no Amish people had autism. Like people don't realize. Yeah, like, I made the mistake thinking everyone knows that the joke is Amish people have no autism. People know that joke. I made the mistake of thinking everyone already knew. So I had to I fucked up and stumbled there. So I had to be like, oh, Trump said that Amish people have no autism. So I had to be like, oh, by the way, there was no Amish people gangbang.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny. If you said it correctly. like that could be really cute. I'm not even busting balls, man. That's funny. So if you said something like, I don't know if you all heard, but President Trump said that there are no cases of autism in the Amish community. Additionally, there weren't any Amish people at my most recent gangbang. That's very funny. That's very funny.
I said I said it. I watched the Bonnie Blue documentary, and there was no Amish people in the documentary.
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
one-
Did people laugh at that?
Not really. Like the crowd wasn't great.
All right. Well, you can't win them all. Okay. So you go up there, you film yourself, which amazing confidence to be able to do that. And you,
Yeah, I just assumed with the crowd that they would have been more aware of like what Trump was saying about autism recently, his recent comments, and turns out that not many people in the crowd, besides like a woman who was a mental health worker, really knew what was going on
Doug,
with that.
Doug,
So there was just like a cultural difference where people aren't paying attention to what's going on in the news.
yeah, I mean, you are on American social media basically like maybe 16 hours a day. Not everybody is. I'm telling you, I'm American and I wouldn't have gotten that connection. And I don't think many people would have. So I wouldn't necessarily blame the crowd. If you, like, I think you could do that joke again and get a really good pop out of it if you just said, but what it was. So I don't know if you all heard, but President Trump stated recently that there were no documented cases of autism in the Amish community. And then, give it applause. And then coincidentally, there weren't any Amish people at my most recent game bang either. That's fucking funny. That's a funny fucking joke. that's that's a that's a very funny joke. Like that's something that TikTok would really like.
I've never seen an Amish person at a gangbang before.
No,
Like when I watched the Bonnie Blue film,
no. It's about economy of words. So that's too many words. Like there's a certain role to it. Just exactly the words that I said. Coincidentally, I didn't see any Amish people at my most recent gangbang. It's your joke.
fuck.
It's your joke. We're just punching it up a little bit. But okay, so that's a really funny joke. I understand it didn't land the way that you wanted, which is fine. And that's why I always say, dude, tell me your jokes, because had I heard that joke in advance, we would have caught that right away. But that's all right. Okay, so then you said there weren't any. Then there weren't any Amish people at the Bonnie Blue in the Bonnie Blue documentary.
When I look, yeah,
Okay, excellent. Did people laugh at that?
I feel like a lot of people didn't know who Bonnie Blue was.
That's another thing. You're like hyper sensual, like hyper focused on porn stars, and like nobody knows who that is if you're not like always on the internet and like obsessed with pornography.
Then I said autism is an STI, and the last time I got it before the gangbang was when I fucked Stormy Kid Daniels, and no one got that joke.
What is this joke? You say it again. Autism is an
autism
STI.
is an STI, and I called it a gangbang. I called it a gangbang, and then I said I cured it by fucking more people, and it went away, and then I called it again. The first time I got it was when I fucked Stormy Daniels.
Again,
no one got that.
Yeah, no, but not a lot of people are going to know who Stormy Daniels is. It's kind of a dated reference.
I feel like everyone should know who Stormy Daniels is, though. Everyone in the US knows who Stormy Daniels.
She's like, that whole story came out like 10 years ago, though.
But like, she fucked the president and no one knows her name. Like, he didn't. The fuck?
Yeah, no, I get that. Okay, so
But everyone knows who. How does More people know who Monica Lewinsky is, but they don't know who Stormy Daniels is.
Well, that was giant.
Like, who the fucking...
That was giant because we only had 4 channels at the time. There was no social media. 24/7 cable really didn't even... It existed, but like Fox News didn't exist then. CNN was the only real one. So everybody was really focused on it. Additionally, the president was impeached because of that. Trump was, I guess, maybe related to that or whatever. It was really had to do, I thought, with his tax disclosures of it, which is related, certainly. But so Zoo,
I don't...
Zoo, you're really close. You just, with those kinds of things, you need to say what the person's profession is, so it helps. So you would say something like porn star or former porn star, or former porn star Stormy Daniels, something like that, or porn star Stormy Daniels. Okay, well, what? Okay, all right. I mean, dude, you've got your finger on the pulse of pornography, obviously. Like, but you have to understand, some of us in the real world don't know all this shit. So you're gonna have to educate your audience a little bit. But that doesn't mean your first joke is very good. I know it didn't come off that well, but you could do that joke again, and you could do that joke for a long time. It's a very funny joke. But it's about the economy of words. So you have to use the right words, and there's a flow to it. And it's basically right there. I mean, it's a really good joke. I don't know if you all heard, but President Trump recently announced that there are no documented cases of autism within the Amish community. Coincidentally, there were no Amish people at my most recent gangbang either. Like, that's a fucking funny joke, man. But a key word in there is coincidentally, because it twists the joke into the punchline. Like, that's a big fucking word, but it's really good. If you use, so that's like your first joke. That is a really funny joke. Okay, your second joke with Bonnie Blue, we could make this really funny. So you said, okay, so that's your first joke. Then your next joke was basically like, there were no Amish people in the Bonnie Blue documentary. Is that the joke, basically?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's kind of tagged off the previous joke, but you could punch that up by saying something like, I was watching the most recent Bonnie Blue documentary. I don't know if you all know who Bonnie Blue is, but she's the porn star who had sex with over 1,000 men in 24 hours. Yeah, believe it or not, there weren't any Amish people in that documentary either. Shocking, I know. Not a bad joke, though. And we could definitely punch that up. But then you could have a killer joke at the end, which is like, so it led me on this journey to find out where I could find more instances of Amish people in popular culture. And I'm really stuck on whatever. And then you find something where that would be appropriate. But like, then you've got like a nice little set. You'd have setup, punchline, and then closing. I mean, that gives you a solid 2 minutes of material, or maybe 1 minute of material, but that's all you really need. Okay. So your third joke was, what was your third joke? Oh, Stormy Daniels. Okay. So all you have to do is educate the audience a little bit. So you say something like, I don't know if you all know who Stormy Daniels is. She's the porn star who had a tryst with President Trump years ago. Well, believe it or not, I contracted autism from whatever. I mean, like, you can say whatever you want with that. I know you said like something like I contracted autism as an STI recently or something like that, and then I lost it, and then I lost it, and then I got it back. Turns out the cure for my version of it is having sex with former Donald Trump lover, porn star Stormy Daniels. Something along those lines. There's too many words, but you can on it. The first joke is really like I shit on
Let
you.
me something.
Go ahead.
If autism would be fucking autistic person.
Is there like
Yeah, but they don't have.
no, I don't want fucking autism. That shit is ridiculous. Fuck no. I'd be like a monk.
You could build the next AI $1 billion AI startup. You're gonna or you're gonna be able to every Pokemon that have like use in the world, or you're gonna just be like headbutting your head against things constantly. Like those are your three options.
Okay,
Like, I don't know.
so I get what you're saying. The whole thing about being able to name all the Pokemon, frankly, that's a joke for like 9-year-olds. Like adults don't really get that that's like a big accomplishment. You could say, I'm not saying that that's not an accomplishment or whatever, but it's a little specific. So you could say, like, now this is kind of a funny joke. Do you know what Russian roulette is, Zoot? Okay, so you say something along the lines of, imagine if autism were an SDI. It would be your next sexual encounter would be like playing Russian roulette. You would either found the next great AI startup, be able to name all the Pokemon, or and then what are your next punchline is like that's a pretty good joke. Or what's the third part you were saying?
Like hitting your head against the wall and just like self-harm and bleeding all the time.
Yeah, it's you see, there's a lot of words though, and it's also a gruesome scene. I like the second one that you have, which is like the Pokemon part. So then that could even be your punchline. Um, so or you could make it a joke about Elon Musk. If you wanted, we'll say that. I don't know if that's true or whatever, but you say something along the lines of, well, no, actually, you just switch the order, and it's really funny. So you could be the person. So let's do the joke. Imagine if autism was discovered as the newest SDI. Well, then having sex with someone would be a very challenging game of Russian roulette. You either would found the next multi-billion-dollar AI startup. You would perhaps start a world-changing space company, or you would memorize every Pokemon known to man. I mean, whatever that is. That's kind of a funny joke. Zoo, I'm telling you, we're going to get you a really good minute, and we're going to be able to use your material, which is your autism material, and we're just going to work on the wording. So the first joke is really good. The second joke we're going to work on. The third joke we're going to work on. The fourth joke is really good, and that's all you need. So the fourth joke that you said is about autism being an SDI. So you say something like, it's a good thing that autism isn't discovered as an SDI or STI, because if it were, having sex would be like a game of Russian roulette. You'd either found the next big AI startup, you would be the CEO of a space company, or you would have memorized every type of Pokemon in the world. That's not a bad joke. We got to work on the Pokemon or you'll have memorized every Pokemon, and yeah, okay, so that's something. Okay, so you could say you'd either start the world's next big AI startup, you would be CEO of a space company, or you'd be unemployed, having memorized every Pokemon ever invented. Not a bad, not bad. Like the reason why I say the unemployed part is the first one is a good job, the second one's a good job, and then the third one's like, but you don't have to include that. Not a bad joke though. So, okay. First joke though, solid. I would memorize it nearly word for word, which is, um, okay. I don't know if you all saw recently in the headlines, but President Trump has stated that there are no documented cases of autism within the Amish community. Coincidentally, there weren't any Amish people at my most recent gangbang. That's a funny fucking joke. That is really fucking funny. Like if you just bracket that's joke one. And the key word of that joke is coincidentally. That is the key. If you don't use that word, you're fucked.
Do you think that there's no autism whatsoever in Amish?
I don't know any Amish, so I can't really speak on that matter.
Because I feel like autism is more personality trait than anything. Like the neurotype is more of a personality trait.
I get that. I get that. Okay, back to your jokes. Joke two. We're working with your material. So it would be, I don't know if you all saw recently the documentary with famed porn star Bonnie Blue. For those of you who don't know who this person is, she's the woman who had sex with 1,000 men within 24 hours. It turns out she didn't have any Amish people in her documentary either. Okay, next joke, not that strong. We'll work on the words. Third joke is something along the lines of I learned recently that I potentially contracted autism as an STI. No need to worry though. I had sex with enough chicks to reverse it, and it turned out the cure was having sex with famed porn star Stormy Daniels. Not super funny, but final joke. You know, it's a good thing that autism is not a real STI because having sex would be like a game of Russian roulette. You either would found an AI startup, start the next big space company, or be unemployed having memorized all of the world's Pokemon. Not a bad joke. Not a bad joke. And then you've got four jokes. You've got a good, pretty solid minute. And you just have to memorize the words. I like it, Zook. I like it. You're on Reddit right now. Okay. Well, why are you going on Reddit right now? Okay, Zook, you're obsessed. Like you are. You're beyond obsessed with this. Okay. That's fine. But okay, so you did the stand up, and a bunch of people walked out. Why did they walk out?
Oh no, they walked out before.
Oh, okay? So they walked out before you performed. How many people were there while you performed?
Probably about 25.
That's really good. Were most of them open mic comics as well, or were they people who had paid to view comedy?
I'd say I'd be about 50-50.
Okay, that's good. So your first joke is really good if you use those words. The second and third jokes, not as strong. The fourth joke, stronger. So you work on the second and third joke. And it's about a little bit of education for your audience. So let's work on the second joke. The second joke is I don't know if you all saw recently, but Bonnie Blue had sex with 1,000 men in 24 hours. I watched a recent documentary, and it turns out not a single one of them is Amish. Who knew? Okay. And then the third joke. Went to my doctor recently, and turned out I was diagnosed, or there was a potential of me being diagnosed and with autism. And he said that it could have been sexually contracted, but I was cured from it. It turns out you can have sex with dozens of people, but if the last person you had sex with also had sex with the president, you'll be cured from autism. And it turned out that Stormy Daniels.
I kind of think that, but what I was going for is if you want to call it purely autism, you have to have sex with people that don't have autism.
Okay, I mean, what makes you think that? What makes you think that Stormy Daniels doesn't have autism?
There's no real.
It's like you just want to use certain words, and these words would be SDI, autism, Stormy Daniels, and like you have to make these work. But the joke, firstly, people don't know who that is. I know you do, but you also follow like United States politics far closer than most Australians do. And also, you follow porn far closer than most anyone does. So, like, those are two difficult things. Like, Zoo, who's the most famous porn star in the world right now? Okay. And people don't know who she is. And if they do, they don't always want to admit to it, even through a laugh. Like, imagine you're on a date with a chick and they make a Bonnie Blue joke and she looks over at you like, who was that? And then you'd be like, oh, well, it's this famous porn star. Like, you don't want to admit to that. Not saying you can't make that joke work. You just have to explain who it is. You just have to explain who it is.
Bonnie Blue, like, Bonnie Blue is like famous in like she was. If you watch the documentary in the British newspapers and the British media, it was like she was in she was like one of the top news headlines. She was being talked about all over radio.
Okay, but most people most people in Australia did not watch those documentaries. What you have to do is put a quote in there and just explain who she is. So you say famed porn star Bonnie Blue. That's all you have to say. Then people understand it. But you're basically like saying like, you know how I say, hey, dude, do you know who Malcolm Jamal Warner is? And you're like, no, who's that? And I'm like, oh, he died recently. He was on the Cosby Show. Everybody watched the Cosby Show in 1988. Yeah, I mean, but it's like not relevant for today. So if I were to say famed actor from the Cosby Show, Malcolm Jamal Warner died, then people understand what the fuck I'm talking about. And that's all you have to do. You just say famed porn star or infamous porn star, Bonnie Blue, the woman who had sex recently with 1,000 different men.
So it's like talking about crypto that's not Bitcoin to someone who does crypto.
Exactly, Zoo. That's a perfect analogy. You just have to put a little qualifier in there, because if not, if you don't do that, the chances of people not getting it are too great and can cause the joke to bomb. But if you put in there what the person is or why they're famous, then there's a much higher accuracy rate. So it's just a few words. It's not like anything crazy. So let's make that second joke work. The first joke is solid. I've memorized it. We on camera. That's great. We'll be able to have you work that one. Second one is, I don't know if any of you happen to see the most recent Bonnie Blue documentary. For those of you who don't know, and like all of we are just explaining it. For those of you who don't know, Bonnie Blue is the infamous porn star who had sex with more than 1,000 men in 24 hours. It turns out in that entire documentary, not one Amish person. Shocking, I know. Now, we're kind of like milking the same joke that you used previously. So it's not like people aren't expecting it, but it's okay. I mean, it's really just a separate joke that you could use. Okay, the third joke about Stormy Daniels doesn't make a lot of sense because Stormy Daniels isn't known for like making people not autistic. So you could, if you want to use that kind of a joke. Oh, here's a fucking funny joke. Wait, is this? Let's see. How would you say it? Okay. So, did you see recently in the United States, the president came out on Monday and said that uh, acetaminophen caused autism? Did you see this?
He said Tylenol.
That's acetaminophen. Okay, so Tylenol. Did you see this? Okay.
Yeah.
So.
We call it paracetamol.
Okay. Well, whatever you call it, paracetamol. Paracetamol.
Yeah, paracetamol. But it is what you're saying it was. It is that.
Okay. Would people in Australia know what Tylenol is?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so then you can say, I don't know if anybody has seen in the news recently, but President Trump stated that Tylenol was the cause or the potential cause of autism. And then you can say, like, there's a joke there. I'm sure there are a lot of jokes there, but something along the lines of, so what could we say that's funny there? So in I mean, there's like a joke, like a Viagra joke. Like, so instead of, so for those, so the next time you have sex, ensure that you take Viagra instead Tylenol to avoid any undesired results. Something like that. It's not perfect, but it's something. Okay, but that's not your joke. We want your joke. So your joke was Stormy Daniels, which is again a dated reference. And for people who don't follow American politics and don't follow porn stars, it's not that well known. Okay, so but you were using a self-deprecating.
I feel like Stormy Daniels. Yeah, that was a shit joke.
That's okay.
No one knows who the fuck Stormy Daniels.
That's okay. That's okay. But and it's just dated too. People don't really, even if they knew who she was, that's a 10-year-old joke.
If it was
You got
before he got re-elected, like when it was all over the news, people would have got that.
exactly 10 years ago, people would have understood it, but now it's not so big. Okay, so you could use the Tylenol joke. So you say something along the lines of, "This was in the news recently."
Let me ask you a question.
Go for it.
Do you think people know who won the vote? I feel like Like 75% of people online know who bodybuilders is.
That's online. That's not necessarily people. That's not necessarily people who are in your crowd.
I would say a lot of people that there is at least 3 or 4 people in the crowd that knew who bodybuilders was.
Okay, 3 or 4 out of 25. Those that sucks. So all you have to do is say famed porn actress Bonnie Blue, who had recent sex with 1,000 guys, and that's all you have to say. Then 25 people know. Why only allow 10% to know? Remember, we talked about this. Why make 10% of the crowd laugh when you could make 100% of the crowd laugh? So you just have to explain who she is a little bit. It takes a few words. Like, you're very secretive about it. You're like, well, everybody should know this. They don't. They don't. You're not talking about Queen Elizabeth II. You're talking about.
This is why I don't do sports jokes. I think people who do sports jokes not really funny because they don't get them.
Exactly. So you have to see it like that. Your porn is other people's sports jokes. So just recognize that. That's a perfect example. Okay. So you can now you also have to understand, Zoo. Now, I don't know how it is in Australia, but all your based, and I get that. That's where a lot of your media comes from, but there are going to be some people who are just like not into American anything. But I get it. It's kind of a global. These are global news events.
By the way, there's this guy who has really predictable jokes, and the whole audience were able to predict what he was saying because he just stole jokes from Kill Tony episodes. So like people were just predicting what he was doing, and he just fucking got absolutely roasted tonight.
Well, there
and
you
it
go.
was actually more funny that he was getting roasted for his like how shit he was because he was stealing the jokes. That was the funny part.
There you go, Zoo. All right. So we have an acetaminophen joke or a Tylenol joke, and you need a third joke. So we're going to replace the Stormy Daniels joke with a. Okay. Well, this could. Well, hold on. So it was recently announced. President Trump recently announced that Tylenol potentially could be the cause of autism. I don't think this is kind of funny though. Hold on. This is kind of funny. I don't know if this will be a self-deprecating joke, but you could use it. You could say, so President Trump recently stated that Tylenol could be the cause of autism. I asked my mom about this subject, and like you could hold on. Let's think about this. You could say, so that caused me to ask my mom if she ever took Tylenol before I was born, and she responded. So let me ask, Zoo, do you know what Tic Tacs are?
Yep.
Okay, good. So this is a self-deprecating joke, but you could say, so President Trump recently announced that Tylenol could be the cause of autism in children, which caused me to ask my mother, Mom, did you ever take Tylenol before you got pregnant? And she told me that she ate those things like Tic Tacs, which explains a lot now that you see me. Not a bad joke. It's self-deprecating. But if you want to go up there and say you got...
She did.
Okay, I understand she did, but like it's just a joke. Like that doesn't whether she did or didn't. Okay, so if you don't want to use that type of self-deprecating joke, you could make a joke about you could say something like, if you want, this isn't a bad joke. So President Trump recently announced that Tylenol could be the cause of autism, which led me to research exactly how many bottles of Tylenol did Elon Musk's mom eat before she gave birth. Crickets, but it's a funny joke. Because that's like a thing, like people talk about that. It's difficult because there aren't really any famous people with autism like that have talked. Um, okay, but if it has to be an autistic joke, um, you could say something like, um, I mean, look, you don't even need that joke. You've got three good jokes if you just do what you have, which is President Trump recently. What was the first joke? I remember it. Okay, it was President Trump recently announced that there were no documented cases of autism in Amish. Coincidentally, there were no Amish at my most recent gangbang. Second joke is I don't know if you all saw this recently. Bonnie Blue, for those of you who don't know, she's the infamous porn star who had sex with 1,000 men in 24 hours. Had a documentary. Turns out there were no Amish in that documentary. Third joke. I think it's an interesting premise to think that autism could be contracted like an STI, which means that in your next sexual encounter, the results could be that you start a giant tech startup, are the CEO of a space company, or end up memorizing every type of Pokemon ever created. Those are three. That's like a minute.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, baby?
it's 12 a.m. 12 a.m. People are trying to sleep. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow.
All right, buddy. Well, good job. You've got some solid material.
I'll be back in about. Yeah, I'll be back. Back maybe 7 to 9 hours. Like, yeah, maybe a bit longer.
All right, big.
7 to 9 hours ish.
All right, big dog. Well, you've got some material, big man. What do you think of that material? It's too much on autism. I don't think it's very funny, but if you're gonna have to make it funny, my shit's hilarious. Coincidentally, is a big fucking word. What is hilarious? Look at this athleticism. Phil Z, Maya, GM.
That's a complete different question. Fighting is one thing. Fucking is one thing. Some activity, stealing, just anything, trespassing, anything. You ever try to sneak into places like events just to say, let me see if I can try it? Even though you can get a ticket or you have a ticket. I was a kid, I didn't get to the garden for everything. Because what you do is you go to a game this season, so you run a game, right? You pay $15, you get the tickets. Yeah. So you take $20 and you put it in stuff. Next time you go to the garden, you're stuck for it. So you're stuck in a way, and basically you don't have a seat. So now you gotta go get a seat, and then you're in. Wait, so for $20? $10. I would say take them if they see these. Yeah. See the sixes. The sixes on Christmas Day. Gotcha. We used to sneak into the forum, like really? Yeah. We would go in there. You could go into the forum. We did it this way. So we would go in, and if you left, okay, this is what we did. Basically, to make it a long story short, if you left to go smoke or whatever, they like put an X on your ticket. So we took the ticket and we slipped it through the door, and our friend had the ticket stub. So now he had the ticket. We were in just the door inside the outside. He had the ticket stub. He wrote the X on it. Went to where we walked in. See what I'm saying? It was like real easy. So we snuck into like Laker Clipper games, Laker Celtic games back in the day. No. No, what you said? This was like standing remotely when guys were moving around. We had like I was I don't even believe it. I want to see it. I'm not one of those guys who's comfortable bouncing around like the form. I think it went that scary back then. Like, was it? When the Lakers played, I think it was the worst guys. Minglewood was alright, but no, it was like known as what it is now. It was like a little edgy, but the form I'm sure was safe for the park lot. But I used to go to like 2 or 3 games a year. With the Celtics would come to town. Saw the Nuggets, Trailblazers, but yeah, we would sneak in, and then also the LA King games. My friend worked there, so we would get in, and there's a lot of that stuff going on. But that was LA back in the day. That was a spot to be in the forum. It was just I was scared. Like they were trying to sneak into our movies, and I still. That's even scary. No, I at least bought one ticket. So I never really. You buy one ticket, you go to 3 fucking movies. Yeah, they don't even give a fuck. Oh, they don't. They know you're doing it. You know when there's a fucking that double face classic that's 16. I know that kid that wants to be a cop. Fucking 8 years. I've seen him. He's the one that comes up to you and tries to spray you with the article shit. How's that? But even told him on the other how I did not use physical. This guy's a fucking idiot.
What about getting a refill? I got busted one time for getting a refill on a Circle K in Tempe. Hey, the lady like clamped down on me. She said you can't do that. I got this soda. It was like a 32-ounce thirst buster. It's Tempe. It's hot. I remember I'm drinking the soda. I'm like looking at the magazines, checking out the stuff. Now it's all halfway through. We go get some more. And she's like, "Hey, you can't do that." I remember.
Did she want to go?
No, but she came down on me for it. You remember these incidents in your life when people came down on you for stuff. I remember at the circus one time. You heard of Circus Vargas? You heard of Circus Vargas is like a local circus, and it was over in Hollywood and Highland. This when I was a kid, and some ladies that I snuck into the big top. I remember she grabbed my collar. I remember so whenever I think of Circus Vargas, it's still around. I see it. I have flashbacks of that lady grabbing me, sneaking in, and I wasn't sneaking in. I'm a good kid. I'm so upset now. No, but I remember I got busted for some lady thought I was shoplifting. Some people I've been accused of a lot of stuff that I didn't do. I don't know why. I got busted for cheating. So, were you cheating? Yeah. Right, here you go. And I had listen how stupid I was. I had the book under my shirt. My teacher knew it, and he said stand up, and the book got caught under the desk. So there was that. That was terrible. I got caught doing not shoplifting, masturbating. Oh no, I haven't. That would be terrible. You guys are almost. And the one I was gonna say,
I got caught by an ex-girl. She went to take a shower. She came out of the sniffing up the bed and all that. I'm a soldier with that. I ate the water. Slow cold. Cold up with this stuff. The fucking face. And he came out of the towel. Come on. Fuck that. You put these things back on, you bring this motherfucker.
What about shoes? Feet and socks? No, you don't have a foot fetish? No. Really?
I like women's feet. I won't suck them.
But if a girl says, look, here's panties or here's the sock, what do you want to hold? Panties. I'd probably take a sock.
Weird.
I think so.
Somebody's telling me there's a girl that gets money for sending you runny underwear. There's a lot of girls do that. Yeah, they send you socks to the floor.
Oh, really?
After they go to yoga.
Sign me up. What do you think about feet, bro? Just the shape of the toe, the nail, the bones, kind of like when they're lined up good. I like when they're a little bony. Clean. I like them clean. I can get dirty though.
I'm not a sex being with a foot. I like what I think is beautiful. I think I see a fat chick with fat feet, and she samples on the DM. Tell her husband stop. You get an advice before you let the fucking house. We got some pair of balls. I would sit on the elevator. But you can't wear those fucking samples. Looks like a truck driver's feet. I see it all the fucking time, and the guy should tell me. I love this. I love feet. I love great color. I love life and things. But you can't wear those on the top. Shoes every time you run. I have fucking all the time. That's what I'm kind of like. Look at the size of your fucking feet. You're a Godzilla, but I love you to death. You're the mother of my children. With those feet gotta go. We gotta do something. They're ups.
What do you expect them to respond to? Thank you, honey.
I didn't know. Women don't know. Sometimes people just don't know. I got fucked up feet. I got fucked up everything. I got fucked up feet. I got the fucking nail toe. You mother my foot jiu-jitsu. I get embarrassed.
I had eczema.
What was worse? I put a band-aid on my toe. That was like a fucking half a fag. So I might as well just go with the front back toe sticking out. I don't give a fuck. I trim it. You know, I trimmed the front side.
It's fungus.
I've done everything I could. I went to Nash and told me to spray that thing. Well, it's not one up and got it blood torch. You don't necessarily want to group on. You go to Sherman Oaks. Some Indian ladies. It's the only people that would do that. Blow torch your toes. They're trying to get back at somebody. You go in there in the morning. They get a fucking hole, like a little hole, cold this damn hemorrhoids, and they leave it on your toe, turn it up through your toe, and they blow torch your fucking toe.
Right.
Like a torch.
Yeah.
She was smoking your fucking burn.
Oh.
And you can smell it.
I was gonna say, oh, it's like for the Dumb and Dumber movie.
And you go from 1 foot Sebastian said he had a spread on his toe for a year every day. So that's right there. But we had it too. Every day I sprayed. Now the nail is half the box. Like I've cut half of my little hotels. That's why I do my foot. I don't work on my feet in my house. I do footwork in hotels. There's my diatrist on every corner. Joe, how you doing this yourself? I'm a podiatrist. Foot doctor. I'm going to a foot doctor for you. You're going to say you're going to help me. No, help me. You're going to trim your feet and I'm going to sand them. Oh, sander. I need a foot sander. You get on my line, I got a foot sander. My feet crack and shit. I have fucked up skin. So what happens is I take my feet and I soak it. I wait till the toenail comes out. I cut the fungus out. I go deep. I take the brown stuff out. Oh! I definitely sniff it. You know me. You gotta sniff that shit. That's the worst. Oh my god. Do you like analog? If you ever get diarrhea? You don't know what you do is you take the toenail and you get some toe jam and you mix it all together like a toe ball. And you sniff that fucking nail, Joe. I think I can help you. Let me ask a question. Do you take supplements? You take MSM? You don't have much. You know what MSM is? I take it. Do you take BioCell? I take supplements that specifically focus on skin connectivity, those tissues, those I used to have skin ailments. I used to have bad nails, bad skin, jock itch, anal lesions. So I got a jock itch, I got a strong one. About growing up in Jersey, it's actually like I have a red scar. But these are for collagen. These are for nails. I take it. My nails get stronger. My eyebrows get thicker. I don't have the jock area, the eczema. That's also mental. But I used to have those problems. I'm telling you. And I think if you tried some MSM, I thought you would. Do you know what MSM is? MSM. It's basic stuff. MSM. It's in chondroitin. It's in joint stuff. But if you take it, it's strong. I'm being serious. I'm talking for skin, hair, and nails. Look at my nails. I'll scratch somebody. That's how strong they are. I would say, when I heard that story about you having that toenail thing, I say give it a shot. BioCell. I got GNC in the room. I'm going to go on a routine. No, don't do GNC. How much you want stuff, Joey? I think you like it. Toenail? Oh, like just the process of digging it out. Like, is that what you do on the road? So
there she is.
Pieces of nail and take some of the jam from underneath. Oh, anything.
Girl, I had the kiss of death yesterday with my fantasy football team. I should have shut my fucking mouth. They played like dog shit, and that's all I'm going to say about that. How are you? Oh, it was terrible. I awoke. I looked at my team. I wanted to throw my phone. I was sick about it. And then one of the players that I traded away had like the best week. Yeah, you should have. Oh, it was terrible. All right. So what's good in your world? Okay, excellent. Okay, well, that's kind of a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I do see.
No, I get that. I didn't think that you didn't. In fact, I think you do more things than most people with less opportunity. So you do a lot. All right. You want to hear how my bots are doing? Of course. This is deep knowledge. All right. So I basically I like to do testing of them, but it's hard to get feedback on how the bots are doing. So like the bot that got you in here basically was just like sending a picture of my driver's license in like a huge paragraph, which is fine. But what I was doing is I changed the picture, and then I would post something on that account, and then I can tell how many interactions it would get. So what I would do is like I would send out a bunch of messages and then check how many interactions my post got. And it would be like, I would check it once and I'd get one interaction. And then I'd wait like an hour and check it again and it'd have two interactions. And then I'd check it again and it'd have three interactions. Like, well, I'm the only person who's interacting with this thing. So then I had this other strategy last week and it worked really well. It worked like immediately when I started doing it. Like all these people came in here. Well, when I say all these people, like two, but that was still really great. But then wasn't working as well. But I figured out a way for it to work well. Basically, what the bot does is it looks up a keyword and then reposts everybody who has recently posted anything about that keyword. Now, previously, what I would do is use the words like Jew, Jewish. And when I do that, there are people who don't like Jews and there are people who do like Jews. So the people who don't like Jews would see that I reposted them and then they would report my account and then they would take the account down. So I thought, okay, I need something more neutral than that. So I started doing crypto, NFT, and Bitcoin. And the reason why I did those is because it's like, if it's reposting your post, everybody wants more interaction with their posts. So nobody's going to get pissed off if you reposted them. Like, generally, like that, you get what I'm saying. So I did that about, I don't know, 5 hours ago or something. And I'm happy to say, like thrilled to say, to some extent, that right now I am eclipsing let's see here. Well, I got 13 followers, which is a fuck ton of followers when you're someone like me who, who basically just spam people. And it's got 507 interactions and 5 likes, which is like, I didn't even want those. Like, basically, 507 interactions is a huge amount for me. So, more than anything, like, you got 13 followers and 507 interactions. How many do I have total? Well, I just created it. Yeah, I just created it like 6 hours ago. So it's like a brand new account. But I'm not even trying for people to follow the account. I just want interactions. And what that means is I repost their stuff. And that means that they sometimes look at what I did and then they look at my account and then I get an interaction out of it, which is like in its own way, like really good for me because like I said previously, when I was doing the thing where I send the private messages or whatever, I would get like 25 over the course of like 24 hours. I mean, it wasn't a lot. And I think I was most of those. So this is a good strategy. Now, the key is not getting the account banned. It's fine if the account gets banned, but it takes me a long time to create the accounts because I have to go through CAPTCHAs or the ARCOS, and it's just a pain. But I'm really happy with that. And, it's one of these things where you don't know what necessarily works until you try it. And this seemingly works okay. I mean, like every few minutes, I'll get a new notification, and like I just got another person who followed me. So now I have 14 followers, which is great. And
Well, you said that post that you sent out was looked at 500 times and you have 13 followers.
yeah, but that's probably pretty average. In fact, that's probably better than average, especially because I have a new account. Like, if it were,
You should rate they were supposed to go for is awareness percent of your audience want you, and then you can actually
yeah, but that's like a real account. My account is just some throwaway account that literally starts with 0 followers. And
I'm saying that obviously, I mean, you're hitting the goal in a different way. Do you see what I'm saying?
yeah, no, I do. And it's unexpected. Like, if I wanted the maximum amount of people to follow me, I would just follow people, and then you get. I think those statistics are probably similar. If you get 100 people, if you follow 100 people, 25% of them or 25 people will follow you back. And so, like 2 years ago, around this time, I created one of my first bots, which was just a follow bot, and this was back in the day when, um, like Twitter was still like wasn't owned by Elon Musk yet, and what these bots would do, I created over 2,000 of them manually, and it took me like 6 months. But what they would do is just follow. All they would do is just follow people, and you can still find like archived posts that I have, or not that I have, but like people have written about me that are just like, who is this fucking asshole who keeps following me? Every single day, I get followed by 45 of this person's accounts. Like, what is their problem? And it was really funny to me that the people who are on the right side of, or like conservative people, thought I was liberal, and the people who were liberal thought I was conservative. When in reality, I think both sides are corrupt. And then they would like make these giant posts about me, and they would at Elon Musk and at Twitter support and all these other people. So I did this bot like 2 years ago, and I did it for 6 months, and then Twitter changed its settings. So before you could follow 400 people a day. Now they changed it. You can still do that, but like if you follow more than like 10 an hour or something like that, they'll ban your account. So it wasn't worth it for me to do that on Twitter anymore. So I kind of have to find the loopholes in the system. And one of the loopholes that I found is the repost loophole. Like if I just, instead of reposting people, I liked them, Twitter limits the amount of likes that you can do. But they don't, as of right now, from what I'm seeing and what I've learned over the course of the past like month, they don't limit the amount of reposts you do. So I just go through and repost everybody's shit, and then that causes them. I In an ideal world, Audie, they would get a notification and then they would see that I reposted them. It doesn't work that well because Twitter has something in their algorithm that basically knows that I'm a bot, and so it does what it calls silences notifications automatically. But the key is that when you look at the post, it shows that somebody has reposted it. And then you can click on that and look at post interactions. You have to do some swiping, but then you see my shit. And it's like, if that's what I have to do, then that's what I'll do. But for me to, like, my goal is for one account to get 1,000 views on this post that I have. If I get 1,000 views, then great. I'll just eventually just throw that account will get banned eventually. But then I just create another one and do the same thing. And that's really great. Now, does that equate to people coming in here and interacting with me? Well, I haven't had anybody do that yet today. But I did this like earlier last week, and I had people come in right away. And actually, one guy really nice. He's from the UK, and he's really into electric bicycles, and we talk about that all the time. And he's just such a sweet person. I really like him. He came in yesterday morning, and it was right about kickoff time for all these games, and I was like, dog, I'd love to talk to you, but I'm really focused on these games. And he's like, no, I understand. I was just coming in to say hi. So we caught up a little bit. Anyway, so I've got another notification. Let's see what this is saying. Another person followed me, so that means I've got 16 followers or so. So that's good. Again, I don't do this for followers. I do this for people to interact with my posts. So let's check out that. And what I love about this bot is that there's feedback. Like I know how well it's working because I can see this number grow. So I'm at 522, which is phenomenal. And what ends up happening sometimes is people will create a post of it. And they'll be like, is anybody else getting these reposts from this Rabbi Rothschild? Who are they? What's their deal? And then, that happens. There's this other thing that I do that, well, ask you, Audie, do you know what SEO is? Search optimization.
Like I know what those words mean, but I don't know.
I get you. I get you. Okay, so say you have a pizza place, like a pizza joint, and you want it when somebody types pizza near me, wherever you are, you want your website to rank highly. What you'll do is you might put something on your website, like a paragraph about pizza in your area and all the good things that you offer. And then what happens is twice a day, Google crawls the internet for content, and basically, if it likes what you've written, it will rank you higher. That's how people get ranked in like highly in the search engine. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I didn't know that was how Google determined it. That's interesting.
It is interesting. And it's a multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar business. It's basically people who game the system to get their website to populate over their competitors' websites. Anyway, so I've never heard anybody refer to this, but there's like a new world of that in large language models. When I say large language models, that's just fancy words for ChatGPT and Google Gemini and all these AI things. So something that I did a long time ago, I basically populated the internet with like all my stuff, like my biography and what I talk about, all this stuff. And over the course of time, large language models have figured out who I am, and they'll write my biography basically like word for word when you ask them about me. Now there are other Rabbi Rothschilds, so sometimes it can get confused. But if you ask any like ChatGPT or Google Gemini or Claude or any other ones, Grok, welcome. How are you? Yay. Yay, you gotta be 18 to be in here, buddy. Yeah, so that's another strategy I've been using. I don't know how beneficial it is. But basically, what I've done is anybody who sends me a message, I'm sending them an invitation to this server. Um, and so, like, if you send me a message, I mean, not you because I know who you are, but like, if see, the thing is, and I'm sure you get these too, you get rando people on Discord who send you a message. And a lot of times it's like, hey, join my Discord or whatever. Well, if you send me a message, I'm just like, normally I would just ignore them. But instead, I'm like, you know what? I'll send you an invite to my server. The reason why I do it that way is if you are the responder on Discord to a message, you don't get like in trouble for responding. If you just go out and send a bunch of messages to random people, Discord will get mad at you and ban your account. And I don't want that to happen. But if you receive a bunch of messages and you respond to them with your Discord link, you don't get in trouble. So, like yesterday when I awoke, I had 70 new messages from Discord. And I went through, which is like a ton of messages. Like within, I don't know, like 8 hours, it's a ton of messages. And the reason why I get so many is I'm in this one giant Discord that has 5 million people in it. And I don't even really know what it is. It's called Steal a Brain Rot. I don't know what that is. I've been in it. It's got almost 6 million people in it. I think it has to do with Roblox. But I don't know. I don't do Roblox. I've never played Roblox. But I know people do trading in Roblox and stuff, and that's big on Discord. So a lot of people ask me to trade on there, and I just send them my Discord link. Well, anyway, I get random people in here. A lot of times, like I'll get people who are like 21, which is cool, but then I'll get people who are like 8. And so it's like, okay, so I have to be super diligent. How old are you? And they'll be like, I'm 11. I'll be like, all right, well, have a good day. And then I'll just ban them. But it has caused this server to grow to some extent. But over the course of the past like 2 or 3 weeks, I've gotten like 75 new people in here, and that's fine. I mean, it's like neither super good or it's better than I normally get. So, go ahead. Yeah, I mean, it's something. Um, the big thing that I want to happen is people who see me repost their shit on X to come in here. When that happens, like when you came in here, I still think about this all the time. When you came in here and I'm like, hey, how'd you find out about me? You're like, Twitter. I'm like, no fucking way. And I describe our interaction like a message in a bottle. I remember telling you that. It was like I was just on a deserted island and I put a message in a bottle and I threw it in the ocean and you somehow got it on some other beach and read it. And it's really hard to do that though. Like basically you're an exception. Not many people are going to be like you and be like, I'm going to hunt this person down and see what's going on with their Discord and join it and all these other things. Um, but I do get some people who do that. And I think with the strategy that I have currently, it's there's a good chance that it could happen. Um, and when it does, it just makes my fucking day. I mean, I get so happy when someone comes in here and they learn about me from or whatever I'm bought. It tells me that what I'm doing is working. So that's great. So with that being said, um, I have to just continue these bots and like I can even check right now. So like last I spoke, it was 520 interactions on post, and now it's 532. So within the last like I'm maybe getting like one a minute or two a minute or so. So that's really great. That's I'm not doing anything. I have to get people out for that. And the key is that I'm using very neutral terms. So NFT, Bitcoin, crypto. Very few people are going to report you if you repost their stuff with that. But if it's Jew, there are a lot of people who don't like Jews. And so they'll come out and just be like, well, fuck you. I'm going to ban you for reposting my shit. So I think that's a good strategy. And another thing that's important about this strategy is that it's basically like the morning in the United States now. And people like it's the start of a new week. So people go onto Twitter and do their thing. Like Twitter, at least on the weekends, it's not as business oriented as it is during the week. So, people get up and they say GM to each other and they post about their Bitcoin or their cryptocurrency or whatever it is. So um, that's where we're at. And I just I've been using this analogy recently, which I feel is apt. Um, so the Grand Canyon started with a drop of water at some point. Basically, it was rain or snow in the Rocky Mountains that eventually started a little stream that eventually became a river, the Colorado River, and then eventually cut through and made this giant canyon. And it's like each one of the posts is just a drop of water that I'm putting out there. And I recognize that if I just do this enough, that it's eventually going to make some kind of impact. I mean, I know I've done it before. I know that when I would spam people on Kick, it got the biggest people on Kick to find out about me and to interview me and to do podcasts and things like that to the point where I'm friends with a lot of them. It made people on Twitter previously know who I was and to annoy them. It's made people on Discord know who I am. So I know if I just keep doing this, that will have a significant impact. There's also an analogy that I use that I've heard before. But if you just take your finger and you tap your arm like very lightly, if you did that for like 5 days straight, eventually you work your way down to the bone. Basically, just with like a little bit of impact over a consistent amount of time, you will cause a lot of damage, and that's what I'm doing with these bots. And I wish I could say more about them. Well, okay, I'll say this. So the bot is it's really interesting. So it's got a chord in the name. I basically say like YouTube. Like there are some people who say Google me. There are some people who say YouTube me. Like this one girl, I'll never forget the first person who told me to Google them. I was oh I I had met this girl and uh she and I like were sitting next to each other at something and um I forget what we were talking about, but um she's like Google me. And I did, and she turned out to be an actress and she was in like movies. And I was like, oh wow, like that's pardon me?
I would say that under any other circumstance, that would be a really unsolicited.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Um at the time I had just done something that was like I don't want to say what it is. I mean it was good. It was like a very positive thing that a lot of people knew about me or knew about what I did. And 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 so in the same way she's like Google me and I did and I'm like wow. And like her IMDb pulled up and she's in movies with like actors that I really like and I'm like wow what was that person like like that kind of stuff would go on. And so people say Google me but nobody really says YouTube me. I mean it's not like that popular of a thing to do but I do say YouTube me. And then I say Rabbi Rothschild lives on YouTube and Discord 24/7 for world peace. Rabbi has been live on YouTube 3+ years. Ask me anything in my Discord, and then it has a Discord link. And um, like I have this post, like it gets people's attention, and then I have this thing. I have my driver's license on like my banner, and it tells people there's this part of uh, Twitter that they have where you can view more and you can write like a really long amount of information. So I write like 50,000 characters in there. So it says, pardon me? It's in a view more section. Like nobody uses it. So it says introduction, Shalom Yalom, Rabbi Rothschild, I stream my life for world peace. I want to help the world achieve peace through a global emphasis on pacifism. I feel if humans are ever to colonize space, terraform other planets, and travel intergalactically, we need peace on Earth. I want to help end world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, vertical farms. It's all the stuff that I talk about. And then I put all the information about myself. I mean, you can really just read this. In the about section of this Discord. It's all this. It's like I don't want to say word for word, but a lot of it's in there. So anyway, nobody really uses this section of Twitter because it's not that always that easy to find. So I put like instructions how to find it. And anyway, I'm just someone who is just trying what they can to trying to do what I can to get the world to unite. Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that you would stream your life until death?
Yeah, but I don't think I'm gonna die. But yeah, I'd love to. That's the plan. And I know it's very optimistic to say I don't think I'm gonna die, but scientists have already.
Just don't know.
No. I do want to talk about it.
You can talk about it. You can, yeah. I'm just, I'm a little, I'm not as optimistic as you,
I get that.
but I don't want to break your heart about it.
No, no, no. I understand. Look,
It looks like Friday might be like, your only option, which doesn't sound great.
what is my only option?
If say that, like, would you cryo freeze yourself if there wasn't anything else to do?
100%. Absolutely. Cryogenically freeze myself 100%.
But you have to then decide at some point in your life that you're done living now and you're willing to just be frozen. You understand that, right?
Uh,
And you can't just
no.
be like in hospice and like, yeah, now freeze me. I mean, like, you could and hope that there's like awesome medicine as soon as they unfreeze you, but you don't understand what I'm trying to. You have to be alive.
I get.
How alive are you gonna be?
I get what you're saying. Usually, what happens is that people are in hospice, and they have plans that are made with these companies that as soon as their heart stops, within like 10 minutes of that, they're basically put into liquid nitrogen and frozen, like they're like immediately, and you have to do it really quickly. So there's like a team of people that they pay to do this. And then you can either have your head done or your whole body. The head's cheaper, and then like the ones that I've seen, there's some in Southern California, there's some in Arizona, and they're basically just companies that keep people frozen indefinitely until there are solutions to um, cure however they die. And if I'm not one of those people, I want to dedicate my life to unfreezing those people eventually once we have the technology. Like, that's something I want to give awareness about. And I remember in the 1990s, I saw like a 60 Minutes on this, and I was like, oh, wow, I want to help with that. Or that's how I want to die. And, but do I fear death? No. Meaning, like, I know that I could die any, like, a meteor could kill me or whatever.
No, I know that you don't. You just genuinely enjoy life so much.
Oh, I absolutely do. Why do I want it to end? Yeah, but um, I also think it, we're of a generation that scientists estimate the first person to live to be 200 years old is already born. And then I learned about the science of mind uploading. It's very realistic. We're doing it with mice. And when people counter this to say, yeah, but there's a big difference between a mouse. But 20 years ago, we were doing brain computer interfaces with mice. The first BC brain computer interface, Neuralink, had already been implanted in a human being used daily. So, like, that to me is still very advanced technology that's actually in the past. Meaning, somebody has a computer chip in their head and they can use that to move a mouse on a computer. That's like mind blowing technology to me. And so for me to think that, or like another one, which is really interesting, is like a test tube baby. Basically, like that's been around for 50 years, but that's still like a lot for me to be able, or like the artificial womb, basically. That that's something that's like a reality today, and so there's part of me that's like, I talk about this stuff about life, mind uploading, and all of this, and it sounds so futuristic to me, but in reality, a lot of this stuff has already happened. I mean, de-extinction, like that's like Jurassic Park. That seems so advanced. We've already done it. We did it in 2003. That's more than 20 years ago it was done, but it still seems super uh, advanced to me. And but so I'm okay with death, but I think there might be a chance to be able to escape it in one way or another. So why not try? And it's like the ultimate evolutionary adaptation that you can have is to try to escape death. And as a species, I'm doing everything that I can. Now, Um, there are some people who would be like, okay, well, why aren't you like you talk about peptides and oxygen therapy and human growth hormone and stem cells and all that. Oh, that's super expensive. I get that, but I don't have the ability to just become superhuman like that or whatever. Recognize the importance of data and how valuable it is, and that so long as I do the stream, it's going to make me an influential person. And when it comes to fruition, I'm going to be able to pay for all that stuff. So, do I know that? What'd you say? Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I talk about that in my spiel. I say, we'll be like exactly. We the first. Thank you. Um, yeah, I mean, we cloned mammals in the 1990s. I remember watching the nightly news when they did it, and it was like people were making jokes about it that like Dolly the sheep was the name, was cloned, and like what this could mean, and they pretty quickly thereafter made it illegal to clone humans. But that doesn't mean that it can't be done in other countries. And do I want that necessarily? I mean, look, I had this professor. Exactly. I had this professor. This was 15 years ago, and I'll never forget this. This woman, very accomplished lawyer, and her husband's a judge in Southern California. She, on the first day of class, she did a little biography about herself, and she said that she waited later in life, after becoming an attorney and such, to have children, and she had her eggs cryogenically frozen, and that she had her uh, husband. She didn't do test tubes. She just had her children, her eggs cryogenically frozen, and they took one egg. What'd you say? You okay? Exactly, no problem. So they took one egg and split it and froze them, and um, they inseminated it with their husband's sperm, and she had like at the time like a 5-year-old boy, and then 2 years later they did it to the girl, and they had a 3-year-old girl, and these children were identical twins, but they were 2 years apart. And I just thought that that was so advanced. I mean, I remember raising my hand in class and I said, "Are you from the future?" And everybody in class laughed. And I remember just being like shocked by that this technology was actually happening. And it's a full area, and people are doing this type of thing. But that was more than 15 years ago that this was done. I mean, those kids are adults now. And I still think that that kind of technology. Yeah, so I may have explained it incorrectly. So basically, I think they took a fertilized egg and froze it, or no, perhaps it wasn't fertilized yet. It was just her egg, but they split it so that she had identical twins, and they were just born at different times. Well, there was a recent um, article.
Understand how that makes sense. Because in order to get twins, it has to be two eggs that are already identical.
Right. So okay. So per, perhaps what they did was they took her husband's sperm, her frozen egg, inseminated it, and then froze it, and then split it. So it was exactly the same genetic material. It was just 2 years apart that they did. But there was a case recently that made headlines. They call it the world's oldest baby, It was a baby from 30 years ago who was frozen. The egg was frozen, and they just fertilized it recently. So this baby's actually been on this earth, at least from an egg point of view, for 30 years. But it's like 5 months old. All of this is very advanced technologically. And
What I don't understand about it's like, how do the cell walls not burst? When you freeze things, cell walls burst.
yeah, so they do it at a very cold temperature using liquid nitrogen so that it preserves those cell walls. And they do it very quickly.
I still don't understand it. I have to see it. However,
All right, well, that's how it's done.
because if you do stuff with liquid nitrogen really quickly, what happens to you?
Yeah, that's how they preserve these people for cryogenic freezing. It preserves your it pres it
If
pres
you dip your soul in liquid nitrogen, you're, you go in and out real quick, nothing happens. You go too long, you die.
hold on. If you go in and out, like you can just take a dip in it. No, you just straight up die. It's like
Okay, so how the fuck are you gonna be alive after?
it just preserves. Wait, it doesn't guarantee that you will be.
If it kills a live person,
Yeah,
how does it not destroy a body that just is?
it pres it preserves it. It preserves it. So basically, it ensures that there's no decay of the cells. But you still have to revivify them.
And if they're dead,
So you still have to revivify them or reanimate them, and that's the complicated part. Preservation isn't that difficult.
just it might not be a good route for preservation if it's also a route for death. It don't sound like it makes too much sense to me.
Okay,
I'm just saying that's something I'll see with my own eyes and see maybe for what's about and see if I understand.
I
But I
understand.
can't understand it. Do you get what I'm saying right now? I know you understand that, but I know you believe in that.
Well, I, I mean, I didn't always until scientists were able to like do this with like small animals and such, um, or like flies. I mean, it's like not even animals. Uh, but it's not a case of you would just you dip somebody in minutes after they die, and then you can pull them out and reanimate them by just warming them to room temperature. It doesn't work that way. Basically, this just preserves them so that when we have some type of cure for however they died or some type of solution, we could perhaps be able to scan their internal structure to be able to either clone them or upload that data into another being.
They, yeah, these bodies, I mean, you gotta understand the technology we're using. This is fucking killing them. They're not gonna be able to be thought of. But that's how they fucking sell it sometimes. So you don't understand me. You need to be alive before you fucking do it. This shit isn't making sense. I can't believe people pay that much money.
Well, they're not paying it so that they well, firstly they know that it's uh, not 100% certainty that they'll be able to be reanimated. They know that they're taking a risk, but they have enough money to do it. That's why I believe it costs like $100,000 to do just your head or something like that, and $250,000 to do your the rest of your body. And they also know that there are going to be people with whom we try this, and it's not going to work. So there's going to be some trial and error, but they have the ability to perhaps preserve themselves for potential in the future reanimation, and if they have the
They can live in the afterlife or reincarnation.
Yeah, I don't think anybody knows. Traditionally, I mean, I have my beliefs, but from like a religious standpoint, I don't know how accurate they are. I mean, there are discussions that we spend a year essentially in a neutral realm, and then with enough righteousness of your family, basically saying prayers, uh, known uh, as Kaddish. You basically will sit at the right hand of God. I just think that these are traditional ways that rabbis specifically were able to have some justification for what we do religiously. But in reality, there isn't an overarching one doctrine within Judaism of what happens with you. I know in Christianity, many times, welcome, how are you? How old are you? Um, like there's an idea of like heaven and hell in Christianity and things like that. And while we have similarities within Judaism, it's not as cut and dried. And we believe in the world to come is what we call it. And Ha'olam basically is what it's known as, and uh, or at least with the world. And that's a religious part of me. From a scientific state, much of me believes that you just die and it's black and it's done. Like you become worm food. Dust you are and dust you shall return. There's that element of it. From a reincarnation standpoint, religiously, again, maybe some people's souls are able to transverse the metasphere and we get uh, certain personality characteristics or traits from previous people. Again, that's difficult to prove. Um, Scientifically, I think that when you die, and that's what happens to you. And what we're trying to do from a technological perspective is try to avoid that. And then I think you can get into real reincarnation, quote unquote, with the um, ability to import your brain upload into another being. So if you wanted to be a dog, you could. You would basically have your brain information, your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system implanted into a dog, and you would know that at one point you were a human, but you made the choice to be a dog, and now you're going to live a life of a dog, or you could be a bird, or a fish, or whatever you wanted to be, or you could be something that doesn't necessarily exist right now, some type of advanced type of creature, something that can maybe type of superhuman creature, perhaps an extraterrestrial.
Oh, it's funny you mentioned superhuman creature.
Well, what I mean to say is like you could be like a human, but with uh, better genetics.
No, I hear you.
But that's what I talk about. I think you could be a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, which basically is like a being without a body. Whatever you want to be, you could literally be whatever you want. Or I also say an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, and an ethereal being. Those are the six things that I normally spout off to people, and they're usually overwhelmed by it. And they're like, I mean, you've heard them. They're like, "Wait, what?" And they don't normally hear people talk like that, and I get that. But basically, what I'm saying is that you'll be able to be a shapeshifter. You'll be able to be whatever you want to be. Now, normally we think of shapeshifters as people who are things that can change. Can what?
Bazooka. I'm gonna make my arms a bazooka.
Oh yeah, you could do that. That's a cybernetic being.
I don't want it to look like a bazooka all the time. It has to trust me.
right? Again, that's still a cybernetic being. And there's an argument to be made that we already have cyborgs on Earth. Those are people with pacemakers and artificial limbs. They're just the primitive versions of that.
Yeah, yeah. Of course. Yes.
Excellent. All right.
Science is kind of crazy, you know.
Oh, I know.
I would definitely upload my mind. I feel that, yeah, I don't think that we really have a choice in that.
Well, that's why I always say.
That's how we leave.
Well, that's why I always preface it by saying, "with your consent," because some people might not consent to this.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I don't think that it really operates about consent when we talk about the actual reality we're living, whereby energy cannot be created or destroyed. And even the heartbeat is something. And the breath in your chest. Okay, the breath doesn't run anything into it because it's just air. But there's only like a certain capacity that can be out of it, like a recycle bin.
Excellent.
I would not want to be a fucking animal if I already was a fucking animal.
All right, calm down. We have our friend here.
Good.
Good morning. How are you, Miss Aquarius?
I'm good. How are you?
Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast.
Good.
What's up?
Mustafa.
Good morning, Mustafa.
Morning, everyone. How was your
So far, so good.
It is no morning of my country.
We know. Good day. How are you?
No, I know you know, but I just said that for the girl, for this lady.
That's fine.
No, yeah, because I didn't know.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Mustafa, do you want to tell them where you're from?
Yes, I want to tell her where I'm from.
All right, well, tell her where you're from
I'm
then.
from Iraq.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm from Iraq in Middle East. So I work to America, like live in America. Yeah. So that's all.
Okay.
So you guys, I will be right back.
All right, big dog.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay.
So Mustafa
Yes.
wants to move from Iraq to the United States, and actually, like a little more than a year ago, I had somebody with whom I was speaking, and I basically like gave them a game plan of how they could get to the United States, and they came in here. I did what you said to do. I got on I want to say it was a cargo ship, but they got on a cargo ship to Brazil, and then they like made it to Colombia, and they walked all the way from South America to Mexico, and then they just made it around the border, and now they're working as a security guard in California. I was like, no way, you you did it. And he's like, yeah, he didn't. Yeah, exactly. We were talking about. I remember, he was like, "There's no hope in my country," and like I explained to him, like I understand. Like we were talking about desalination a lot, which is basically like pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. And we were talking about doing that in the Mediterranean Sea, and I was saying like I think this is really important for Tunis, the capital of Tunisia, and he's like, "No, I agree," and I just basically like, there's nothing stopping you basically coming here. And what's the worst that's going to happen? You get deported back to Tunisia? Like, that's the worst thing? Like, that's where you already are. And he's like, yeah. And, like, it took him a year, a little more than a year, but he's working as a security guard in the United States now. And, like, he's, like, basically my neighbor, potentially. Like, he's like, I know you're live streaming, so I don't want to say exactly where I am, but I just did what you said, and it took me like a year to do and a lot of walking, but I'm here now. I'm like, no flipping way. So, Ma, Ma, uh, Mustafa, it. I told him, dude, when this goes viral, we're gonna have to make your journey into a movie because that is a wild movie. You were in Africa the last time I talked with you, and now you're in California. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it was like, he's like, do you remember talking to me? I was from Tunisia. And like, I don't remember everyone with him, but I did remember him. And I remember the big thing that we talked about was desalination for Tunisia. That was like a big thing we talked about. And if we talk for a little while, I'll remember you. But a year went by and I didn't hear from him, like a lot of people on here. But then he's like, yeah, I love it. Like, I can't believe, I'm like, I cannot believe you did it. He's like, I just did exactly what you said. Like, it took me a while, but I did it. So Mustafa, um, basically, he works in construction and doesn't make a lot of money. And he's caring for his mom and his sister. And fortunately, his uncle's going to help them so that he can move. And he's trying to figure out a way to do it. And I'm like, well, probably the easiest way is to just buy a plane flight to the United States and then seek asylum. And if they kick you out, okay, you tried. But I mean, this is like, it's so sad. They beheaded his father. I'm like, that's a great reason to seek asylum. Like, hey, they killed my dad. They literally cut his head. They cut his head off, and I don't want them to do the same for me. So I'm trying to get out of that situation. And if they say no, then they boot him or whatever. But at least he tried. So he only makes $16 a day, and that's just not a lot of money, especially if you need to um, get like support yourself, support your family, um, and buy a plane ticket here. So I was helping him recently work as a translator, where he makes like $25 an hour, which is like more than he makes in a day there. And it's like just translating documents. His English is pretty good, and he speaks Arabic, so like, that's it's like I can already say, look, the guy from Tunisia did it. So basically, anybody I talk to on here, I have them as an example. Like, it can be done. You just have to focus on it. And I explained to them, like, ChatGPT or large language models are your friend when you're asking questions like, hey, what is the citizenship process for someone seeking asylum to the United States? It'll tell you all the stuff that you need. And um, like, basically, normally I want, well, and I said this to him, I want you to go through the right process. I don't want you breaking the law, but basically, like, seeking asylum is a way to do it, and through a legal process. So I explained how that could be done, and he's been researching it. But the big thing that he needs to do is get a job that pays better. I mean, we calculated it, and it would take like, if he just was able to save everything that he makes on a daily basis, it would take him like 50 days to save up that money. But um, that's with no food or shelter or anything like that. So, um, but yeah, he might be the next person who might be a resident of the United States. But I still think about this guy from Tunisia, and it's like the funniest story that I talk to random people on here all the time, and it's like, all right, well, if you want to do it, this is how I would do it. And boom, a year later, here he is. So that's cool. I agree with you.
It is.
I agree. I want to see that guy's movie. I just think it would be fascinating. Like, that it all starts, you just in a random call on Discord. Then a year later, a little more than a year later, you have a job in the United States, and like, he likes the job. I mean, the one thing, I mean, he's not making minimum wage here. Minimum wage is like $15 an hour, but depends on what cities he's in as well. But He's making $8 an hour, but still $8 an hour is way better than what he's making in Tunisia. So I want to see that guy's movie, and I just think that it's like some wild story.
Oh, what's his family? Did his family still over there?
Yeah, his family's still in Tunisia, but he was a single man. He didn't have like a wife or children or anything, and he was able to do it. Mustafa also is a single man, but he has a mother and little sister, and he's been supporting them. But his uncle, as of like yesterday, agreed to let them live with him so that Mustafa could move to the United States. So, um, but I mean, like we went to like the UN website, how you can seek asylum there. Like, because I said, United States is fine. I mean, we take it for granted, but there are places in Europe you could probably go that are a little closer and maybe a little easier. So we looked up all that information, and basically anybody who comes in here with a problem, I'm willing to help them with it. And we are able to overcome some really major challenges. So that's what we've been doing.
It's a very interesting process to be part of.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, you just have to understand the shock that I heard. This guy came in here within like it was maybe a month ago. And he's like, "Hey, do you remember me?" I'm like, "Man, I've got 2,000 people in here. Can you refresh my memory?" And he's like, "Well, I'm from Tunisia." And the second that he said that, I remember, "Oh, yeah. We talked about the desalination." He's like, "Yeah, you're never going to believe this." What's that? Well, you know how we talked about how I could immigrate to the United States? Yeah. He's like, well, I did what you said. I got on a cargo ship to Brazil, and then I made it to Colombia or Venezuela, and then to Colombia, and then to Panama. I took a ferry, and then I just started walking like from Guatemala to Mexico. And then I got to Mexico, and
That's where it starts to sound believable too, which is crazy.
yeah, I mean it was just wild. And then he's like, and then I just made it over the border and moved to where you are, and then basically got a job, and I've been working now. I've been working nights. He liked the job. He's like able to be on his phone. He's like, yeah, I just work as a security guard. Whoa. So that's what we've got. All right, Audie, let's get an update of my account. So Miss Aquarius, I create robots, and I figured out how to create one of them that gives me some feedback on how they're doing. So I created this one like 7 hours ago or so, and it's got 16 followers and 609 interactions in like 6 hours. So I'll take it. I'm happy with that. It keeps growing, and if they ban it, which I know eventually they.
That's popular.
What'd you say, Audie?
I say it's definitely more popular than movie. That's
There you go.
I'm not.
Oh, I know.
All right, I am going back. I'll be back later.
All right, Miss Aquarius. Pleasure to speak with you.
Nice time, guys. Be safe. You too, Addie. Thank you, bro.
All right. Well, I'm going to go back to listening to this podcast. If you don't know what it is, so Joey Diaz is, Audie, I don't know if you know who Joe Rogan is, but basically the guy who used to open for Joe Rogan as a stand-up comedian. His name is Joey Diaz. He's like this really rough comic, and the things that he says are many times not very clean, but I think he's very funny. I don't support all his actions by far, but I feel everybody deserves a second. But everybody deserves a second chance. So here we go.
watching fucking the prison show. I said, you fuck yeah, I don't give a fuck. I ain't, my people on this pussy. Oh, fuck. Can they get
Yo, what's good, Raul? Raul, got to be 18 to be in here, big dog. Take care. So, like, when that happens, I go to my moderation screen and I ban them. I even ban people who are 17. Anybody who is not 18.
Like so quickly.
Can you repeat that, Audie?
You determine so quickly whether or not something's 18, like whether they lie.
Yeah, usually they just have really high voice. So there's a girl from Israel who came in here. Well, I say she's a girl, but maybe she's figuring her way out in life. And she came in, and I'm like, this was like 2 weeks ago, maybe a little longer. She came in, and I'm like, you have to be 18 to be in here. And she's like, I am 18. I'm like, okay, how old are you? I thought she was a boy. She's like, I'm 23. I'm like, oh, okay. I thought she was a boy, so she sounded like a little feminine. Oh, this other girl came in here, and I'm like, you have to be 18 to be in here. And she's like, or I said to her, so I have this way of determining how someone's 18. It's not perfect, but I say to them, how old are you? And she goes, like 18. And I'm like, oh, you're like 18 or are you 18? She's like, I'm 18. I'm like, okay, and what year were you born? And that's a good question to ask someone, because if it takes them a long time to do the math, then I know that they're not 18. But if they're like, I was born in 1982, okay, well then they kind of passed the test. And she says, I was born in 2007. And I'm like, oh, that would make you 18. Were you born at the beginning of the year? She's like, yeah, I was born January 26, 2007. I'm like, okay, well, that makes you 18. So she's a senior in high school, and she's like, she comes in and talks about her. She's in a relationship, and she talks about how she's really happy that she just started this relationship with this person. And we talk about like what she can do for a career. She's at a perfect time to get into IT, so I've been talking to her about that. And but like I'm very aggressive with people, like, but that's why I have an appeal server. If anybody goes in the appeal server and says, "Hey, you banned me, but I'm really 25 or whatever," I unban them. And I also have a lot of other ways to get a hold of me. Like, you can go. I'm literally live streaming all the time. You go to my YouTube and just type, "Yo, dog, you banned me in Discord. Like, please unban me. I'll unban you in a second if you're of age." Um, but I am very aggressive with people, and I know recently, especially because I've been getting all of these direct messages from people, and I don't know how old they are, and I just send them my link. I know a lot of them have been not of age, so as soon as somebody starts talking, if they have a high voice, I ask them how old they are. Yeah, I mean, even Mufasa, I, I'm like, how old are you? How'd you find out? I was like, I'm 21, blah, 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 blah. But he was coming in when a bunch of like younger people were coming. I don't even know how Mufasa found me, or is Mustafa Mufasa. Um, but that's how that is. I find it interesting as well. I get people to find out about me from all different types of ways. So I get people to find out about me from Kick and YouTube, and you like from Twitter. And Mr. Aquarius found out about me from the Socialized Discord, and Brandon found out about me, I believe, from the Aiden Ross Discord. Could be wrong on that. Um, there's like, I put myself out there. If you want to find me, I'm here. All right, we're doing a check. How many people are following me on Twitter? 18 people. So since I've been talking with you, Audie, we've had like I think I started with 13, so we've had like 5 people join, and that's not again. I don't really care if they follow me because I know that account will be banned. And then when it comes to um, impressions or interactions, whatever they want to call it, I'm at 625 with 6 people having liked what I posted, which is wow.
For a second, are you serious? Joey, when you do when you're out there, do you get room service every day, or you don't? Some hotels they put you in industrial quarters, and it sucks because that hotel has shit on the floor. You gotta get that shit empty. I always try to opt for a hotel with civilization, right? And look at things. Since Vegas is one of the only places that get you. Because it's a fucking right to that. No, I mean cleaning. Like when you have a room service every day, cleaning. That's cleaning. That's what I'm getting at. Okay. So they don't pressure you like, hey, what's going on? They want you to service you. They call sometimes and say, can we get you down? If I need someone, just give me a $5 and take you down on the show. So I shouldn't feel weirded out or pressured. No, I don't let that go make my fucking. And they don't hotel. I stay that actually call me 3 times. You know, listen to this hotel policy. I said, hey, no, we come to my fucking. She wants to.
Right, I'll be back in a little bit. Or later.
Gotcha. So there's a lot of guys like that. A lot of people. I'm like that. You don't have room service? I mean, room cleaning? I do. But let me ask you, Joey, if you're on home with your wife, will you? Because if I'm on home, I will, because she likes the bed made, all that shit. I never make my bed. I cover it up, I fix the pillows, and the waffle. What's the way to do the marine thing and the bed shit? Yeah, I can't do that. It's hard. What's your coffee water? So you pick it up and they come over and you it's got to have reasons. Hospital clothes. However, you gotta have all that shit in the mind of the whole hospital. I fluff out the sheets. I fluff the pillows. I'm like, this is the house. And it's supposed to be done now. Just don't forget to fluff the fucking pillows. Now it's another half hour before it goes. Yeah, I've been making my bed recently. It feels good. It's a new change in my life. You know, here's the thing. When you're a comedian or you're a go-getter or you're living day to day, it's like you feel different. One day you feel this way, the other day you feel that. Some days I'm inspired to do this, some days I'm not. Sometimes I'm eat here, some days I'm not. It's just hard to stay inside. And doing good stuff, don't get me wrong. Really, you know, you have to be right. Is it? The question, like, I look at my life, I'm healthy. I look at my life, I'm healthy. I have a pet.
Here he is. Excellent. How you living, big dog? How are you?
You're supposed to.
I'm doing good.
Excellent.
How's you?
I'm well, thank God. Have you worked on any of those Have you worked on any of those websites to get a job as a translator?
Yeah, I found something about that. Yeah, but like the money is not good, actually.
What do you mean? What do you mean the money's not good? The places that we looked at, the money's very good.
No, like the work on Baghdad, you know, on Iraq, it's not good for me.
Doug, I'm not talking about working. Look,
Like,
don't.
When I want to go to LA, okay, so I have to get $6K USD.
Okay, why?
Because like when I go there, I want to get a home and a car, and
You're not going to get any of that stuff right away.
Why?
Do you know how much a car is in the United States? Well, if we're talking a new car, it's like $40,000.
I'm not gonna buy the much expensive car.
Okay, even a used car, even a used car,
I'm getting no car, a motorcycle.
even a used motorcycle is gonna cost you a few $1,000s, maybe like $5,000, and then you need insurance on it. You have to have insurance. You can't ride it without insurance. The insurance is going to cost you maybe $500, probably $1,000 a year. I told you, and you know this, you need to get a translator job from one of those websites we went to that either pays you by the word or by the hour. I'm not talking about getting a job in Baghdad. They're not going to pay you a lot, but a Western country will.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's what you need to do. You need to go on the internet and search for, just use ChatGPT and say, give me a list of websites that hire people from Iraq to do translation for people in the Western world. And it'll give you a bunch of them, and then you apply for those for the next hour, at least.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Now you're going to need $6,000, but you're not going to be able to get housing and all that other stuff you want. It's going to cost more than that. For just like a really small apartment, a place to live, even just a room in LA is like $1,000 a month. A car is going to be out of your range. I mean, on top of that, you need gas. Gas here is very expensive. It's like $6 a gallon, probably by the time you're here, at least. And so, like, one step at a time. You just need money to get here and to be able to have at least, I'd say, like 3 months of housing, and you need food. Like, food's here very expensive, and you're going to have to get food stamps and things like that. But at a minimum, let's say you're making everything yourself, it's going to cost you probably $20 a day. So that's $600 a month. Now, you can get food stamps, which will help you, probably gives you like $300 a month. But that's, very limited. Like, you smoke cigarettes, you're not going to be able to afford to smoke cigarettes here. It's very, very expensive to smoke cigarettes.
No, I'm actually going to leave the cigarette.
You're going to have to smoke here. Each pack is over $10 each.
Well, $10.
Very expensive.
No, my country not too much expensive.
Right, I know that. In fact,
yeah, like you can see here. You can see like the kids can smoke here.
I've got you. In fact, marijuana is arguably cheaper than tobacco here. Which
well, actually, listen. In Arizona, there's a girl. She's an Iraqi. She said, like, see my Instagram account, and she see my posted on Instagram account, and she said, "Wow, you are a good fucking rapper." And I told her, "Yeah." Sorry. And she said, "Yeah, you're a good rapper. So I hope you can like take a photo of beautiful this like for me." And I told her, "Where you from?" And she said, "I'm from Arizona." And I told her, "When I come to LA, so you can come to me, and I'm gonna like take a picture for you." So I think why I don't go to Arizona, not to LA, and like maybe she will accept me.
I mean, do whatever you want to do. There just aren't as many opportunities in Arizona. It's smaller. It's easier for you to get caught living here illegally.
Like, which better, Arizona or LA?
LA by far. The average temperature in Arizona is like 120 degrees in the summer, and in LA it's like 85 degrees. Living in Arizona is as hot as living in Iraq. Living in Los Angeles
Yeah,
is paradise.
it's better than Iraq, actually. What about the winter?
Uh, the winter's kind of better. It's more manageable. So, but so you should know, nobody's going to pay you to be a photographer in the United States. Everybody can do that already. What they can't do is be a translator.
Yeah. No, you understand what I mean. Like she said, you are a good photographer, and so maybe I can live with her. You understand me?
Yeah, I mean,
She's an Iraqi.
I get it. I mean, that's a dream, sure.
Yeah. It's a good plan.
It is not a good plan.
Mm-hmm.
There are, I don't know, 10,000 Iraqi girls in Southern California who would probably let you do the same.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there are a lot more Iraqis in LA than there are in all of Arizona. But that's a nice dream to have. What you need is a translation job.
Yeah.
So you need to work on that. So what you should do is go to those websites and start applying. Don't apply for places in Iraq. That's not what we said to do. Apply for places that need Arab translation in the Western world. And you can do this by the minute, or I'm sorry, you can do this by the word or by the page. Usually they pay like $25 a page. So you need to start working on that. And then you also need to start working on your English if you're going to be a translator. Your English is good, but it can always be better. My English can be better. So,
Yeah.
you need to improve on that. But that's what your free time needs to be.
I should be better than this.
No, you're doing fine. I mean, you just started with this dream.
Yeah. But life is continuing. I should be better. But my English language will be translated.
Yeah, I mean the best way to
Yeah, wait, I'll be right back.
all right, you do your big dog.
Then I put the coffee. Then I take this fucking shit. Fiber, I gotta take pills for that before I eat. Then after I pop that, I make a fucking frozen. A bunch of fresh frozen. I already had it again. Okay, and then after that, I fucking do a CBD drop, 7 drops in my mouth. Break all the cancer in my body. There's something why fucking wait. Then I fucking spray my nose. Antibiotics.
Here I am.
All right. Well, you know what to do.
For how long?
Sure.
You need to get a job.
And I fucking take a shower, wash my pussy, and then I smoke some more dope, and then I eat my eggs, like 3 pieces of bacon, and one slice of toast. If I smell it when it's dry, I get sick. And I can't smell it. So that's your routine right now? Yeah, so far I switched up. I get oatmeal and coconut milk. Better local joke. I like that. That's great. My daughter to school. So I got to jump at 9 o'clock. I'm on my exercise. Maybe half a mile. If I put a mile. The exercises.
What are you eating?
Pasta.
Huh?
Pasta.
And I figured every time I got 25 push-ups,
What stuff?
3 times a day, 65 push-ups.
Right.
My cardio, like more strong. Okay. I drink a little protein, activity, 26 grams of protein, my electrolytes.
Yep.
I also take out wine and I freeze it. And I put wine for wine. It's going to be asshole. What's that? Asshole.
So, I'll go. So,
Shave the
so
wine.
good to see you guys.
Shave your ass. I mean, the line.
You shave the wine. That motherfucking powder that comes out of that wine.
Yeah.
Show me you do all this. You put it in your fridge.
Oh, it's now on this one.
Because I look at the liquor room and I say, little girl,
You have a kid.
and I only stop her around when she's 12 to have a kid. I can't have a woman around here. You know, it's a different game. I don't prepare for fucking 2020. I ain't got time to fuck around. So if I can live till she's 12, because if I can walk down the aisle, it's fucking better. If I can see her graduate college, that's better. The way I look at it, it's every little bit helps.
Yeah.
Every little bit helps. I'm not dying for nothing. Yeah, we die for stuff. Stay up all night to catch a plane. How bad that is for you. To stay up all night to catch a plane. You know, somebody's told me that I have the surgery.
What surgery are you
My nose is smart. When I first met you, never were diagnosed. And since your body wasn't getting oxygen, that's what made you your little switch. Once you started breathing, the weight fell off, and I can still hear the shit in your nose. I was double taking it, and she didn't have a surgery. He goes, no, you gotta have a surgery, so I should change it. Because now you get more fresh oxygen, which makes you quiet. And I test my pH every morning. It's really amazing because like Dr. Lee said, when I leave, sometimes it's fucked up my pH. And after I walk in the breathing exercise, when I come back, 6.5, you're gonna have a value by the pH strips and send you ammonia, whatever you want. And I never do that to the kids. One of them is that you sweat fucking calories. My key is outside right now. I looked at my fucking pants. Your back, how much is on your back? I'm wearing this strip over your ass. Your asshole sweats. You
wash the uniform
every day. It's all laundry right now.
You have a washer or
Every day. I hang it up. I have to leave my knee pads on so I can even cut something. So you don't get that knee pad this way. That's how sweaty you can knee pads. People subcontract profiles. You know, couldn't get that knee pads this fucked up. And I think that's really good. Just the sweat part.
gotta break the sweat. That's what Matthew Sonic says. Break the sweat.
I can get about it. I would go until I swore the sweat down here. Like I won't go home. I got two issues on cover with sweat.
Gotcha.
And I've been seeing electrical machine, punching the bag, whatever I did, all that shit on my own. That was my goal. I want to smell something.
Coming through the pores.
I want to smell some of this shit.
Apple cider vinegar.
I cleaned it all out.
I can smell it like through my pores. I've been taking that with some orange juice. I take orange juice. Mother of the apple cider vinegar. They say it's good for just detoxing. I mean, everything. So I take that. I do need to drink more water.
You were talking earlier about how important baseball is to you. Like, it would have changed if you couldn't pitch. Like, you do that all the time. Like, watch out, Periscope, you throw, like,
Well, that was a one-time deal, actually. That
practice.
baseball's in my blood.
Like, if you couldn't do that, how would that change?
I mean, that question's coming from left field.
It's not surprising because, like, I think that's what you do a lot to exercise. Like, that's what I was imagining.
If I couldn't play baseball, I'd be depressed. I mean, I like throwing the baseball. I did play baseball.
Do you ever bounce back in your yard? Just throw bounce back one of those things.
I do have a bounce back, but I need to put it together with a spring driver. Sometimes I go down. What I would do is go down to the high school, North High School, or Reseda, and I throw the ball against the wall. It's hard to get a catcher, like get a guy to catch you. But my friend, who's a coach with the Cubs, he's a Major League Baseball coach, so we would always throw. I play catch with him before spring training, so I always get like a month or 6 weeks in of like a good professional catch with like a guy who knows what he's doing. Because find a comedian to play catch with sometimes it's hard, like they don't know what they're doing. It's not as fun. When you're with a pro, boom, 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 you get a good workout. So for me, I'll go through against the high school, or I'll do the 2B. I train like a pitcher, but I'm not actually pitching in games. This charity game came up, and I've been practicing. I kind of get through a bullpen this year outside. I still have it. I'm not. I didn't think I'd played a game. I didn't think I would play this game. Came out of nowhere. It was a charity game that former Major League Baseball player put on. So at the last minute, he said, "Rudy, you want to go pitch?" I go, "I'll try." Because I just played catch and I threw a bullpen in spring training, and I pitched 1 inning, I went to 2 to 3 to 4, and it's like I look pretty good. So it's kind of like it's good for video. It's good for me. I enjoy coming. It was like, wow, I got a kick out of doing it. So that's it. Yeah, but that doesn't pay my bill. That's a fuck. I think a lot of people can do what I do. Listen, how many people? When they have kids, how many people have that can pay their bills? I would hate that job. Hate their wife. And they hate going. Sometimes money isn't fucking everything. Well, money is not everything. I just want enough to survive, to keep the terror spills. That's it. And you're happy as shit. That's what a hobby is. To take your mind away. Drumming too. Absolutely. You think I'm going to be a world champion at 253? Is that why you think I'm going to be something? You think I'm doing this to fight? I do this. So, wow. That's all I want to do. That 1 hour that one's going to be like, I'm my own fucking Nazi. I'm my own Hitler. I'm my own Fidel Castro. I'm my own dictator. Yeah. For 1 hour, I leave the film and go. You know what? That audition, the subject is, if something you did that when your mind is a man, is that something bad could happen. You can't be that out. When you train jiu-jitsu, you can't check your phone to every 30 minutes. You don't have water anyway. So something bad could happen. I don't leave my phone in the car when I enjoy it. I get this in the dugout. I check between innings. Okay, whatever. I'm saying when you work out, like, that's your whole 1 hour. That's what keeps you fucking is pitching against a fucking wall like North Hollywood on Periscope. And so be it. That's what people understand. I believe in keeping people's powder dry. People gotta learn how to keep their own fucking powder dry. What you mean keeps your powder dry? Go off the deep end, whatever way you describe it. It's alcohol, drugs, any fucking way. Losing your temper, yelling at your wife, anything that controls that shit. Is keeping your powder dry. If it means that you go to a fucking circus and hang upside down for an hour, walk your shit in your face, and then you come back and tell me you got a smile on your face. Gives a fuck. There's times I go on stage, and I go on stage, and I can't put that fucking thing on. You know that? But there's times I wake up, my back hurts. I feel like shit. But I say to myself, when I'm going to jiu-jitsu, if I don't go to jiu-jitsu, my whole day's going to be ruined. You kettlebells instead. Bingo. I understand, and that's what I was told for a long time. I would cut that short. Take a shortcut with the kettlebells. So I'm not going to jiu-jitsu now. I want to go to jiu-jitsu. So I hate this like being an open mic. When you were an open mic, regardless of what was going on, you did that spot. Yeah. Whether you felt bad, whether your cat was dying, we would go. That was guaranteed. Guaranteed Monday, Tuesday. I had to apply the same technology to jiu-jitsu. Because, no, I wake up in the morning and I'm overwhelmed. Somebody tells to stand up. Your agent talking to you about stupid offers. Your wife talking to you about your saw cabin, whatever. It's just ridiculous. So for 1 hour, I just disappeared. I get on the phone, I say, I missed 6 messages, and I fucking love it. Could you do 2 hours? Disappear for 2 hours. 2 hours is a little tough in my world because of the baby. I try to disappear for about 24 hours. How does that work out? Not too
finally can't disappear that good.
No, yeah, it's. Look, I like doing the baseball. But of course, I would like to do it where I'm getting paid for it somehow. Oh, no, when I do stuff on Periscope, it's coming from that mountain. When you come back around, yes, it's not that easy. I'm a pitcher, Joey.
I know you're a pitcher. What the fuck do you think half the announcers are? Ex-baseball players. Okay,
Just standing up to the plate.
you work 6 months a year, make your nut the other half on the fucking road.
I should be an announcer.
Are you fucking crazy? With a suit on, they take care of you. You go to different cities. Then it becomes the point where, let's say you go to Chicago for a 3-night stand.
Yeah.
Do comedy one night.
It's a day game. But I'm a fucking away game.
I thought you took your Joey idea. You know?
Next week, yeah, I get my own show during the 7th inning stretch. Take me out to the. By the way, I'll be doing stand-up later tonight after the game.
That's it. The people you'll sell out every fucking place. You'll do theaters.
Yep.
Baseball players will come see you. People take pictures. It becomes a national fucking riot. Honestly, why don't you fucking become an announcer? You got eggs at Fox.
I do. I need to push. I'm not pushing.
Listen, stop me up with college fucking games. You got girls in college that are coming out to high school now. So
I should be doing. I'm not even the new kids world. The new Dick Vitale.
we have a personality. Vince Scully's returns. Yeah, what the fuck? You're sitting on the sidelines. You like baseball. You say,
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Listen, bro. Baseball 46. Obviously, you're not getting a job.
So,
you gotta make it a different way. What's the best way? To be around pitchers, to be around baseball. You gotta be at the fucking Kansas City, Chicago. You gotta be in San Diego. I'm sure they're gonna let you on the batting practice. Guys, yeah, he's gonna do a segment.
yeah,
All these minutes.
exactly.
You
You were there at Best Damn Sports Show. You were there. You were there.
I was there with you. I was at his television.
In Seattle.
1995.
Yes, you were.
20 years ago. Taking a look at two morons right now, thinking, look at these two fucking morons talking about whatever. But you can't take away from this. 21 years of time.
Yeah, going for it.
That's so many people can't understand. I had a big ideas. I go to jiu-jitsu. I see what the level of black belt is. When they're a real black belt with a stripe or two, and they're in the fucking game, I lay on top of them, and then I breathe with them. They're down there fucking making a call to their girlfriend and shit. That's not calling you back. I got a freak out down on top of me. Let me fucking fuck. It's amazing. And you know why I have that trust? Because she's been doing it for 15 years. When you have somebody, listen, if I can't do it, and I got made a right at the store, 20 years, right there for his sponsor, 20 years. One of the right
I used to play a damn child, a young boy, for all me and my friends. They all used to sit across the room and come on lunch and practice all this year. Get tape, and he hadn't bullseye anymore. We have a loser and now the other one.
and it's an experience. It's not like that. It's funny. It's yeah, you know, people say, oh, well, you should be that type of part. I should be a lot of things. I should be a chicken. I should be that. I should be a land. No, fucking serious. Yeah, bang it up. Push it. No fucking shoot. Lisa, I don't know. 900 milligrams. Okay, you're a red star DHC. You're going to send it home. So what am I going to do when I really eat 900 milligrams at 4 o'clock for the Pacific time?
How I think about this is to see what comes back. I have to do the 50%. So, I want to go and get
guys that got the end of the devil. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be involved with that shit. Then you took your father, he got poison.
Where'd you take him? The taco place? No, a different taco place. Yeah, miserable. No, he had a couple of tacos. He just wasn't taking them.
It's always going on the way down because you're stoned. You know, listen, you think that we, you like, it's just, so you see, some little days, right?
Certainly. When you eat lizard, no, I like chicken, steak, I'll eat pork, bacon, mashed potatoes. Right, I think I can work on it. Yeah, I can do it. I just need to put the energy out there and make that happen. I think it would be funny. I did the baseball All-Star game last year with Periscope for Comedy Central. I did that. I'm actually trying to maybe one day I like coaching. You know, they do have mental skills coaches in sports. In baseball, they have. Actually, the Dodgers a few years ago had a positive energy coach. They had a guy, a Russian guy out in Malibu who thought good positive energy for the Dodgers, and they paid him like several $100,000 a year. That was the last one for the Dodgers. But they do have mental skills coaches, and I'm that kind of guy. I'm not a psychologist necessarily, but I play baseball. I'm a good guy. I know psychology. Bring a little bit of humor. Guys like having me around. There's a job there for me. I like being around baseball. I get excited being around it. It's in my blood.
So when they come see you in the office, on to the field,
Probably be on the field.
the night you went over for threes or something.
Yeah. Guys are comfortable talking to me. Like, you know, they're comfortable confiding in me. So, and I think there's something to that. I know when I play baseball at Arizona State, we learn all of that psychology, all the base, and that's why I put into being positive energy. Yes, because it does work. It is mathematics in play. It does work. And then also, just being a best damn sports show, applying that, being positive, because when you didn't bring good energy, guys were slouching, the show wouldn't be as funny, lights would go off, things would break. When I got those kids on that show to sit up and pay attention, these football guys, it made it for a better show. So I learned about, especially with warm-up, how energy creation affects everything, makes it for a better show. So I was able to use like all these kids, all the high schools, all the colleges, just sitting up, just these slouches coming as my corner right there. You want 3 Super Bowls, 2 Super Bowls. You want to talk to them? They're not coming over here because you're not bringing it. Let's go. You know, these kids would come in like goofing around. So, but I'm really, those years at Best Damn Sports Show, those 1,000 shows, really, I was able to apply the sports with show business somewhat. But you know what? You can only do that so far. Hollywood's more sensitive now. Things I didn't warm up back then, I can't get away with now because these kids can play. They'll go on Facebook or they'll write an email. Whereas before you would yell at them, they didn't, nobody had anything. So warm up in the last 3 warm up games I've done have not been fun because they just they don't want to cause waves. It's like the audiences are bad. I care about the show. People don't care about the show. I always cared about the show. I cared about Chelsea. I cared about Best Damn Sports Show. These shows, so these last few shows that I cared about that I'm not at anymore, people don't talk about them. Before I put my buzz and my energy, good things happen. So I stopped doing that warm-up. I started focusing on the Comedy Store. It's a hot club. I started focusing on Periscope. Boom, Prince of Periscope. So it's like when I put my mind to something, I can do it. So at the end of the day, nobody to blame. There's no blame. There's no negativity. But I feel like I'm in a good position. I'm shifting gears, going from being that warm-up guy to being that man. And there's a big momentum shift that takes a year or two to really like get everything going and then push it in that direction. Yeah, Dick Van Dyke has been to my shows. Great guy. That feels good to know that. Dodgers have been there. Sure. Yeah.
People around this morning.
Yeah.
The last couple of months,
I'm in the back seat eating Chinese food. Chicken teriyaki from next door. Oh, that was good. They cut it with a scissor.
Oh my God, we died with the fucking salad dressing. Oh my God, everything. We bring that all the time.
It was good.
I ate chicken teriyaki every fucking day. See, at one point, $6.
Yeah, it was a deal. Yeah, if that. It was a deal. They're friendly. Not too friendly, but nice enough. Friendly, but not, they still had they're very Korean or Japanese, but it was right there in downtown next to the Comedy Underground. And then that show, we went down to Tacoma. I think it was a bunch of us. And for some reason, I just wanted to sit in the back of the car. It was like, hey, and it was just, Seattle was a cool, it was time to be there. And those late, those summer nights, it's daylight out. It's just like, cool. And I'll get in the back, in the hatchback. And that was crazy. Joe was like driving at night, speeding.
You question. Listen, what the fuck?
I was trapped back there like a dog.
I look back at that. Becky says to me, the same thing. One thing can come back in 4 hours. Because I get to an hour 30. I gotta leave at 11 late. So I was telling him one day, we were talking that day, and he's pissing me off. He's like, you cannot make it again. An hour and a half. I've been down there, and it's taking me 2 hours. I just didn't know. There was no signs. There was no stop signs. Flat world. Trying to drive these no license. Like I had a license. I had a license, but I had no papers. So those days, the last thing I remember was I got ID, but I was the house. They let me go. I'll stick your phone and check your phone. So, it's a different fucking state of mind. The show, Brody, take us down there. Take us down there. We made it like fucking an hour 15. The other day I saw a picture of Tommy Easton on Facebook. Tommy Easton got banned from Congress. And he had called me up. Again, I talked to him once and then give him some time. It's like the main guy. It's not funny, whatever. So, I told him, like, the Congress was kind of weird for Congress when we threw in.
Yeah.
That they have to have an experience. I cannot describe it. I can't write a book with a fucking Steven Spielberg. That's more than Stephen King. Stephen King came over here right now. I could sit with Stephen King for a year. Couldn't describe to you what I'm going to tell you right now. I saw Tommy Easton put a big down with him with 5 comics. Now for people who know what the fucking talk about, break it down for you. When you do comedy somewhere else beside New York and LA, it's a different mindset. You get raised a different way. You're raised in an old-fashioned comedy. The guy at the fucking bar is a cokehead. The guy that collects the tickets is an old-school comic that didn't have a heyday. He really ain't shit. But he knows the business, And when you watch the movie Punchline, that's what made me jump on comedy. It was a fucking dirty club in New Jersey. And the comedy club manager, one of the managed comics, was he become a millionaire and blah, blah, blah. It's a greasy business. But at the end, it's your fundamentals. Okay? It's your fundamentals. When you move to LA as a comic, or New York as a comic, you do not have fundamentals. This kid in front of me right here, I used to torture him at Monday night sweaters. He had a fucking cable access show 21 fucking years ago. So he questioned Stevie's resume. Randy Comics' resume. Look at this picture. Now right there, there's 6 guys and Herbs, who the fuck they are. There's between the 6 of them, they probably got the 250 on them. Guess what? When they're sitting in their mansion 20 years from now, counting $100 bills, they're gonna miss that time right there. Because there's not a day that I get on stage, I come off that stage at the comedy store, and I don't think of a night of nothing. I cut my teeth at the El Paso Club, I cut my teeth in Houston, I started at the Denver Comedy Wars. But where I became a comedian, and where I saw the best performance of my life, was at the Comedy Underground.
because we learned the fundamentals there. The fundamentals. I've seen it. I kept saying, after high school, I always thank Coach Boyd because he did what? He taught us the fundamentals. He showed the basketball game championship level. And the guy throws a pass, he goes to free throw. Because they lost the game. Why? Fundamentals. You never catch across the court pass with one hand. You always count. You sit there going, you fucking right. Championship college basketball game, you know. We have the fundamentals. I mean, I learned everything in that club. Yeah, I learned about a three-person show. It wasn't a showcase club. It was three-person show. The weekends, you had the open mics with a crowd. You know, it was kind of supportive. Tuesday was very supportive. 35 people, 50 people. But Wednesdays were one to us. You and me, Brody, Gavin, Josh Wolf, somebody else got the door. 70% of the door. And then we take the money. Give each other enough money to get food, and we go to the restaurant. All making schmitz. And get the happy hour from 11 to fucking 2. They have a hamburger, happy hour for $2. And then we should have cocktail for $2. Seattle was great. It was fucking great. You know, summers in Seattle. Whoa. I got arrested 6 times in 18 months. You understand me? Don't get no better than that, though. And it's amazing that you're here today. I was on the phone yesterday. Yeah, energies. Put it out. Yeah, and I learned that. I mean, you're the one who also told me, like, because when you start there, you get to a certain point, like, I made it to where, okay, I was getting to do guest spots and maybe host a show. That's about where I leveled off because, you know, you come there, they don't know you. It's like, you make you first impressions, and I was fine with that. And I sold my t-shirts at Seattle Supersonics. I just learned to public speak. That was my goal, just learn to public speak. But after a few years, I felt like I was done with that cable access. I kind of had my voice, but I needed more, but I wasn't ready for LA. You told me, go to New York. And you, Joey was the one to go to Surf Reality. And that, for me, was just like, I didn't look back. I went to New York, like, right away. I felt like, I told people, but because if I go to New York, there's 1,000 people. I'm going up against 1,000 waiters. If I go to Seattle, there's no. There wasn't. In LA, yeah. So, you're a comic and you want to go. Yeah, if you're a fat little Jew, like me, you don't want to fuck go to New York. This is 1,000 Jews, right? Yeah, they'll relate to you. So, I go like downtown. No, you'll get killed. You know, they'll fucking kill you after midnight. You know what I'm saying? Go to Beaumont, tell them I'm Jewish. You're around, they'll stab you at night down there. I'll take it to Orlando. They'll stab you down there until they only want Mickey Mouse. Trust me. But no, you can go to like Michigan. That's part of the fun. That's what we're going to carry. Like in the car with you, things go to that. Then we'll make fun. We've got enough money to take gas. To stop us. How many gas we've got? We can stop it an hour later. Maybe it's something. There was no headshots in the car. There was no agents coming to the show. No. It was just me and Brody. Me and Brody had 18 minutes. Features. Me and you had 32 minutes and a half. Guess what? I don't give a fuck. I remember being on the morning show. Yeah, it was great. I had a good time. I remember driving back to the fucking side of Rivington, Wyoming. Like, we were out there drinking Jack Daniels. Stop. Telling stories. All the cars go on the fucking one side to the other. That's when you remember coming from the fucking life. Okay? You know, I talk about that story with him in the backseat. I remember that for the rest of my life. And me out on the back. Time like this. And, you know, us howling. We had us fucking howling. Like, yeah. Those are just great, crazy days. And Seattle was the perfect spot to be. It was just a hot spot. But then when I went to New York, I really never looked back. You know, when you're in New York doesn't even know that Seattle was exists. It's not even on it.
So this is the funny thing. I talk about this all the time. In comedy, San Francisco season was so big, guys.
Oh yeah.
In the mid-'80s, it was so big. I mean, from Marvin Cho to Bobby Slater, there was so fucking many comics in there. And the guy, John Fox, who moved to Reno, he moved all those clubs, the Fudge Line, he moved Seattle Comedy Underground, he was a part owner of the club. He put on a publication there. On the back of that, they would have every comic, state by state, you know,
Right.
and they would have the logo for the club. And I remember that sitting there looking at Seattle. And I always had an opinion about Seattle. This was weird, you know, because in 1970 fucking 6 or 7 or 3, the Seattle Supersonics were the fucking Lions. And they were amazing. They had a basketball. One guy named downtown Freddie Brown, right? Downtown Freddie Brown. This kid blew my mind. So you had to stay up late to watch Seattle. Wasn't you? You had to stay up late. Well, New Jersey. Yeah. You had to stay in the white bar. Watch the TV. And then you show the city, Seattle. Drafted in 74. Downtown Freddie Brown. Show video. He was drafted. I'm like a draft kicker. No, for a picture of Downtown Freddie Brown. He was a short little chubby guy. That drag me as a back. Pop dirty for this. He said, listen, 6, 7 points.
So you saw that.
I saw this in 77. Whatever the fuck my boy. That's right up there.
No, I get that because when I was
Like, 1979 finals. Okay, for Freddie Brown, 1979 finals. Okay, now, this guy was a fucking savage. I believe it or not, they're playing the Washington Bullets with Fred on, with Wes Russell, fucking, Earl Warren. I mean, they had a tremendous team. Look at them. Bam! That's all he did. When he shot, he did not miss. See, he would always come in the second quarter.
they had
Jack Sigma.
Jack Sigma, they
Look
had
at Freddie Bradley. Look at him. That's all he did. He was money. Look at him. That's all he did. He would tell him, listen, I don't want to fuck around. Put me in when you need points. I'll bang out fucking 20 points, and I don't want to play no more.
basketball was fun then. It's fun again.
You know, I used to stay up. This was a tremendous Washington Bullet fucking team. How old are you, John? 15, 14. I would cry watching these things. But you know what the thing about? Bam! Bam! Like nothing. He don't miss. Look at him, little chubby black dude. He was,
You know what?
he wouldn't get out of the game. Once they were up 3 points, coach, time out. I'm done, coach.
You know when the Lakers and the 76ers and Magic scored 42 points in 1973.
What is this one? What is that? Bam! Look at him. He's on fire by himself. That's it. Now he calls a timeout. What I tell you? Seattle, first lead of the game. He's out. That's it. He's going to coach. I had enough. I got to smoke a cigarette and shit.
But the Lakers 76ers, that game where Magic scored 42 points to clinch it, that was on tape delay. That wasn't live. That's where basketball was. That was on at like 11:30 p.m. on Channel 2 here in LA. It was not live. That's where basketball was. Wow. So this game, I'm sure it wasn't live. You're watching a tape delay or something. But yeah, it's going on late at night.
Look at Freddie Brown on the floor. That's it, coach. He put that back. He popped it. They knocked him down. Look at him. Watch this fucking shot. Louis LeBron.
I said our second back further.
Watch what was it? See this shit. Look, they even play funky music. Look at them tassel, coach. Where's my favorite?
So that's what triggered, that's what you saw that Seattle side.
I love this Seattle thing. I'm like, look at this fucking Seattle thing. Wow. This, what's his name? yeah. And I go, she's like, yeah, I know you got 2 things. I go, I stay the night. They screwed it on wheels. I go, oh, this is going to be a long fucking night. I go back to the room and watch a movie. She stays on that side of the bed. I stay on my side of the bed. Whatever. Fucking 3 hours later, I wake up to her on the phone crying with the ex-boyfriend. He's telling this girl, oh shit, she's saying that she didn't fuck me. She wakes me up and asks me, fuck me. I'm like, what the fuck am I waking up to here? You know, it was fucking so after all this drama. I go, you know what? After all this drama. Oh, wow. Oh, you know me. I said, I asked her right out, this is bullshit. Now you're gonna have to give me a piece of that fucking ass. Yeah. What'd you say? Give me a ride home. I'll suck your dick in my house. Nice. So I gave her a ride home. The other day, I go to the house. It's 2 hours away. Oh, yeah. So on the way home, I go, listen, no, you can't just sit there like this. You can't smoke cigarettes in my car. But you go, what can I drink? And take your fucking clothes off. Oh my gosh, she took the clothes off. This chick was crazy. I had nothing. I had been single. I love crazy women. Like, I gotta take a ride. This is tremendous. Went back to the house, and guess what? Went back to the house. I felt so bad, guys. I did everything. I had such a good time with her. She took me out of my phone. Sometimes I love to fuck. And you just bump into someone. And at that time, I didn't go to her. I sat with this girl for 3 hours. I talked to her. At the end of the evening, just got this thing with my friend. All these outside my car. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I got up in doing days. I had a flare. I had nothing like a fucking baby. I had nothing. I had no weapon, no protection. I dropped her off. I gave her my number, guys. This hot girl's not gonna fucking call me back. I just tried to finger her on the drive. She's not gonna fucking call me back. Guess what? She called me back. She gave me her. She drove her. She stayed home for 2 weeks in that basement. We go on a camp. We had a fucking great time. And she says, I'm going to my friend in Seattle. I got a job there as a stripper. This is my fucking drive. I left her for fucking Seattle. Nothing from the near about it. All I did was kill my ex-wife. That's the joke. I got banned in the comedy. And I don't know if I thought, I can get you there for something sometime. I got nothing here, no job. I'm delivering Chinese food and selling booze. And trying to do comedy. That's not gonna last. That's not gonna last. So I fucking drove up into the triple run. And they dropped me off. We needed a mile, a couple miles before we used to have a little thing. I drove all night. And then things happened. Yeah. Then things happened. But we live and we learn. Very nice little dog. And you know what? I got the comedy. College that I was in Seattle. Education. Aisha Taylor came in fifth. I came in sixth. I got no fucking. Even Aisha Taylor was on the first show. She was up there with us. I miss Seattle. It's one of my towns that I feel like thinking of. Just living up on Queen Anne above the Space Needle and look out over the water. Because I was in Arizona for 5 years. I went to school at Arizona State and I grew up here in the valley. So I wasn't around rain or snow or anything like that. So I really did the fresh, clean air. It was like, I needed that. I needed the arts. I needed to be around grunge. That was wrapping up. But I think the name, the young kid with the long hair that looked like Chris Cornell, that became my brother. At the end, he became my brother. He got married. He became like a Christian and shit. That dude kept me alive the last 3 months this year. I owe that kid my life. I really do. I can't remember what his name is. He came down to LA one time and picked up back in his van. He was on the meeting down this morning. He walked next to us. fat Mexican kid.
It just
It was the
He's
Filipino.
not friendly though. The fat.
Oh, the fat Mexican kid was a scumbag. Once in a while, he gave us free nachos and shit. And then with the Filipino bartender upstairs was a dick to us.
Anthony was a bartender.
I was saying, as a Filipino guy, he died after we left. We had, and at this bar, bro,
Bill was downstairs.
Bill was downstairs. We would be coke with the Asian. That was his girlfriend. I remember going down on Monday night with the Asian waitress. Bill's girlfriend and Bill had gone down. Carol, the old Lake Star, the fucking waitresses are like this. They're fucking nodding. And I had to get the dog guy on Facebook now. The old guy with the long hair with the glasses.
Carl.
No, but the Clay just hit me up on Facebook. Yeah, about a month ago. He's living somewhere fucking Bangladesh. Good guy, Clay. Clay's like, you gotta wake up. He came to me, Clay. Fucking heroin before. This is how crazy this was. Then we used to go to Club Lake Gigs and do a big thing. Terry. No, Terry Taylor won't let me in.
The guy before.
The guy before I called him. Vietnam vet.
Yeah, I didn't really know him, but once he would always like comment on everybody's app.
Right, but he would comment on it about me cleaning.
Casey announced it. Ballard Wake, let's be there.
He had complaints. He's somebody fucking dirty. But that who was cursing on stage. And he went after the track guy one day.
Very right up to
Oh, that is fucking hilarious.
Seattle comedy was, you know, all the
It's in the 20s.
and James Hennigan,
the old guy left his wife at 50 to start stand-up comedy.
Kermit Apio,
Won the Seattle Comedy Competition. I remember when I was a host.
Vince Valenzuela.
He's down in LA. Yeah, he's in Santa Monica. He's on Facebook. Oh, okay. I just saw you. It was something the other day. I'm like, I listen. So he was supposed to keep the shots. Very farts. The Tabasco.
Yeah.
Fucking holy.
Was that a Rafael Moscow or?
Yeah, it was college kids. It was the University of Washington State.
I did it a few times.
I saw them before we went back up there before we went to the family. I saw them up there. They at the airport. Drew Bledsoe.
I did that with Josh. Yeah, like Todd Sawyer and
Sawyer's down here.
Olsen.
Todd Sawyer's down here. He's a writer for some agency.
I think he's overseas. I think he's like in Thailand now. Kelly Moran.
He passed away. His wife is still here.
Val Myers.
Myers is still in LA.
Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha. I don't know what Alpha is.
Yoshi texted me today.
I know that fucking black kid still doing comedy.
Floyd.
No, Count Hopkins the third.
Count Hopkins the third, yeah.
I know he's still. It's just amazing.
Chaz Ablin. He was friends with Mitch Hedberg.
I remember Chaz now. Okay. Is he still in town?
I think he's on there. Paulie Glenn. Ron Reed. We learned a lot up in Seattle. That's why I worked at that club. I learned about seating the clubs. I learned about the restaurant. I learned about the bartender. I learned all about Seattle. I learned about everything about comedy at that level. I just wanted to learn to talk, and I was so nervous just speaking on camera. I mean, off the off mic, doing the announcements. But Clay taught me a lot about working the door. But I was never, I didn't like love it. I knew that I had to do it. I had to educate myself. You know, I knew it would be good for me.
If you come to LA, I know for a fact that there's a set that I got on one time. I had no idea what I was doing until this fucking day that cast me right is mad at me. He's so fucking mad at me that I'm here. I got contacted by a cast the star of this fucking stupid show on YouTube. It's what you do with blind shows. And he said he wanted to cast me for 3 days because the casting director's like, oh, this guy never called me again. I got the shit out of my feet. One day I'm in Hollywood, I broke my name at the doctor's office. I was like, talking to you, fucking rent. Never called me. Listen, man, I don't know what you did. You know why? Because I didn't know how to step on my line. I didn't know how to. They said action. I didn't know any of that stuff. It set me back so much that Monday I had to borrow $500 from Josh. I'm not ashamed to say that's how bothered I was with my performance. But when I lived in Seattle, somebody got me a job, or about West, somebody got me a job. Industrials on Saturdays. He gave me one in the corner for 4 hours. Let's say a video for Sony. And guys talk about it. I mean, that's what he says out here in Sony. It's me and him walking with boxes. So at least you watch. I was never an extra. But I did those industrials. So, you understand what I'm trying to say? People by doing those things in Seattle, nobody ever yelled at me. Because, when I came down here, I could basically didn't know what I was doing. A couple of things I didn't know what I was doing. People thought Jason was nice. On this particular thing I did, people just come in. Didn't like me. I walked in there, and I didn't know what I was doing. These fucking comedy guys. The guy hired me, seen me at the fucking comedy shows. The guy cast 1,000 fucking movies. He knows what he's doing. Just tell me what a step he does. People are just stuck with it. So, if I would have had that in Seattle, I should have shown up in Seattle. The reason why maybe we're here is because by the time we got here in the season, we knew our way from the fucking day.
Yeah, that's why I did that cable access. I was able to do live television and see what would stick. And you get feedback that way. People come up to you. Hey, Bruce, we love your show. We love when you do that. We love when you do that. We did it all in Seattle, and we did crazy stuff. People unearth those tapes. It'd be kind of embarrassing, but people have the tapes. I have some. Some the other a couple of years ago. So we would get fan mail. The reason why I did it is like those other guys had that TV show, the Heckler one, Jeff Masterson, all these guys.
How'd we do?
They were popular. But I didn't have all these friends run through. Right after that, they had this hotline studio on the other side of this room, 2 cameras. You didn't have that before. It was just you. It's everything in class and yourself. And then I did that. I felt like I could get practice being on TV. I just built up on that. And it just went that way. Again, that's kind of how I do everything. Like,
I didn't win anything.
it feels right. And then if you get feedback on this is good, keep doing it. So, Seattle's great for all that. People like selling t-shirts in Seattle Super Summits, that kind of stuff, doing the whole comedy underground. But after 2.5 years, you get that, you're like, well, I'm ready for that next thing, but I'm not ready for LA. I always wanted to go to New York. So, my friend got a job at the Yankees. So we said, go out there and just on the internet, so research and everything, research reality. That's where I went Sunday night to go. Because now you're going from 4 to 5 minutes, maybe, to 8 minutes guaranteed. You're right there, and I would just do that. I would do Sundays and Wednesdays, and I became a tour guide at a Radio City Music Hall, and I just got off the interview in New York and was worked on being myself. They wasn't intimidated by a guy with, wow, it was like normal. So, then I was there in New York for 3 years, and at that point I felt I was ready to come back to LA. See, I see these guys and I go,
Yo,
go on the road, go away somewhere, and come back when you're wanted. You get a little buzz.
how do we do? Alright, here we go. One and oh. 2 and oh. 3 and oh. 3 and 1. 4 and oh. 5 and oh. 5 and 2, 3. 6 and 3. 6 and 6. 6 and 7. 7 and 7. 8 and 7. 8 and 8. 9 and 8. 10 and 8. 10 and 9. 11 and 9. 11 and 10. 11 and 11. 12 and 11. 13 and 11. 13 and 12. 12. Did we win anything? How about this one?
I need to take action flash. Well, right now, there's not that many fucking auditions. The best thing you can do is get together 4 guys, 4 comics, and they'll listen. 7:30 at night, Tuesdays from 7:30 to 8. Each gonna do a fucking scene. That's it, and it's all up to you guys. The first guy
What
will show
happened?
up, that's it. I'll come back and get another guy. That's how you do it. For you guys to pay some
These
money
guys won.
at this point, listen, man, you're at the store every night.
Champion.
That's the best fucking. That's good training right there. Fuck yeah, that's the
Damn.
best. That's why Harrison Ford don't like
Yeah, I won.
because our timing is not much fucking better. Holy Mac, I love you, cocksucker. Ray Ascension. That's what. FUMC.
Okay, here we go.
Shane Chevrolet.
Okay, hold on.
Chet Rogers. Tal Yaffe. And Bob Lolingus. Always a great fucking honor as long as he's working.
Okay. Miss 1, miss 2, miss 3, miss 4. 1 championship. DFL done 1.
She sounds like a mother. This going on, I think I might be going 600 girl in her mind.
Third. We won 1 championship, folks, in baseball.
A lot of times when you go to the store or the Laugh Factory, comments will come blend together. But you'll always remember, Joey, like, is that from Seattle? Or like, where does that come from? Because not everyone has it. Maybe, I don't know. Seattle probably had something. Brody, my girlfriend got us tickets to the show in Irvine, the Oswald tour. Those are, in theory, the best comedians in the world. And you were running the side show, and then you hosted a main show. Yeah. And my girlfriend, at the end of the night, and we still talk about you because you always talk about Periscope. You were like, you were the highlight of the night out of the A-list comics. Yeah, that was one of my better shows. Thank you. Yeah, it was. You know, a lot of it, you have to put out energy. I think we had some really good people back in the day, some fun comedians. It was a good creative scene. And, like I said, cable access for me, and just pushing each other. Maybe, I don't know, maybe after the city, everyone had their little scene, but I think Seattle was different. It was probably right up there with like a San Francisco to Boston. Not that odd. It was my world. They had some places to go. I had 3 places to go. Tacoma.
specific blood order, but I had like I spent 3 weeks all the time being transgender. You motherfuckers read the papers, read the People magazines, make your opinions about transgender people. I was with a transgender person for 18 months, and I learned a lot. I fucking learned that she was very nice, beautiful. First of all, got pills from the doctor for her transgender issue, and she pretty much was so. She smoked a blow. She was a fucking. She drank 3 pints of vodka. My friends, God bless her soul. Because whatever she was very fucking. She was a man. She was half Japanese, half something. She cut a dick off during the journey. She didn't cut a dick off. They did it right before I know what the fuck they did. She kept her dick in a jar. Did she really bring it on the show, Brother Steve? Did you bring it with?
I did not see it on the show, but I did hear it.
That dick was on the show. Because she told me it was in the safe. I was safe, and I haven't hit the mail. She took it out of the fucking safe.
Is the safe like floating or is the safe like refrigerator?
I don't fucking know. I never even want to.
Formaldehyde.
Why would I want to see somebody's dick in a jar? That's the last thing I want to see. So whatever. I never even let her go there.
You don't want to know how big it is.
No, she was tiny.
Yeah, he was small.
She was small. Torito was 5 foot.
But she would talk with that fierce voice, with a soft voice, but then she'd go,
Get away from my nachos. And then
she'd do that for you.
she got one of your fucking guys down. You fucking laugh about me. She had a wig. She wasn't the best looking fucking little train you ever seen. She looked like a God forbid. You ever seen her face? And she had like fake eyebrows. It was just a nightmare. She was 5'2", but she weighed something like 6'5". So she was like really slow. She'd say, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Like
with her cigarette.
With the cigarette and shit. But the whole day she would drink. People know that.
Don't say it, Joey.
She was done. I had a ton of conversations with her. Because when she switched, she didn't know what she made a mistake. What do you mean? That's what made her drink. That's what the world don't know, that once they make that jump, this problem, the rate of suicide is really fucking high. That's what America doesn't know. All this thing that's going on right now, like, it's a tough thing that happens with transgenders. I got to know her, I told her, she told me it was the best thing. The best. If I go comedy nights, pound for pound, one of the best nights, there was somebody put together a comedy show in a town about 15 minutes from the underground. The song, something bad, me and Josh Wolf. No, that's what a Mexican restaurant was. Me and Josh Wolf looking up there, Mark Madison. Bad something. Anyway, somebody put together a show. The conditions of the show were Valor. The conditions of the show were we couldn't curse. That was the conditions every week. Every week there was drunk. Every week somebody, and the owner would stand 10 feet from the fucking stage, and as soon as you curse, he would walk on stage, take the microphone from you and say, "Okay, good night, ladies and gentlemen. Comedy show is over." And you start arguing with him on stage. Come on, I just said shit. I told you, not cursing. And you be there, come on, I just said shit. Like, okay, people, okay, one more chance. He's not gonna curse. Thank you. Drink special, $2.99. Drink you over the side. And all of a sudden you do 2 more minutes and you lay a fucking asshole. Okay, cancel. That's it, everybody out. So every time you'd see us walking on that thing, society. Listen, guys, tonight I got my sister almost found the kids again. Cursing. What's that? So I cursed. Somebody else cursed. He's threatening to cancel the show with the reader. And she goes up there and she's walking. And finally she just fucking snaps. And says, "Well, you're going to show you my dick in a jar. You fucking pricks, motherfucker." And she just went on and wanted to know what they're doing. Because he thought Rita wasn't going to curse. He was sitting down. He did the food was flying out of his mouth. it, and not a drink, mixed drink, but the pop at the light. She was out there, guys. It was a different fucking type of a person. I'd be sitting in the car, this is car to the fucking crash. So we get back to my house. I'm quiet, and she says, Mama, I know my life. I get thrown out of comedy clubs, and I'm fucking pushing it now. Now I'm starting to have a good time. And I say, oh, she goes, no, 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 right in front of me. I'm fucking out. And they hang up on her. She calls back. They fucking call her back. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm a disabled. I'm gonna talk to the fucking president. I'm a stand-up comedian. They were not giving my rights tonight. The club is located. It was hilarious. I'm there feeding the fucking, call back. Call the government. I don't get what time this is. So she used to dance at the paintball. She used to hire her like on Tuesday nights. And she'd get on the podium and dance, but she didn't fall. And she goes bounce to the alcohol. People think this is a joke. I say last night, there's no fucking joke. Her head was so big that when she drank the eucalyptus, Carol kept touching her all those years. So one day Carol called me, she was like, what happened? She lost her balance. Oh, really? Got no phone. That's how she died. All right. Call back. Call the government. I don't get what time this is. So she used to dance at the paintball. He used to hire her like on Tuesday nights. She'd get on the podium and dance, but she kept falling. She lose her balance between the alcohol and the big head. People think this is a joke, but I say not today. There's no fucking joke. Her head was so big that when she drank the eucalyptus, Carol kept touching her all those years. So one day Carol called me, she was like, what happened? She lost her balance. Oh, really? Got no phone. That's how she died. R.I.P. Rita O. I just want to tell you.
R.I.P. Rita O.
The legend of the Seattle transgender.
Yeah.
Her and Taylor used to go at it.
They would argue.
Yeah. Well, Taylor would fuck with her. Fuck you, Rita. Pull the wig. Because everybody knew she had a wig. It was this fucking thing. Guys, that's the comedy scene in that stage. You saw us okay on these videos. It's amazing how music is not the world like that. Stand-up comedy is 10 years ago, the open mic and the comedy store. Having those people, chocolate. Chocolate. He has friends, He just sitting on the bridge. They choke down their tuxedos and shit. Homeless people. And stick up the place and do comedy and not drink. You don't remember those open mics in Seattle, like kids that used to go up there and say, this is my impersonation of a cow. This is my impersonation of a flower. This is my impersonation of a soldier. What you know that? What books they pay his therapy? That was his therapy. Half that shit is down the lower level of stand-up comedy. Then you go to an open mic, half of that room, that snaps like a fucking ISIS soldier in any minute. You just don't know them. And they disappear amongst the night. They don't grow because people do it. They're fucking crazy. They do something crazy at their first hosting gig. At their first hosting gig, they snap. They disappear after the first hosting gig. Those crazy motherfuckers.
There's a bunch that does attract that.
That one kid, Jeff Masterson. Jeff Masterson crazy. Listen, I'm no psychiatrist, and I'm not fucking no champion person. But even I knew Jeff Masterson. Jeff Masterson said something to me during the contest or something. And I had to look at him and go, this guy is fucking out of his nerve.
Right. He tried to push buttons sometimes.
Yeah, he was very small. One of those guys that's small and tiny. But he had a sense of humor.
He had that look, that smile.
And he would say things to antagonize you. Punch him in the head. But I also knew that if I punched him in the head, he was leaving the chair. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's right there when I knew that I just beat those guys. We missed each other with chance. He goes to
in the back. It was Al Fox had a motorcycle accident. Was he paraplegic? Partially. He had a limp. He had a limp and a yeah. It's on. I have it somewhere. You're like pushing his buttons. He's like snarling at. It's in the back. Yeah. I have it on. I don't know what happened. I took his chair. It's not that funny, Brody. Fucking shirt off. I didn't know we did chat. Yeah. It was over a chat. It was like something stupid. Like a fucking chat. Open mic Mondays where you sit in the fucking back. Anyway, just to tell you some Seattle stories, motherfuckers. Brody Stevens, you were great. Thanks, Joe. Thank you for coming on the show. You got any upcoming shows coming on? Well, I'm in town here. I'm at the Comedy Store in LA. I'm at the Improv here in LA. I'll be going to be out in DC and Arizona, but that's not until October. I'm usually here in Los Angeles at Periscope. That's Periscope. Brody is a friend. Shows are always popping up. Southern California, Irvine. I still do audience warm up here and stay healthy. Find out the next gig. Keep podcasting. This is all work. And that was pretty good. No, these are the kids. Have you been to a local wine? Have you ever been to a wine aisle at your local store and just staring at the massive selection of wine with no idea which bottle to choose? Most of us go with the bottle that has the best looking label and hope it's going to be good. The days of plain Russian roulette with your wine selections are on. Club W is here to save you. Club W is a revolutionary new wine club that takes the guesswork out of choosing your wine. They have a simple 6-question ballot quiz that will match you with delicious, high-quality wine you're guaranteed to love. The best part is, Club W will be shipped right to your door. No more going to the store, being lost in a while. Your friend calls you, you don't know what the hell you're doing. You don't even know why the hell you're there half the time. Try living my life, you understand me? So do me a favor, right? Right now, Club W is offering listeners $20 off your first order. Or you go to clubw.com/Joey. And it gets even better. I know you all hate paying for shipping, so Club W will actually pay for your shipping on orders of 4 bottles. So take something off your to-do list. Just go to clubw.com/Joey and get $20 off your first order right now. That's clubw.com/Joey. Listen, this is the future of wine. I'm going to sit down at a grocery store or a liquor store. It's not going to work out for you. These guys got terrific wine, like we said before. So again, go to clubw.com/Joey and get $20 off your first order right now. As usual, honor the best. From the Alpha Brain to the Hemp Force Protein to the Shroom Tech. I can't even talk about the one this has done for me. I love that little Hemp Force chocolate shake. Do yourself a favor, the Protein Hemp Force. Delicious. Do yourself a favor. Go to honor.com right now. Take a look at the webpage. Read about it. On the supplement side, I'm getting 10% off. And that's what I'm trying to say. With the Shroom Alpha Brain, which has 100% money back guarantee. For the Shroom Tech, the Shroom Tech Sport. Let's try that route just to get them started. Maybe one with numbers you can get to. Do me a favor. Go to honor.com/church. And get 10% off your next order delivered right to your fucking house. You understand me? I'm going to be in the Funny Bone Friday and Saturday. Nebraska, Omaha, Nebraska. And next 2 weeks from now, the 24th, I'll be in fucking Philadelphia, Jack, at Helium. So get your shit together. I want to thank Club W. I want to thank Blue Apron, delivering food right to your door. And I want to thank Honor. I want to thank Brody for coming on. Thank you. Man, Lisa, all right, stay blank. I love you. 9 seconds.
gotta take a shit. Okay. Look at this, the weather scene.
First 2 meals for free. That's right, free. Just go to
Look at this move.
Joey and start cooking incredible meals at home with Blue Apron. That's
Look at this move.
blueapron.com/Joey. The show is also brought to you by Texture. Texture is offering our listeners a free trial right now. When you go to texture.com/Joey.
Disney.
Greetings to Podcastville.
These two podcasts.
Let's look at this move. Up, dog. What's up, dog? I don't know what's up here. Ah! Gotta take a shit.
Uncle Joey here. This podcast is brought to you by Nature Box. What do you do when you want a snack, but all you can find is junk food? You rely on your self-control to resist the temptation, and how do you end up there? Eating junk food. Start snacking healthy with Nature Box. Snacks are tremendous, and right now it's your favorite reward. Because Nature Box is offering our church family 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/Joey. Again, that's naturebox.com/Joey for 50% off your first order. Number two, here's something to chew on. Many recent studies suggest that having good oral health impacts your overall health. Yet most of us don't brush our teeth properly. You can start brushing better. You know why? Today. Because right now you can go to quip.com/Joey and get your first refill pack for free with a Quip electric toothbrush. That's your first refill pack free at quip.com/Joey. That's quip.com/Joey. The new way to brush your teeth. And number three, Father's Day's coming. You see him sit there and he sits there all day. What do you think what happens when he sits there all day? I mean, your dad's a nice guy all day. But his ass don't bend like the rest of us. Just because he's your dad don't mean his ass don't stick like that.
Yo.
That ain't today.
What up, baby?
You gotta order it.
Yo, Alpha 8.
Joey, what's HelloTushy.com?
How you living, pimp? Are you from Twitter? Alpha 8, can you hear me? Dog. Alpha 8. Do you have an NFT or cryptocurrency? Alpha 8, how you living, dog? Can you hear me? Alpha 8. Alpha 8, that sounds like a Twitter name. Oh, yeah, Alpha 8 was from Twitter. Shout out to John Wick Gems. Oh, you got suspended. That's okay. All of my shit gets suspended. Dog, Alpha 8, talk to me, baby. Yo, dog. Alpha 8, can you hear me? Do you know English? If you don't, that's okay. Yo, Real Schiller X, how you living, pimp? Long time no speak. How you living, big dog? Real Schiller X. Yo, what up, baby? Long time no speak. How you living, pimp? What's good? How you living? What's good? Are you gonna unmute? You gonna talk to me, big dog? Come on, talk to me. What up, baby? You're muted. Yo, Real Schiller X, how you living, pimp?
I'm doing good, brother.
Excellent.
Living my best life, bro.
Of course you are. How's
What about you?
kicking ass, taking names? How's nursing school, baby?
Pardon, I didn't get you. I don't know why my volume is low, bro.
That's okay. How is nursing school?
Nursing school?
Yeah, you were in nursing school last we spoke.
Okay. I'm not in nursing school, but I don't really know.
Okay, well, maybe not. Hey, Real Schiller X, do you know Alpha 8?
Alpha 8.
Alpha 8.
Yes, I do.
Who is that?
Is he on? I guess I know Alpha 8 on X.
Yeah, who is that? Who is Alpha 8?
I don't really know, but I've come across the profile, but I haven't engaged with him that much.
Okay, what made you come back in here?
Bro, because I care about you and I love you and I love what you do, bro.
Absolutely. Did you get a retweet of mine today?
Yeah, I saw your retweets, bro. That is one of the reasons I came in here, bro.
Hold on a second. Did you see a retweet of mine today?
Yes, I did. I did just now.
No way. That's amazing. That's what I needed to happen. Did I retweet?
Yeah, I saw your retweet.
So
After I retweet on what I posted, then I click on your profile, I followed you, and then I just came in straight to the Discord, bro.
oh, you're amazing. So you're like, hey, I know that guy. Excellent. All right, are you under Real Schiller X?
Yeah, yeah. On X,
Yeah. What's your username?
my username is Ray Banana. I changed my name from Restila X. My name on X is Ray Banana.
All right, hold on a second, big guy. Oh, that's great. So you saw what I did, and you were like, hey, I know that person, and
Yeah.
that's great. Okay. All right.
Let me retweet your post.
No, no, no. You're okay. You don't have to do that. Don't do that because I won't see it. Just spell your username.
REAL.
Oh, just one moment. No, no, no. I know that's yours. Hold on. I know how to find it. Um. Okay. Are you Real Banana? Oh yeah, you did. Hey, there you go.
Yeah, Ray Banana. We the Dutchman dog Wizard PFP.
Dude, and you retweeted my shit. You're amazing. Okay, so did you do a Doginal dog recently?
I just engage with them on spaces. I just grow with a lot of people from the Dutchman dog.
That's amazing. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so I know that project. They're nice people.
Yeah.
And they're all over.
You know the Dutchman dog?
Yeah, and they're all over Twitter Spaces.
Well, that's amazing, bro.
I agree. Well, thank you for the repost, man. You're the man, dude. I'm so happy that this bot brought in somebody I know because you're amazing and I love you, and I'm glad that you're doing well. What else is good with you?
Love you too, bro.
Excellent, man.
Always love your path, bro.
I know you do. How's your mom doing?
My mom, she's doing all right. I ain't living with them right now. I'm staying on my own.
Good on you, man. How's your brother?
My brother is fine, bro.
Excellent.
We're just living our best life, bro.
I know you are. I know you are. Well, Real Schiller X, thank you for coming by and made my day. Thank you so much, my friend. Absolutely, buddy. One love.
What about Harry Potter Open Canyon?
Dude.
You know, I haven't been in the Telegram.
To the moon, baby. To the moon. I'm repping it every day. To the moon. That's right, big dog. All right, baby. Take. Absolutely. Only one way. To the moon.
Absolutely, bro.
Absolutely. You take care.
On Miami trip.
Oh, we'll do it soon enough. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Peace, baby. Shout out to Real Schiller X, everybody.
All right, one love.
One love, baby.
I'm gonna hop in back.
Please do. You're always.
And this is where I'm going. I need to go on X Space right now.
You do you, baby. Take care. Peace. Spread the love.
All right, brother.
Thank you so much, Real Schiller X. You're the man. Shout out to Real Schiller X. Real Schiller X. I haven't spoken to you in like 6 months. You were mean. You're in good shape now, son.
871. Real shit like ice.
How's my dad's ass gonna stick differently? You know how? HelloDushy.com is a new portal for the day which you can install on any toilet. You understand me? And it improves tremendously. It's got a 90-day money back guarantee. Let me tell you something. There's nothing like getting your asshole washed a little mist 2 or 3 times a day. You avoid bacteria, you avoid hemorrhoids, you avoid swamp ass. And now the summer's coming. You know what humidity does to your asshole? Right or wrong, you would take a shit in the morning, and you leave the house, walk around, you wrinkle. Meanwhile, your asshole's on fire. You don't know why your fucking little muffler is burning. You know why? Because you got that fucking backup trip. No more. HelloTushy.com will take care. Go to HelloTushy.com right now.
That's fucking amazing.
Church, and get 10% off. HelloTushy.com. Hit it. Oh shit. Wednesday, June 7th. Are you kidding me or what? I'm feeling fucking Minnesota. Good looking California.
Go fuck yourself. Nobody want to talk to you anyway.
Lisa, Ronnie Stevenson. The Prince of Paris. They call him B.O.B. Who gives a fuck? Church was happening now. Lisa, thank you for bam. Keep this mule. They gotta give them power shit. Feel this power, cocksuckers. Yes. Take this mule, cocksucker. I want them to feel these drums and shit. What? Yeah. Damn.
Excited to be here, Joey. Feeling good. Yeah, sunny, hot day.
How much more is it down there?
Today was a lot. You know, it was about 104 out there when I got out. Yeah, and the Dodger game they played this afternoon, green layer, 70 degrees. I thought it was going to be smoking hot here, too. No, it wasn't.
Tonight you go on. You can't walk around this time of year. If you're out of the t-shirt, you go to the cold. God, it's just fucking freezing.
Yeah, it gets cold.
The desert air comes in with the snakes and the coyotes.
You know, Palm Springs is just the cut off the mountains, and it's like that's the first spot that the clouds from LA go into. It cuts it off. It's just that's what it starts. And that's the great thing about LA growing up at night. You got the marine layer, ocean breeze coming. You go to the Dodger game, you got to wear a jacket. You go to Anaheim Stadium, it's cold down there at night. That stadium, they got wind coming there. Same thing with San Diego at night. And so you got San Francisco. Geez, all the cities are cold. San Francisco, LA, you think LA and Anaheim, San Diego, it's live. But we're lucky we're not in Chicago. It rains, hot. You really got to be ready for the weather. That's funny because I left New York now. I left for the summer. It was, see, I can deal with humidity outside. I can deal with it going down the subway, even though that was wrong. But you get on that subway with that air conditioning, and it felt good. My apartment, I didn't have air conditioning. I had a fan and a water bottle. You know, that's what I had. So it was pretty brutal. And then but I did it after 3 years of living in New York. I got it out of my system. I did the subway, subway, did the bus because the subway was not working. But got to see a lot of different people, doing comedy down there, out there, and you got to take the subway. I did it. You're the one who told me to go to New York. It was funny, like you mentioned, Colorado right here. That's where my mom was living with her boyfriend. So I actually went to Colorado for a month, but I got to get out of New York. Went to Colorado, caught my breath, and then I moved back to LA in 2000. That was kind of my plan anyway, to be back here in LA in 2000. I had to, like I mentioned from Periscope, I did an open mic here. I started here in LA. I went on stage at, I did one open mic in Jasper. I did a comedy workshop at UCLA. I needed that. We had our graduation class at the comedy school. And I did well back in, it was 93. And then I did one open, I felt like, I did well. It was a Sunday night, it was packed, bringing in 5 friends, one of those deals, Sandy Seashore,
Yo.
Sister.
What up?
The comedy store.
I don't want to fucking talk to you anyway.
I
Worst
saw it with my
dreams ever.
Boyfriend lived on Halloween, high rise, so you could feel that energy. And I wasn't like a big crazy, comedy guy. I could feel that energy in Sunset Strip, but I would also see the lights of Dodger Stadium. It was just there's something about seeing the lights of Dodger Stadium, knowing that there's a game going on there. There's a whole community going on there. You see the lights, and then you can watch it on TV. You can listen on the radio. But whenever I drive by a stadium, the Rose Bowl, I always look at it. I have to make eye contact with the sign. Dodger Stadium, I have to see the lights going up to 110. I got to see the Coliseum. I have to make eye contact with seats. Well, people thought I was from New York. Growing up here, they knew. I don't know. But, growing up here, the Valley, high school here, North Hollywood High, right here in Arizona. How long has that been there for? That's an active corner. You got 2 high schools there. You got Rich Kids. Oakwood. Right next to Oakwood. Yeah. That's the one that knows. Yeah, well, it's on Magnolia. It's on the other side. Oakwood's private. Rich Kids probably. Can they have a full-time staff of crossing guards on Magnolia throughout the day? Like six crosswalks down. See them, they have like a road. Okay, so the school down the block towards the 101. That's good. They built a bridge. Right, they just installed the bridge. They cost like $30,000. Call your teacher. There's probably like a petting zoo in the back. Big wheels. It's fucking that stuff is, that's what I try and share on Twitter. I went to those private schools. I told my mom, I froze a semester, and I knew it wasn't right. I went to like Valley. I think it was actually called the Valley School. Haskell and Sherman Way, the petting zoo, Notre Dame, Riverside. Notre Dame's on Riverside. That's high school. That's respected. Number 1 baseball player prospect in the country right now. It's 100. Tyler Green. Is it Tyler Green? Yeah. Kid throws 100. Yeah, a lot of money. Right. They got helicopters in there, right? So they're doing, you know, some of the drugs.
That's right. That's right, man. That's right. Talking about fucking kids. I wake up and clean the cat with a box. Feed the cat to make a little coffee. I smoke some dope. What's fun? That's what comes in twice a week to help me. She would take time and shit from my wife and some shit. And she would want to know what was going on. She was fangs. So I said, well, we finish up the office. Jump in the shower and get the fuck out of here. And it's like the next. She starts to sit serious. If I had disappeared for 2 hours, grab a little bit and come back. I get down to the coffee place and I bring the usual green tea. And I sit there. Is that right? I just wanted to tell you that my man and trying to write a little story. And these kids sitting next to me. I don't count. I don't count kids. I'm couple young girls. And she was there. She had to me on the way. I got a 2-year-old with the girls and help me. She told me she's 17. And I had to make a fucking lunch. So I always know that I was saying, whenever I see a bird, Rose is always there at the end. And she was saying, it's the fucking numbers. So about a year ago, I hit DCI, like a party on the deck. It was a fucking really good night. At first, I thought he was a dickhead myself. But one day, he came up to me and said, you can party. I was like, really? This is just 10 minutes. Just stay there. Grab the cigarette. So he says, I tried to help the guy out and bring him out. She's on the table to come up. Bring him back out. And the rest of the fucking all those people make that money. But they act like white fuckers. They act like fucking. They don't do nothing. They don't do nothing. Mexican hop over there. They're disgusting fucking people. Got a little bit of success in Hollywood. That level, right? This is somebody they think they're fucking ignorant. You know, women that pull in there, they just pull in there and they don't park right. A lot of women in there, they don't park right. Anyway, I'm sitting there. And the next thing you fucking know, the guy comes running to the back. And I'm sitting in the corner. But I don't smoke. So I don't know what's smoking. I'm not smoking. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Fair enough. So I hear him say, I want to give it to me a favor. Put that cigarette out, go to that side of the shop and smoke it. He goes, yeah, man. And he walks away. And I got the earphones on. No, I don't. I'm sitting there, right? I'm looking up, I'm paying attention to my own right? And I'm looking that direction. Or something makes me look up. And I see the security guard running towards me. Right? And I go, Julian, tell you about this now. And he runs towards me. I think he's going to say something to me. I don't know. I'm high. I'm fucking long, just stoned in the corner trying to write my business, drink my green fucking tea. At 10:45, I'll leave, go home, my tea on and shoot jiu-jitsu. That's the plan. Make the protein shoot. It's about 10:20 at this time. I don't know why these kids are in the tree. And the next thing you fucking know, he goes, hey, I just told you to put that cigarette out. That kid can't fucking smoke it. Smile. So he tells the kid, listen, I'm asking you fucking nicely. Right? He doesn't curse nothing. He's a nice white people. He says, I'm asking you nicely. Can you get up and fucking call the police? And finally, his dude that's always there. There's this big fucking dude that's like, he shaves his head. You can tell that one time run down the he could have been wrong. Like, he's big. He has that white dog. You're gonna read the yeah. And he sits there with the whole time. They just sit there and finally, for some reason, this guy gets up and goes, hey, he's telling you nicely. I'm not going to tell you that nicely. Get the hell up or go put the cigarette out. Now I got a fist fight fucking going, I'm gonna be right there. And I don't like kicking all these kids in the fucking kneecaps. You can tell they're pretty little pussies, right? You can't smile, man. He's not taking no shit out. Oh, he's getting worked up. Straight people. Listen, you're happy. And then there goes a paper in your favor. Get out of here. And he goes, I'm not getting out of here. What happens to what's happening? I'm like, oh, shit. You try to look down. God damn it. I'm your fucking witness. They'll ask me stupid questions. How the fuck do I get out of this? And finally, the big one. It's not jail. Pussy. Like shit. Fucking friends. Got no class. They have like a fucking Audi 829Z convertible rocket ship radio. Get the fuck out of here. The kids head to their car. As they're walking in, they came down to Johnny's Street. Well, Johnny was at home. He got a fucking accident. My dad, Jesus, got hit. I'm showing him. He's seen him. He's fucking right. He's going to go. That's what I like. What show? I ran over, knocked on the glass, and asked him, bro, I don't give a fuck what show. Look at that man. Those guys don't show up at Starbucks. We get tweakers at Starbucks. We don't. When you're in a little canyon, so but it's literally a 5-minute walk, if that, and it's two different worlds. Two different worlds. Two different worlds. Yeah, I get you. Fucking people. Yeah, the screenwriter. Yeah, the screenwriter. That's, I had my problem. I sit there and listen to those motherfuckers talk. And I just did. That's the show. We play the tape recorder. Play it. Listen to all the bullshit stories. We used to hear me first walked in. Because they're all bullshit stories. I'd rather sit with the site than the weirdo. Oh, no, me too. They're more interesting. When I go over there now, if I go out during the weekend, he takes my set. He emails it to me. And I listen to it there. With the earphones on, I plug it with my phone. And I listen to it there. Peace. You know, listen to those fucking shows up there. Where I need peace. Okay. The shirt is iron to the tee. The pants are designed. The shoes are designed. The belt is designed. The BMWs and the 5 Series and the taste of the guys that do his asshole fire. I've seen him really fancy right away. He's all perfect. And he's terrible cheese. He's all those managers from the side. Just have a meeting with CBS and Mike. That's what we need. Different times, different clients, and every time I sit next to him, I'm writing, and I'm not looking at him, I'm just listening. Smoking this blue bastard's ass. He was there when he got hit up. The guy, that's the whole he's telling us the only guy who's back in the chat. He had to wait 6 months an extra for 6 months. That's how big he was. Stand up like a chair. You know, I felt like looking at him, how he rose and he smiled. And I could listen to no fucking all that guy. This guy's like, no, there's no show on CBS, but not about fat guys. Show me right at the end. Just the fucking whole thing. That Kevin James show? No. Yeah, it's just, it's so, I don't ever want to redo or need to explain my first 3 or 4 years in this town. And I didn't fall for any guys. I can tell you guys right honest, man. I didn't fall for any of the bullshit. I went through a fucking 80 months. At this time, I had like 3 agents. And one of them was undefeated. Still talking.
Dan Bylock.
Yeah, Dan Wyland used to do a show downstairs.
Yeah, Gardner. Yeah, downstairs.
This was 3 fucking years ago, 4 years ago. Dan was doing it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about 1990. In the basement in Giant. On a Saturday at 9 a.m. And that thing with 40 guys dressed in wild suits, gang affiliation. Every different gang affiliation was in there. This guy was making the biggest gang mafia movie ever in Hollywood. You ready, guys? We got there on a Saturday at 9 o'clock. Promise for the table reading. There was none of the above. What he wanted to do was to tell you that this is how you got to run this room. You gotta get invested.
Oh, it's like a bringer. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was like a break movie. So he gave me envelopes. He was gonna have a meeting a week later to see how many investors you got in the week. We promissory notes. This was crazy. I sat there just thinking,
Like a scheme.
oh my God, Lee, no shit, Lee.
Oh no.
No, this was way before Kickstarter.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds just like that.
No, it was like that. It was like a human Kickstarter. Oh, that's funny. So he said, well, because my next Saturday, Lee says 25,000 promissory notes. What? Hey, you want me to phase out? I guarantee you, those people showed up.
I would have.
Just to be
Would they be the people investing? Would they like invest for themselves? They like their family?
because that's what this guy's doing. He would get, if he has 40 people, he give him 20 grand, and 4 people show up. I can shoot something, right?
If they shoot yeah, I just decided it was a guy coming into town, getting like 80,000 and like piecing out and going to Mexico.
Listen, people shoot movies for no budget all the time. I personally don't believe someone who's like rich have bad money on the side. I can ask Brody Stevens to come on his microphone. Yeah. And I was going to set back for 3 days. So I'm making a big favor. You know, Brody, I'll come back and just come by for 3 days. Yeah. Probably I'll come by here on a movie show. No problem. But I can't go to Brody.
Yeah. 6 weeks.
Yeah, 6 days a week for free. I can't. Yeah, that's a
I'll do some tweets for
that
that.
these people really want to do.
That much of a commitment? That's insanity.
Oh, yeah, these people are crazy out there.
6 weeks free.
I was free. Those $100 pay movies.
Yeah.
I say 50% of the staff don't get paid. The rest of them are there. So much experience. You know, this shit experience. Which, you know what, guys? If I move out here, and I'm here, and I got $2,000, $3,000 I live with a roommate. My rent was $400, and I'm looking to get to it because that's how it happens. Not even get to it. I'm looking to get to something, and somebody comes to me and says, "Listen, my friends don't want to pay for free. They want to pay for 6 months. You know what? I got money in the bank. It's nice. I can be making no people. And I'm working on Hollywood. I would do it because I have no interest in the film. I don't want to be an actor.
I think it's questionable.
I said for 6 months.
Bullshit.
How to carry shit.
That's what I did. I did that when I was taking my stand-up comedy course. I was also an intern on a USC master's thesis film. So I was a key grab. I was learning about lights. I was learning about where we shot down. We shot in South Central Los Angeles in the house where they came from under the stairs and people from under the stairs. That was it. Shot in that house. And then we did an overnight shoot on the Radford lot. They had Seinfeld going on and Roseanne. I remember riding a bicycle around at one side of the site. So, but anyway, I worked on this film. I learned all about like catering, hours, teamsters. But I also learned that I wanted to be the actor in the town, but I was nowhere near ready. But I learned that I didn't want to be in movies. In fact, I did one other one. They wanted me to work for free. We did it at USC. So this is a different film. I'm up there, sitting up there with like freaking sandbags and stuff. And they go, so tomorrow, 6 a.m. in the desert. And I go, after that, I was just, And so they had a lunch break, and I just went to Burger King and left. I still got invited to the rap party, but that's when I walked away. I said, I know I'm not gonna do that direction. I want to do some stand up. And like even when I moved up to Seattle, I worked at the Comedy Underground. I learned about seating a show. I learned about a host, a guest spot, a middler, a headliner. But I wasn't like a huge comedy fan. Actually, I still I like laughing at my friends. It's different like with some of these presenting things. I'm weird. Maybe I'm just immature about that. I'm 47. I just turned 47.
So I met you when you were 25.
Yeah, I was born in 70, so no, I was probably 25. 25. Yep. 25. I'm glad I went to Seattle. Really, because I grew up here in the Valley. I went to college in Arizona. It was like just too much sunshine, too much, doing. People don't develop stand-up in Arizona. Plus, I was a baseball player. I did baseball. But I wanted to go to Seattle and be around Pierce Gears and music and all that weird stuff. I knew I didn't get out of LA. And, I took that comedy course at UCLA, graduated at the Comedy Store, and did that one open mic in Chatsworth. That ain't for me. I grew up here in the Valley. I can't have some host. I get it. I understand it because I played baseball. I learned all about group thing and all that playing baseball. It all comes into in life, playing sports, being at a high level. You do learn about discipline. When I played baseball at Arizona State, we represented the school. You didn't get in trouble with me in the newspaper. You got drug tested, but I learned about. Just taught me discipline. But learning to get picked on, the Jewish guy, gay guy, run weird, this, fucking punching me. But I knew that's how it was. I was liked in high school. I was a good pitcher all of a sudden. So they tried, and I go, I'm not going to quit. They didn't get me out of there, but I'm not a quitter. I just stuck it out. I mean, go a long story about that. But these guys were hard on me, and I didn't complain. And they would go, oh, yeah, you're a Jewish guy. How the Grand Canyon get started to, Jews fighting over it. And it's horrible. Oh, thanks for but I didn't care. That's kind of what it was. Because I played baseball also in high school, and it was around football. So it just made me tougher. It made me strong, and I just rose above it. They would say, oh, Bernie, you're Jew, or something like that. Well, Jesus was Jewish. They get pissed, like these Christian guys. But, they're good friends. Like, it was kind of a hazy thing. Because I got picked on at Reseda High School growing up, and it's different getting picked on by inner city kids. You got it, malicious. I'd rather get hazed by a Christian. That's okay. That's I don't need to be gang jumped into something. I'm so upset with politics. It stressed me out big time.
When I first met you, I used to break your balls constantly because you used to make me laugh. And I used to break your balls when we had a friend. And he was born, and I asked him to be born. He used to be born. You were an extra important every time you charged my front of the bus. And then you had that cable access show, and I went to a your life. About the cable access show till you put me on it. Oh my God. I'm looking at you, all these memories are coming back.
Seattle was a great scene. It was really, I don't know how it is now, but we were just doing a great time.
It's still great for comedy. A lot of young comics sometimes want to hear, I run Reno to Arizona.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, so I don't know who's from Phoenix and stuff. Oh, wow. So I don't know who's going to run the contest and all that sort of stuff. I was a kid that loved basketball.
Yeah.
I love we look it up. Seattle Sopranos brothers in the 80s.
What, in the 90s? Are you talking about the one against the Bulls?
The 70s.
Yeah, 79, I think. 78, 79. They beat the Washington Bullets. One of those years.
77.
77, I think, was Portland.
Yeah, something like Junior Survey. 79, yes.
Something like, well, my cousins lived there, so if I saw that team,
I didn't know anything about Seattle. Okay, basketball team is great. And they started showing pictures of the city when they were up there.
Yeah.
To show the stadium.
magazine?
Yes. John Fox and his company put out. And they interviewed comics. They told you different. They previewed clubs. If a new club was open, they would go right up on the club. It was a really good magazine. It really was. And the most interesting thing about it was the last 2 pages was all the other mics like that were big time open mics. The last 2 pages, all the comedy clubs with insignias.
Black and white.
No, it was that picture. See me come up with Seattle Comedy Competition. Look at this glow. The glow with the dude holding it. Or something like this. Watch how cool this is. This stuck out in that fucking newspaper. Like, and I always,
Since like the 90s or
Seattle Comedy Competition. That's it. That's the Seattle Comedy Competition. Or the Comedy Underground.
There's just something about the Northwest, the fresh air.
I know nothing about that shit.
You got
I didn't know nothing about salmon. I knew nothing about fucking nothing. I knew every hill went down. I knew that the Supersonics were there. And then something really fucking happened. I discovered a band called Soundgarden. And I was like, oh, see right there all the way. You see that?
Yeah, that one.
Even that was up in this newspaper. That thing right there was something that they had in the newspaper there, in this publication. And I was like, that. And I circled that club. And every time that would go to comedy club and they would show that magazine, I would look to see what comedy clubs were opening, what was closing. And I'd always circle that fucking club. And for some reason, I wanted to go to fucking Seattle. And Soundgarden comes out. I'm hearing about this heroin. I'm hearing about all this shit up there. And one thing that I hear about comedy, I didn't really ask. I didn't think in my mind I was going to level up to go to Seattle. Like I was just getting it together and Denver area. And then I went to fucking Michigan. My first trip. And I met a fucking stripper. And she said she was going to Seattle. And she said I was with my over and get you. And that was the plan. And I had an evening before me. One day I got a call and she said, oh, hey, spaghetti, so I gave her my stuff. And I was up there 10 days later.
That's a crazy romantic comedy. I think it's
You fucking believe that I met him Memorial Day weekend. And I was in Boulder, I was in Seattle. 5 weeks later, now I tell you, people always say, well, I'm going to go to Seattle and do comedy. That's my dream. So what are you doing now? Well, right now, I'm working at Starbucks. I'm like, what? That's a resistance. Read the book, The Art of War. It's a resistance. What you need to do is go get the most expensive job you can get right now. I don't give a fuck what it is. Let's take this shit out of the box. I think it'll be 14 now. I got overtime.
It's athleticism.
Yeah. Are you saying 650 today? Where's your back then?
I'm talking about.
What's the
Where you want to go? You go.
That's what I did. I went to Seattle.
These people are looking in the face and go, when people belong to the yard business,
That was one of my
all you bullshit with the provide money.
Right, but the nicer, a lot of it is us. It's easy to blame someone else for us not being entertaining enough or engaging enough. A lot of it is us, and how we're able to tell that. And the truth is, sometimes we think, oh, it's a beautiful art. It's a beautiful insight, a beautiful idea. It's not a beautiful art, it's not a beautiful idea. It's life-saving directions. That's what Chizkiah was trying to hide. The sword was there, not as a punitive measure, but to show Torah is not something nice. Torah is life-saving. If you have it, It will literally save yourself from making such dramatic bad decisions or mistakes. If you don't have it, then unfortunately you'll get frustrated. I find myself in such negative straits. So the Gemara goes like, let's finish up this process. The Gemara says, but they checked from Dan until Beersheba. There was not an Amaras. There was no. Who was ignorant in the words of Torah all the way from Kivas until and everyone was well versed was of Tuma and Tara. One more minute. So incredible. First of all, just to understand the level of scholarship which existed during the days of Hiskiel. Everyone was versed. Everyone was knowledgeable. Everyone, again, I was like, by the way, in what? Not Masechus Brachos, right? Not Hilchos Shabbos. But look what they're referring to over here, right? The halachos of Tumah and Tara. Both say, what happens when we get to us? We get Tumah and Tara. What happens? What happens? Come on, what happens? You look ahead. You say, how long is this going on for? Right? When is this going to be over? I will say, those halachos people. Everyone, men, women, children, were in the halachos of Tumah and Tara. And also, again, in those days, the Gemara says, people had very simple material aspirations, right? They had a cow, they had 2 sheep, and they were happy. Listen to this. So they were happy with very small things materially, and furthermore, they had vines that had thousands of dollars worth of grapes, and it's just kind of lying waste. Why did the lying waste? People were neglecting their fields. Why were they neglecting their fields? Because they put their full focus on Ruchnius. Now let's say it was the oil which represents the ongoing commitment to spiritual growth during the days of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda, that ultimately again allowed them to be successful over Satcher Melech Hashem. Listen, right? Much more to say. Let's start. What I will say. Shkoyach. At the end of the week, we needed to end up pretty much. Shkoyach, one incredible week. Shkoyach. Everyone's all right, everyone, Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone.
That's exciting.
Sure.
Now, today is it still plausible?
Right. That's right. So a water source. Right?
I love baseball. I have access.
All right, Joel, say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank our annual Kamikoda sponsor. The dedicated ownership of professionals this year as a source for the solar panels for ours. As Kamikoda sponsors for the month of Adra, Abadi, Reserva, Tanya, and Steve Zinn, 11 million, and we talk about how we can't see Hirsch, Daniels, Hakoni, Zig, Laguna, and other families from the menu of Williams, Zig, Shmuel, and Israel. I'll leave all the learning sponsors, Lincoln, and Beth Azek, and then we'll see Golden Utilities Experts, Dash, or Rosers, from the Grappa. And our learning sponsors, Ruben Rakowski, in memory of Ira Kasavsky and Miriam Blackstein, supporting the Grappa. They are the merit of our Kamtora. All of the showers have now here. The families in the all of those who need a full shower with the cold colleagues, so that the staff is all of our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful for the Savior. Let's do that. Let's go. Today's task is Cyber 93. We are starting on side page $100. 93A. 14 minutes up from the bottom, but we got this. So the logs are Those as follows. Coaching mechanic money from the puzzle. Anyone singing roughly on anyone who is not. Literally again, allow comedy to benefit from his possession. Not see rough out forever. Meaning, it's never a change. But a person should share his possessions with something, meaning such as Torah. If a person does not use his possessions to support the Torah, he'll never go ahead and receive blessing from those possessions. In other words, what's the logic over here? We're talking about someone who does not want to utilize his resources to help Torah, thinking that by not giving in, he'll have more for himself. So therefore, the halacha says it doesn't work that way. Don't use the resources to go and help Torah. At the end, ultimately, you just have less for yourself. So you're married. And it's really up to the level to go. There's three elements. There's also scholars. Catching the shiny passage of the but at the end of the meal, you will not see blessing. In other words, make sure to always leave over some bread on your table. Okay? So the Gemara says, on the other hand, the Gemara says, ultimately, it's as if you want to take out two. So it sounds like, obviously, the believing over the not a good thing. The Gemara says, Shinemar open without a shulchan. V'amayim imanim asa. V'kasha, hard to eat the shneim b'hadei, hard to like the shneim b'hadei. So apparently, the way about Avodah Zarah was when worship was little pieces together with a whole loaf. So you can leave little pieces with the whole loaf. That's what it looks like Avodah Zarah. Let's just go ahead and leave pieces. That's what they're seeing about. I will say. So what's the shot that eating over bread? Eating over bread represents a sinning bracha in one's house. So first of all, this can be a little bit more of almost like a Havdalah type motif of overflowing the cup. Right? The idea is that there's extra. So suddenly overflow the cup of Havdalah because you really want it to be. That literally a cup runs over. That's what we want. So if you go over extra bread indicates that there's surplus in the home. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that halacha l'maaseh is leftover bread. That means a person didn't eat everything. If they didn't eat everything, that means I exercised some level of self-control. What's kedusha? What's kedusha to you? The Ramban says, Kadesh is asking how the master motorah. It's not an issue. It's even not just for one, it's mutter. So even within the world of that which is mutter, I limit myself. I moderate myself. So perhaps that's a shot as well. If I have a meal and I don't eat everything, but I leave a little bit open, that's ultimately again, that's a display of moderation, or where there's moderation, ultimately there's kedusha. Okay, but what else? Kalmachlik, the here are those are. The translation is actually our kalmachlik, a person changes his voice. Which means it's not like the person is trying to conceal the truth is not looking because it also doesn't keep his word. So whoever doesn't keep his word is idolatry. You see the end of things as they are. Some so literally translated, whoever looks at the earth, whoever looks at earth, with respect to his English this moment, his bone is empty. What is that mean? What is Rashi? Kashto min eretz. Rashi says over here, so the Gemara says, Koach Kishu Irishale Min Ar She'en Amoni. So Rashi switches in over here, and again we'll discuss what Erva means. But if a person looks at Erva, in some types of something crazy, Kashto min eretz. Rashi understands this multi-emotional ability, he becomes infinite. He becomes infinite. That's very social. But so, Koshi Irishale. So you're going to be not sharing a moment, area there, catch the area shot to the start of the boat, Mamis Bebasa, he tried to catch the other hour, and the Stankel, and the Fashi, the Arias, the H is each, catch the road. So, first approach of that is that literally one looks at something they're not supposed to look at. So I think I look at things I'm not supposed to be looking at. Or some of those actually is that a person thinks about a married woman. So either with his own wife, he thinks about a married woman. Either we're talking about some type of either illicit thoughts or illicit or actually illicit.
When I was a kid, I thought that Jesse Jackson was Michael Jackson's dad.
What's inappropriate? What's the result of it? Touchstone Eris is bold, is empty. Now again, so actually saying that it's like a erectile dysfunction. Okay, he's just not going to be able to father children. The thing about Elias, the thing about morality, is that it's all consuming. Like when a person has a lust, a person has a desire for Elias, it takes over the individual and literally it can sap a person of all of their strength. Every single one of us has a reservoir, certainly a strength, a certain amount of vitality. That's what we got, right? In other words, you only go so long without senses. You feel that. You feel like this out of the way, right? I can only put in as much as I say my intention was this, which is true, my co-op nuts. At a certain point in time, I think what Tess is telling us is what you use your energy for. There's certain things that are all consuming with under energy. The truth is, bios, immorality is one of those things. It'll empty your bowl, like it'll empty the tank. It'll go attack you with all your vitality, and not only am I impeached in our data, but at the end of the day, there's nothing left. That's why really how to cover the time. Focus the key to longevity. That's the zero opportunity. Guys are impossible of the lowest level to go shrugging up. Which the answer is, this is, and also there's a concept of nigibati, which means a home to that saras. And interestingly enough, the only home to that saras is if you can get natural light in the house. Ultimately, your home does not have windows. You don't start bringing in candles or lanterns to be able to see whether or not there's saras on the home. So the idea is a home without windows represents humility. A home without windows can't get saras. A person who is humble saves himself from a lot of life's afflictions. Humility is the secret to longevity. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to share my good sin. What's the meaning of the passage that says Sha'ol? Lo Zerechen Eretz Lo Seve'emayim. So the Ima in Sha'ol is Zerechen. What's the connection to Sha'ol is the grave. Lechem is the womb. What's the connection between the grave and the womb? I don't want to call this fascinating. Ma'rechem machlis umotzi. Just like the rechem, just like the womb, right? The womb takes in the seed, and ultimately again emits the baby. Sha'ol machlis umotzi. So to the grave, takes in, buried the motzi. Yes, I mean, Dalot from California, Umar Refusha Maklisimo Bashai, Motsin also the Copicolos, so the womb which takes in quietly, yet ultimately emits the great price for the baby. So Sha'on Shamaklisim Bubbles, in addition to another Copicolos, to the grave, which again is buried when something comes into the grave. There's much crying, what they call life in this crying, so to emits, yes, and listening is going to be even greater price of joy. You can't show the only pessimism in Torah. Ultimately, then the Gemara says this is a conclusive proof that just pessimism. So saying once again, you see fixated and putting this notion of pessimism. The Gemara says this is a good raya. How did they go? So you can trust that the spot for that this year. So in the closing up front, person is passing halacha. That you can go out for the spot who is going to go ahead and bring that like pessimism. Will not die. The second, right? All these questions come up. And it comes to the end. So who is pessimism of section of the blood? Okay, it's really incredible. So should people die? They're not there. So the says Tzadikim don't die. Once the Tzadikim are resurrected, they remain alive. שנאמר בעיה, מישה בציון בנוס בירושלים, קדוש יום עולם, כל הקוסם הקיים בירושלים, מה קדוש בעולם קיים, אף יום קיים. So the Pasuk compares Tzadikim to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Just like the Rebbe Shalom is eternal, so too the Tzadikim come back to life, but be an element of eternality as well. 100 days. כלומר, אוסם שונים שעשה הקדוש ברוך הוא בהם, אז לחדש ברוך העולמות, שנאמר, ונזכר השם לבדו ביולוגו. I shall say, so this is pretty wild stuff. So we're going to talk about this idea of where is that where is this concept that at a certain point in time the world stop. Like we have this, we're going to see this. The world was good for 6,000 years. After 6,000 years, the world stops. What happens after it stops? Take two, or three, whatever number it is, right? There's probably going to recreate another world from you, which sounds like everything that exists will be erased. And so it's probably will start again. What happens to Shabikim during that like cosmic rebirth stage? Where did they go? It says. Not so much mind of Seraphos Propos, so you can find it to shut it up in your mind. Not so much for the Tzadikim wings like birds and will fly above the water. There's also what's the water. So the Pasha said the ones will be recreated. What's the original state of creation, right? So the world will go back to water, but the Tzadikim will be given wings, and also again those wings will propel them over the water. Which you want to say, by the way, such a Shinamar, Akilo, Nilo, Bahani, Eros, the Mot Habim, Yamin, Shema Kama Yishtan Tsar. Maybe they'll say they have Tsar, maybe they'll have any difficulty during this time. Talomar, they call the Hashem Yahabit Kora, Ya'aver Erer King Sharon. So we will be given wings like eagles, Yarutsu, below you go, Yilku, below you off. Ultimately, again, they will go, they will run, and they will not be tired. They will walk, and they will not be bumpy, and they will not be tired. And then, this is ultimately, this is such a beautiful use. It's like so basically, that's the idea of wings. The great apple of becoming a sacrifice, the great point of becoming a sacrifice. Sometimes the ability to transcend everything that life throws your way. God was such a they have to be able to literally transcend all the difficulties and challenges. So we so we learn as follows. So what about we're talking about this a little bit. We referenced this already. What about the dead that the Tesla brought back to life? Like the Tesla was dead. Now after the Tesla brought the people back to life, they died again. So they died again. So shouldn't that be a naira that even the tzaddikim who come back to life will ultimately die? Will die. So the Gemara says, "Some of the command Amar, the MS must die." This is interesting. You have to hold the opinion that the story of the Tesla, like the Atzama celebrations, the value of dry bones, that was a muscle. That was a muscle. It didn't actually happen. That's not the ability to happen. Sunday. So this in of itself is such a dramatic, my friends. This is Sunday. And the original where Lucy Chef, you test it. I'm going to shoot up with Lucy. So you can test it back to life. You still on the beach, you say Shira, and then you got again. Not Shira, you don't want to say, not Shira, Hashem, Yunus, Tzaddik, and the Kayadah. And Yeshua Omer, Shira Zu Amru, Hashem, Yunus, and the Kayadah, Morit Sha'olah Ya'al. And Yehuda Omer, Yehuda says, Emes, Mashal Haya. But now Yehuda says, no, we'll say, Lashkar is very, that's me true. Mashal Haya, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense. Oh, we're going to in MS, Lama Mashal, in Mashal, Lama MS. Which one is it? Right? If you tell me it's MS, MS means that it really happened. So if it really happened, it really happened. Otherwise, if it's a Mashal, so there's a Mashal. What's going on here? So you might say, Ella, the MS Mashal. Rather than what it is, in reality, the whole thing was a Mashal. Right? So we say, by the way, fascinating podcast about whether or not the episode of the Tesla gets on motivation didn't happen or not. Didn't happen or was it simply a muscle fundamental focus? So the last way of showing us in the video, Lucy Shaq, it's just a lot the Nasi Machine, or we do follow the dollars. It's incredible. So I'm just saying, no, it really happened. And by the way, he didn't die immediately after seeing Shira. What happened? Tesla brought them back to life. They saved Shira. They went to Israel. They married their kids. So you might say, I'm not even going to say that around the border. I need Miknei Benehem. Ta'alot Tzfilin Sheni Avi Aboneh. So it's kind of a really serious thing. Up and says, I'm the descendant of them. I'm the descendant of all the two that go back to life from the Tesla. And ultimately, I'm going to use the Tzfilin that I received from my great grandfather. So beautiful. So like in my movie, some champion Pascal. By the way, who are these people? Who are these people who put these individuals who you Pascal brought back that was in this free wild? I'm not even Ephraim, Shemona the kids to tell. This is incredible. And also there is a not so long story that there are a group of Jews who tried to escape from Egypt earlier than the rest of Klal Yisrael. They were members of the tribe of Ephraim. I'm sorry, also Ephraim's numbers are lower than relatively lower than other tribes. There's a group of Ephraim that tried to escape Egypt early and they were killed. They were killed. So what happened with them? They made a mistake. They were good people, they just made a mistake. Shneimar, when they Ephraim, Shusela, Ubara, and Elbasa.
Come on, baby. 1K. We did it.
And ultimately, again, so
Gave her a
they
stab.
wanted to find one for them.
I gave her a stab.
They made a mistake. They made a mistake about the calculation. Remember, by this way of Son Hashem says, the children will be enslaved for 430 years. The clock actually started from the birth of Yitzchak. They thought the clock started from the actual Briskin Habasar. So in 4 year 430 comes, they think, oh, it's time to go. It's time to go. Unfortunately, they were wrong. And they were killed. So going back some of the TV shows, that Tesla brought back to life. So much as more shows, it's a little bit covered with Kessin Mason. So I'm going to say that. So again, Shmuel says these were people who denied Kessin Mason. Interesting. They drank Kessin Mason and ironically enough, they brought back to life by Tesla. But you know what? These are individuals, unfortunately, who had not no mitzvahs. Not the Russian Mahmoud is like the moisture mitzvah. They didn't have any element of mitzvah moisture associated. Shneimar, and some will say, they just should be Russia. Not from Mitzvah, says, everybody, Adam, should equal say, hey, how cool is that? These were people who unfortunately denigrated and degraded the rest of the flesh. Shneimar, the upper be'eret beginning of Kabbalah service in the Shepherds called Rudy so the Hukal appears Sabbath. Sid Hassan, the Iran Salim Sabbath. Okay, Yochanan says, Elu, Nesim Shalabikas Dura. These are the people ultimately again who died in Bikas Dura. Now what's Bikas Dura? Now we're getting to a fascinating story. These were Jews who were killed by the Big Hamasat. The Big Hamasat, so remember, so we do what happened? Because the Arab Yafaras, we never had Rabas, because the so it's a second white line, and the bottom of the things on these names to do with flying. So listen to this. When the Nebuchadnezzar went ahead and exiled Klal Yisrael, so what happened? So he went to Hayu Bahani Bakrim, Shayu Mukdanim Asachana Biakir. There are a group of young men who were so exceedingly handsome that literally was so beautiful. They put the sun to shade with their beauty. Like the sun is considered to be like that, like quintessential, beautiful luminescence. These boys, these young men were so handsome that ultimately, again, they put the sun to shade. So what happened? And what would happen? So the Castilian women would see them, and literally again they would experience a blood flow, a zaga flow. And let's say now again, there's this concept in halacha called banchut, which means that sometimes at a point of incredible arousal, a woman could also go ahead and bleed. So these Castilian women saw these Jewish boys, and they had experienced this flow. How would the Baaleh, so ultimately they told their husbands, and their husbands told the king, so the king killed them. Apparently they didn't want such good-looking Jews to be alive. But then how you so but still even as corpses, these young men were very handsome. So what happened? The king had the bodies trampled so that the boys would be disfigured. Overwhelming story. So he says these are the bones that the Tesco brought back to life. And all of this happened in Bikas Dura. It happened in the Dura Valley. The church people of the Bukhara is not recommended Bukhara. We are transitions to some incredible stories regarding the Bukhara. So remember again, some about the church, he brought the Bukhara Rasha as Karanya Rishal Ba'azai Kitchen Age. So if you remember context, the Bukhara's primary advisor, actually we're going to see that actually the Bukhara's deified him, was Daniel. Right, so contemporaries of Daniel were Karanya, Rishal, and Azariah. So the Gemara tells the story that Nebuchadnezzar had erected an idol of himself. He demanded everyone is to bow down to him. Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah refused to bow. As a result, they are thrown into a fiery furnace. So the Gemara says, so I'm sorry, so the church that we come to the Nebuchadnezzar as time about Azariah, the Greek age, I'm not going to properly Nebuchadnezzar. Look back, it means that because so again, at the time the Chaim Shara went to the furnace, this is when Hashem tells the Nebuchadnezzar is contemporary of Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, Azariah, and it's incredible how they do that next generation with all of these great men. Says that as Hananiah Azariah being thrown into the Kibshan, Hashem tells the Nebuchadnezzar, go and bring back the dead in the Dura Valley. Even check the also, but so what happened? So after the bones were brought back to life, so apparently it wasn't just the bones that were in the valley. All the bones of the people who had died were brought back to life. So interestingly enough, apparently, as crazy as this sounds, Nebuchadnezzar had fashioned like a goblet out of the bones of some of his victims. So as the bones were brought back to life, he's drinking his wine. One of the bones from his goblet slaps him in the face. Taps him in the face. So the Amar, so the Gemara says, Amar Nati Basha'ilu. So instead of saying, Nebuchadnezzar say, hey, what's up? What's going on over here? So Amru Lo, Chalarein Sha'elu Mechayu Nisim Because Dula. So he said, the friend of these guys being Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah, is bringing back the dead in the Dula Valley. Pasach Va'amar Asoli Kamen Ravrivim, Vitasmoli Kamen Tashitin, Mahusin Mafus Olam, Vishalpane Im Dar Vadar. I want to say in this moment, it's incredible. In this moment, so Nebuchadnezzar began to sing Shira to Hashem. Pretty amazing. And if you look what he said, this God, look how great he is, look how strong he is. His monarchy is a monarchy forever, and his dominion is from generation to generation. Already stuck. Yitzhak Zav Roseach Lesot Bishal Osa Rasha. So literally again, molten gold should be poured into the mouth of Nebuchadnezzar. In other words, shut him up. Why? So Mori will bomb out the Citra, people, BK, Luminous, Toshios, and Shpapos, Shaman W. Safer today. What's this incredible? Had the Malach come and struck him on the face, Akashir, Nebuchadnezzar would have sang more beautiful songs from Davan, right? He would have discovered. So once he left the house, as beautiful as everything that Davan did into heaven, Nebuchadnezzar's Shir could have been even more beautiful. I want you to see to yourself, how could Nebuchadnezzar make greater Shir than Davan? So it's a simple question. Remember, the greater the evil, the greater the power for good. Every person has cause. So Nebuchadnezzar, who was so evil that he could destroy the Beis Hamikdash and exile Klal Yisrael and subject our people to all these terrible things, if he were to harness that power, and channel it towards good, there is no telling what he could achieve. Incredible. Six miracles happened that day. We're talking about the day that Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were thrown to the Kibshan. Number one, the cauldron was actually beneath the underground. It rose above just so everybody was able to see the miracle that was happening. Next, Kibshan, part of the wall of the Kibshan cracked open so that people could see into the Kibshan what was happening. Chumak Sodo, the foundation. Nefach Shalom Alpha, the big idol of Nebuchadnezzar fell on its face. The Nisrupur Abramelchos, only four other kings who were allies of Nebuchadnezzar were incinerated that day. The half-year Cheskel Asamisa because we and Cheskel brought ultimately again, all of these are tradition. All these miracles we have are tradition. But Abramelchos crux. You know about the death of the portions from the Apostle. What does the Apostle say? Nebuchadnezzar not the show from Michnash, without Mishtapanio, Sakino, Fakusa, Adar, Vizilia, Midvan. Gad Dario, Yutavario, Tafasio, the whole Shartuni Mijinosa, except Isi Guvin Yudo, except Miskanchen Akhtavana, Sagania, Pakusa, that didn't matter, Cousin Gavera. So things to me in the first passage, this sounds like a self so in the first passage, there's four more names, and the second passage is less names, which indicates that they prime Shalazar, ultimately against some of his allies were killed. Incredible. Tana debate of the lesser. So Yaakov, Afilu b'Shas Sakara is incredible Gemara. So Tana debate of the Ben Yaakov, Afilu b'Shas Sakara, when Shana Agnes Atzma Mirabon Shalom. This is incredible. Even in a time of danger, a person should not go ahead and change his dignified ways. שנאמר, בעדין גברה אירה תפסו בסבליון תשתן כבשון. Canaan Yishon is not even referring to the Egyptian Aish. They wore their distinguished clothing. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. We'll say that's Rashi. And that I shine in Rabbanos. Shalom. Shahari Canaan Yishon Azar Yachal Levushin Bigay Tikarton. Yishnush to the Kipshon. So when Canaan Yishon Azar was going to the Kipshon, they were still wearing their royal clothing, dignified clothing. So the Gemara says, so are you sure Shalim Nebuah and Fukat? And Fukat is Baishin Son of Mipana. So it says incredible Gemara. What is Rose Yaakov saying? Rose Yaakov saying, a person must always remain dignified even in the face of adversity. Sometimes when we are overwhelmed by our circumstances, so ultimately again we become all understanding, all confused, and we lose it. And as a result, we ourselves act in an undignified manner. Because the power of Yid to maintain dignity, level-headedness, even in the midst of overwhelming circumstances. So Hanani, Nishan, and Azariah, you know, what did they do before they were to the Kiddush? You know, they fixed their dishes, you know, with the egg, and they went ahead, right, and they straightened themselves out, and they were ready. They were ready. And also, by the way, this is the story of the Jew throughout the ages. Throughout the ages, the ability to maintain a dignity and a refinement, because deep down I know it's not my enemy who controls my fate. It's HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And because I'm always in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I can keep and be level-headed, I cannot lose my wits, and I can maintain my dignified posture even in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Incredible. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. I won't say that, but Tzaddik Gimel. All right. Right, 93a. So we don't Tzaddik Gimel. So, okay, this is beautiful Gemara. So Tzaddikim are even greater than Malachim. Shnei Amar. The couple of Iti behold, the Rabbi Diri, by Dom the Barlakim. So the Tzaddik is mentioned in the Pasuk before the Malach. I will say, the truth is that it's not a Kiddush. Of course, the Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. It's not even a Shaila, right? Why? Because Malachim don't have the ability to grow. Malachim don't have the ability to change. Malachim don't have the ability to transcend adversity or overcome adversity. So it is never pashut that, of course, Tzaddikim are greater than Malachim. Incredible. I'm going to have time to come back to anybody. Yishashi Yatzakran Yishal Azai Mikiv Shana Eish. So this is incredible. When Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah came out of the Kivshon, when they came out of the furnace, so what happened? All of the nations of the world came along. And literally again, they struck the enemies of Klal Yisrael, ultimately again on their face. In other words, they gave him a patch. Where it says, Yesh lachem elokar kazeh v'atem v'shtachim v'tzelem. So it says, this was a Musar to Israel. In other words, when Azariah came out of the China, the nations of the world said to Jews, what is the matter with you guys? You have a God like this who saves people from a fiery furnace, and you're worshiping our gods. Incredible, right? I would say sometimes the greatest worship that we receive is the Muslim nations in the world. Yeah, possible. So I might see what's new in the Pasuk. Amarti is a beautiful one. Amarti Ela Tamar Ochzeh B'Sansana. So I say, what's the meaning of the pasuk that says Shir Shir? Literally, again, I said I will go up on the palm tree, but I only take hold of branches. Only take hold of branches. What's the pshat? So the Gemara says, Amarti Ela B'Eli Yisrael. So in the Tamar, the palm tree represents Christ. Baruch Hu essentially says, my goal, my desire, is to hold on to the palm tree in totality. Right? What I want more than anything is to be able to hold on to the palm tree. And unfortunately, I can't wrap my hands around the palm. Why? Because Klal Yisrael rejected me. Instead, all I have are a couple of branches. Who are my branches? Ultimately, I go Hanani, Mishael, and Azariah. So, by the way, I just want to tell you, Gemara's like this are very fun. Because sometimes we find ourselves very disillusioned by relationships and feeling so let down that people who we count on won't come through. What is the feelings? And it's important to understand it's not just nature of relationships. That's kind of really what there's all our expectations. And expectations ultimately again of holding on to the entire palm. But yet again, he didn't get the whole palm. Even if his Baruch didn't get the whole palm, what does he get? He gets a couple of branches, beautiful branches, wonderful branches, but just branches. Sometimes again, not getting exactly what you want or what you anticipate in relationships. It's part of the course. The Gemara goes like it. I might have said, this is in the Nevuah, obviously, from Zechariah. I saw a man riding on a red horse. He was standing between the myrtles that were in the swamp. Now the truth is, it then goes on, right? It then goes on to say that afterwards I saw other red horses and white horses. So married what does that mean? First thing I saw at night, was called Restream was ready, was disenchanted with how mankind was behaving, and he was ready to go ahead and turn the entire world into it, destroy the world. The man on the horse. Who's the man? Hashem Ish Milchama Hashem Shemo. Al Sus Adam. What does it mean on horse? The entire world into blood. Is Kara, and as soon as he saw Chaim Shalom, ultimately again he calmed Ne'emar. So amongst the myrtle branches in the swamp. What's the myrtle branches? The myrtle branches, those are tzadikim Shneimar, by he omed as Hadassah. What's the swamp? The swamp is Baal Shneimar. Homer Tzula, gotta be the Narasecha Ovish Miyad Milim, Rogez Nasim Short Badum. So now, I'm sorry, Badum Nasa the bottom. Papa, Shmina, Susya, Kibra, Mali Lachalmo. By the way, so the red horses represent destruction, the white horses represent salvation. So good to know, if you see white horses in your dreams, that is a good sign. Let's say, just a tremendous Mr. Haskell from here. The Ghost was ready